explore what it means to be isolated and struggling with the issues that women face in the world today, and what it means to come together through solidarity. And we wanted to use the expression of that through being kind of like what happened during the pandemic, where people were isolated by themselves, and then the freedom that you have in nature and finding each other.
I first met Patrizia and Dominika in 2021, and I was immediately inspired by their relationship with each other, by their questions and their practice around sisterhood, what it means to be a woman, what it means to be connected to other women. So I was really delighted to collaborate with them again on this film. What really inspires me about Patrizia and Dominika is the way they support each other, both in terms of their communication and in terms of their movement practice. And it was a real joy to be around that. And that was really the core of what we explored in making the choreography and the movement for the film.
Praca sama wyglądała tak, że zaczęłyśmy od rozmowy, od tego, co tu i teraz, co nas dotyka, o czym byśmy chciały porozmawiać. I Kate zaproponowała nam napisanie listów miłosnych do własnego ciała, i to był taki punkt wyjścia do naszej pracy nad choreografią. No i te listy później przetłumaczyłyśmy na język angielski, język migowy, polski język migowy, i to stało się też podstawą do tworzenia ruchu, do tworzenia języka ruchu w naszym filmie.
Dzięki temu, że wcześniej mogłem podglądać to, co robi Kate razem z aktorkami, to miałem już jakąś wizję i postrzeganie tego, jak będę chciał to przekazać w kamerze, przy okazji słuchając tego, co ma do powiedzenia reżyser. I myślę, że dzięki temu powstało coś absolutnie wyjątkowego, innego i fajnego. Język ruchu i choreografii był tak uniwersalny, że każdy może interpretować go na swój sposób i zrozumieć go inaczej.
As a filmmaker, I like to work as collaboratively as possible, and with this film, I don't think it could have been more collaborative. It almost seems wrong to call myself the filmmaker when everybody left their mark equally on the end product of this film.
Polish name of the project?
Corsican dance? No. How to pronounce it on Polish? No, I'm sorry. Korzynitanka?
Kozie to weselce.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenie tańsza.
Kushani Tansa?
Korzenzi tanka.
I only know Cingumbre.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenia tańca.
Korzenie dansa.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzeni tańca.
Korzeni tanza.
Roots of dance. Korzenie tańca. Okay.
Aveshtitam, udveshtitam, vyavartitam, parivartitam. Okay, so we are spreading our energy to the outside and we are taking the energy from the outside and we are taking inside our body.
So it is kind of mostly between a form and formless. So hence you have seen us using a lot of gestures with the hands, which we call it like Natya Shastra mudras, and then we also had a free flow of contemporary movements, like lot things going on the floor, and then abstract movements. So basically the whole this production has been about the energy, the constant energy. When you put it in a container, how you can kind of store that energy, and when there's no container, that energy still stays. So how it kind of flows in its free flow, in its free form.
Dzień dobry. Nazywam się Karol.
Good morning, my name is Karol Urbański. I'm the Deputy Director of the National Institute of Music and Dance, and I have the honor and pleasure to welcome you, everyone, in the Silesian Museum and all the people watching online on the second day of the third Dance Congress. The honorary patronage of that Congress is exercised by Professor Piotr Gliński, the Minister of Culture, and the Marshal of the Silesian Province, Jakub Chełstowski. I'd like to thank TVP Kultura, TVP Katowice, Radio SK, Jazz Press, magazyn Taniec, Didaskalia, Dziennik Zachodni, Opera Lovers, e-teatr, teatralny.pl, and the websites Nasze Miasto and Moje Katowice.pl. As the media covering our event, I would like to thank you for yesterday's meetings, 3 panels full of discussions. And I deeply believe that we managed already to demonstrate some key problems and solutions. I'd like to thank and congratulate the Rozbark Theatre for yesterday's performance, which was an accompanying event. As well, I would like to thank Zajks for co-organizing that event. I don't want to take too much of your time. Well, here we can see the effects of work of Mrs. Bogumiła, the maps of ideas that we have covered. I hope we're going to be able to see them. Maps of ideas concerning the respective panels. They are going to be available on our social media. Please feel free to comment and address them. I hope they are going to help you to put some order in the information covered in the respective panels and the connections between them. So please feel free to comment them actively, and we're going to ask Mrs. Bogumiła to add some more comments. And now, the first panel of today, dedicated to relationships in the dance community. The speakers are as follows: Dr. Małgorzata Chmurzyńska, an expert selected by the National Institute for Music and Dance. Alicja Czyczel, an expert selected in an open competition. Ryszard Kalinowski, an expert representing the Association of the Communities of the Dance Art. Marek Ludwisiak, an expert representing the All Polish Labor Union of Dancers. Małgorzata Matuszewska, expert representing the Association of Artists of Polish Scenes, ZASP. And Karolina Sikorska-Bednarczyk, expert representing the anti-mobbing, the Barbara Grabowska Anti-Mobbing Association. Now I'm asking Mrs. Alicja to speak. Thank you very much. I'm glad there are so many of us today. I'm going to present the order.
Panelistki i paneliści się prezentują, będą też Państwo mogły i
everyone will introduce themselves. They will make their presentations. You have our biographies in the agenda of the Congress, and we're going to speak in the following order. Dr. Małgorzata Chmurzyńska, myself, Alicja Czyczel, Karolina Sikorska-Bednarczyk, Mr. Ryszard Kalinowski, Mr. Marek Ludwisiak, and Mrs. Małgorzata Matuszewska. So, the relationships panel is hereby opened.
Witam Państwa serdecznie. Jeśli chodzi o branżę
Good morning.
artystyczną, to ja akurat
As for
przynależę
the
do
arts
świata muzyki,
industry,
ponieważ
I
jestem
am dedicated to
językowym,
the world of
ale
music. I'm a
jestem też
musician and
psychologiem
musicologist,
i w tym
but also a
charakterze
psychologist,
występuję
and this
dzisiaj
is
z Państwem.
the capacity in which
Pracuję
I'm going to speak
jako
today.
psycholożka poradniana,
I'm a
psychoterapeutka w ramach
psychotherapist and
pomocy
psychologist within a psychologist assistance of a program dedicated to dancers and musicians managed by the National Institute. It's entitled We Support or Wspieramy in Polish. It has been going on since the beginning of the pandemic. I don't want to cover it in detail. If you're interested in this psychological support program, you can ask me some questions after this panel. I will be able to answer your questions, but my speech is called A Dancer, a social entity. To paraphrase Elliot Aronson, meaning how important in the contemporary world for our mental health it is to have social relationships and the impact that other people have on us, their emotions, their opinions have on us. Professional dancers work in a certain context, and that community has different influences through different relationships, and it's similar in the case of musicians and music, because the artistic sectors are very emotionally engaging, which makes this entire area of art and performance a very sensitive and emotional work. Well, in the light of our work, what psychologists hear during sessions, and well, ladies and gentlemen, in our program we have well, special kinds of people, not those who are satisfied, successful, satisfied with their professional life, but those who have trouble with functioning with mental health, and their troubles usually result from a difficult environment and their own personal traits, i.e. character traits, personality traits, emotionality, sensitivity of their nervous system. These are very individual characteristics. And what is the difficulty of the environment? Well, on the basis of meetings with our patients, it can be stated that the relationships within the environment are hierarchy-based, competitive, and and unfortunately violent, because, well, our patients are adults, but the beginning of their troubles is usually rooted in ballet schools. Their stories of what happened during that education in a ballet school are full of dramatic experiences related to violent behaviors and attitudes of teachers. Such behaviors are disclosed as calling names, calling them idiots, laughing at them, making jokes at them because of their appearance, criticizing them, swearing, physical violence, such as holding the arm in a very strong way, pulling the ears, pats on the bottom, pinching. Plus, it's very important that teachers don't really pay attention to the gigantic problem in ballet schools, and it's much greater than in other schools, i.e. the problem of eating disorders. The thinner and slimmer the girl, the more desirable she is in terms of how many performances she can have. And it's nothing new, because several years ago, as a result of very dramatic events, the truth of ballet schools was disclosed. These behaviors of teachers were disclosed, and as a result, in 2018, the Office of the Ombudsman did research into following children's rights in one ballet school, and the research confirmed that students are victims of violence from teachers of artistic subjects. After the reports in that school, a lot has changed. A psychologist and a teaching advisor was introduced, and orthopedic and dietitian support was provided, physical therapist support was provided, and trainings were organized for teachers. As for teacher-student communication, also with regard to legal liability for violent acts, And with regard to positive feedback, students were given workshops of how to deal with stress, failure, assertiveness, and I think all these changes had a great impact, and by analogy that situation changed in other schools too. But in our, we can see the effects in our schools because the adults that we have in our clinic usually remember the events from ballet school, and it's going to be a real problem for us, a problem in every dancer. So hierarchy in the excessive hierarchy in the labor relationships, in the employment relationships, but also in schools, in universities, all kinds of other institutions. It has to be emphasized that it's not really specific for the dance community. It is a typical feature for Polish institutions as such, including cultural institutions, but also for businesses, plants, organizations, institutions. And Professor Janusz Hryniewicz, a sociologist who has researched these events, he stated that the style of management in Polish organizations is autocratic, and bosses include mainly authoritarian attitudes, discretionary attitudes, i.e. management becomes very emotional and unpredictable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, where does such organizational culture come from? Well, we would have to refer to some professors, historians, social science specialists. Professor Hryniewicz says it results from old-style economy in terms of management, such as serfdom attitudes. Quote, the former lords, now managers, the former masters, now managers, they are aware that they can have full discretion of their decisions on the part of employees who used to be just regular farmers. Now they have to follow orders, and there is the need to follow detailed instructions at work. And Professor Hryniewicz has a thesis that a farm as a management style was taking place not only in the 19th century but also in the 20th century in Poland, and basically to this day in the 21st century too. He studied management in Poland, and he saw continuity of the old-fashioned farming attitudes and serfdom, because the most popular style of management is the authoritarian style and not democratic style that is very popular in the West. As for competition, well, I'm really angry with competition for many years because of my research in the music schools, because it's common knowledge, especially by teachers of music schools, that competition is pro-developmental. Unfortunately, they are not talking to their students because students think quite the contrary, and in the light of psychosocial research, the students would be correct, not the teachers. The theory of rivalry is that the unit or the group executes their objectives on the condition that the others don't, i.e. we have the win-lose relationship. In a rivalry, the parties are competitors, rivals, enemies, and the dispute is a zero-sum game. When someone wins, someone has to lose. The opposite of that is cooperation, i.e. collaboration with others when our own goals are reached only when others also reach their goals. And in this cooperation system, a dispute can be a win by both sides, the so-called win-win situation. It would be a good question to ask you whether people's nature is more towards rivalry or cooperation, but, well, you can find the answer at the bottom of this slide. It's a statement by a well-known evolutionary psychologist, i.e. In the process of evolution, people became social entities, just like dancers, because they needed other people to survive. Because it is only that with some degree of cooperation with others that a person can defend themselves against animals and other threats. So the optimist thing is that by nature we are prone to cooperate, to trust each other. And if you look at small children, they have a lot of fun, they cooperate until an adult comes and says that this child has to be better than that one. Then a problem appears.
Is competition advantageous or is it not?
Proszę Państwa, tak jak wspomniałam o nauczycielach,
as I mentioned, music school teachers, they are convinced that competition is of advantage. And it's not really so. I have a research of two renowned social psychology professors, Tyszka and Doliński, and they had a debate about the advantages and disadvantages of competition. The pros, when it comes to Professor Tyszka, they are on organization of the market services and services. When it comes to Professor Doliński, who mentioned disadvantages, they refer to the individual scope. Pay attention to some disadvantages. Competition is harmful to mental health because it increases anxiety, other signs of stress, and youth recommended competition have tendencies to depression, neuroticism, and are hostile towards others. And it's also dangerous to self-esteem, which we encounter very often. Competition causes lack of trust and hostility to others. In order to put those professors together, both of them are correct and right. Their arguments stem from different areas. For mental well-being of a human, competition is not good. It's not beneficial, but for production and for the market, it's very good. One of the researchers said competition brings out from the products what's best, but what's worst from the people. Competition is an invention of civilization. What happens in groups which are cooperation-oriented. Here we have the research results, cooperation results by Morton Deutsch. These are group features which contribute to well-being, also efficiency of the group. So cooperation tends to be more efficient than other forms. Yes, let me finish soon. A very important slide which shows the problems that we encounter as psychologists. These are the individual problems which stem from the factors I've mentioned earlier. Those individual problems are organized during individual sessions, during the psychotherapy sessions. And we have one more social aspect, which is a group aspect. It is lack of trust to others. Lack of trust to others. I do apologize for those changes on the slides.
Proszę Państwa, zaufanie do innych,
trust to others, cooperation are the basis for social trust and for social capital. Social capital, as you see, that includes all sorts of elements, including trust and cooperation. And when it comes to social capital, please bear in mind that when it comes to our country, social capital understood as trust and cooperation is at a very low level. It's 10% people who have trust for others. In comparison to Scandinavian countries, we lag behind when it comes. There's another dependency, happiness. The higher social trust, the higher level of life satisfaction. Scandinavian top, Poland is the very last. And another dependency I wanted to present to you is the one that the higher level of social capital, the higher GDP per capita. Therefore, not just the level of capital, of social capital is higher, we also have higher general well-being and the level of happiness and level of life quality. And at the end, this hyperbola, we would say, let's work and cooperate more, let's have more trust, and that's why we will have a higher social capital and at the same time we'll be happier and richer. Thank you.
Dzień dobry, ja będę czytać swoje wystąpienie.
Good morning. I'm going to read my presentation. I do apologize for reading.
Zacznę swoje wystąpienie od usytuowania się w kultury choreograficznej w Polsce.
Featuring in the choreography culture in Poland, it will help you understand what factors co-shaped my experience, professional experience, and approach my career as a unique and representative for a large group of independent choreographers. I am Alicja Czyczel. I identify as a woman. I am her and she. I will use feminitives, masculinative, and personal forms, neutral forms. I don't speak Polish language sign. I'm very happy that the Congress is translated into this language. Audio description of my image is with people who have sight insufficiency. My skin is pale, brown hair, rather long. I have patterned top with long sleeve. I have blue-black waves on my top and a long skirt with split along the leg, and I have red stalk leg color tights and white shoes. I'm a dancer, choreographer, educator, and I work in Poland on a commission basis since 2019, from the moment when I completed an MA in choreography in France. Such employment form does not provide me with health contributions and health leave or maternity leave. I work for projects and residences in open course, or if invited by curators from arts institutions, mainly visual arts institutions. I've undertaken cooperation with drama theatres, since no trade unions or national institutes for music and dance managed to develop minimal wages for the dancers or choreographers. I receive offers which are outrageously low and I need to negotiate them. I would like then act on professional artists and our activities and this procedure and regulate the social issues and social care issues for artists. In the face of lack of infrastructure, choreography infrastructure, as we heard yesterday, most of us can't find a full-time employment. Other work than flexible work is impossible. Our job requires that we travel a lot, which very often does not involve reimbursement for travel expenses. I don't have children, I have no dog, I don't look after anybody on a daily basis. When I speak to choreographers who are mothers or carers, shows that it's way more difficult for them to perform this job because being a carer means that we have to pay for somebody to care after our close ones when we go on a job which requires traveling. Many arts and educational institutions are still not ready to cooperate and consider the needs of artists who provide care. As per the words of Anna Weintuch, choreographer, I hope that the National Institute of Music and Dance will treat mother students and father students as subjects, not objects. It is time to dedicate some resources to them to make these chances equal and combat social exclusion. I am a person without a disability. I have normative body. I do not suffer from depression or any chronic illness. My ID allows me to cross the borders within the EU freely. I am a white-skinned colored person. The short description is to direct your attention to the category of privilege, which are closely related to it and often avoided the issue of responsibility. I would like us that during our Congress we think of performative arts as an ecosystem of independent units which at the very beginning of the education or even earlier at the recruitment stage we don't have equal opportunities for development, promotion, good wages and good working conditions, making ourselves aware of our own privileges and interwoven oppressions disturb our professional life. We can keep educating ourselves at anti-discrimination workshops. The responsibility lies with all of us. And to a higher extent, the cultural institutions and national government bodies, which should aim at combating unequal opportunities and discrimination. If we want to work for the choreography environment in Poland within its all complexity, we need to enhance the pro-differential attitudes and we need to make sure that workers' rights are observed, inclusivity is implemented and we have anti-discriminatory tools implemented. The performative art ecologization should not be just energy management, but the radical changes of practices and habits that our daily basis works. Daily recycling and energy-friendly lights are not enough. We need to look after the relationships that we create and cooperations of common goals and values. With reference to the Forum of Contemporary Art and the social campaign for inclusiveness in art, which is organized by British Council, which showed the artists Tatiana Choleba, Maja Kowalczyk, Dominika Kozłowska, Patryk Krause, Filip Pawlak and Katarzyna Żytlicka. I would like to add several notes from myself. I am a proponent for artists with a disability. I am an artist and I don't work for free. I am a dancer and I demand employing, in inverted commas, artists without agreements or offering too low rates. I am a choreographer and I don't start cooperation without specifying the conditions and without an agreement signed by both parties. I'm an artist and I keep educating within my rights and I require that they are observed. I share this knowledge with others. I am a choreographer and I build professional relationships with respect for borders and boundaries for those I cooperate with. I'm a feminist and I make sure that I don't abuse myself and others, and I encourage you to expand that list. Well-being of a unit is beneficial for others. Violence to yourself and a group destroys the victim, but also the entire circle, entire environment.
Pierwszy oddolny kongres tańca przeciwko przemocy odbył się 7 i 8
Dance Congress was in November 2021. It was organized by 3 people: Monika Błaszczak, Alka Naumann and Hanna Reszewska-Kurson.
Od kwietnia do października przy
From
organizacji
April
Dolnego
until
Kongresu współpracował z
October,
nimi Łukasz Wójcicki,
with the organization of the Congress with Łukasz Wójcicki involved and Magdalena Jóźwik, Dominika Kureczko and myself who were involved later on.
Dwudniowe dyskusje
The
panelowe
2-day of
obejmowały
panel
wiele wątków
discussions
związanych z
included lots
nierównościami
of
w tańcu
themes about inequality within dance and social aspects.
osoby
Within this short
organizatorskie
period of
i
time, the
osoby
organizers and
uczestniczące w Oddolnym
participants
Kongresie Tańca
at
zgromadziły
the
ogrom
Grassroots
wiedzy,
Dance Congress
którą można
gathered
wykorzystywać
plenty
i
of knowledge
wdrażać
which can
już
be
dziś.
used and implemented
Obserwacje i
today.
rozwiązania wnoszone przez
Observations and
wszystkie obecne
solutions
osoby
included by
zostały
all
opracowane po
people
kongresie
present
przez
were
Monikę
developed
Błaszczak,
after the
Alka
Congress by
Nauman i
Monika
Hannę
Błaszczak, Alka
Reszewską
Nauman, and
w formie podsumowania.
Hanka Naszewska
Dokument ten jest
by
dostępny do
way
pobrania
of
w
summary.
internecie
This
na profilu
document is
Facebook
available
Oddolny
at
Kongres Tańca.
Facebook Oddolny
Zachęcam
Kongres
Państwa
Tańca.
gorąco do zapoznania się z jego
I
treścią.
recommend that
Jest to
you
jeden z
read that,
najważniejszych
familiarize
dokumentów,
yourself with it.
jaki
It's one of the
udało
most
się
important
wypracować
documents we
polskiemu
managed to
środowisku
develop
tańca i
by
choreografii
the
w
Polish
ostatnich latach.
Society of Dance and Choreography
Coraz
within
częściej
recent
nazywa
years.
się przemoc
More
po
and more
imieniu i
frequently,
otwarcie o niej mówi w naszym
violence
Czy
and
wystarczająco
abuse is
często?
called by name. Does it
Co za
happen
tymi
often?
Czy za tymi rozmowami,
Whether those talks and debates
systemowe rozwiązania?
provide systemic solutions?
Moim zdaniem
In my
stoi przed
opinion,
nami ogrom pracy
we
na
are
rzecz
facing
sprawiedliwej
plenty of work
transformacji.
for just transition.
Od Hanny Reszewskiej
From
Kurscy
Hanna
zapożyczam termin
Raszewska-Kurska, I would take anti-abuse safety valves, which I would like to implant in choreography and dance. It seems to be an urgent need, an obligation.
Naszym zadaniem jest
Our
odmawiać
task
ekspozycji
is
sprawcom,
to
sprawczyniom przemocy oraz wdrażać
refuse
antyprzemocowe
exposition
programy
of
edukacyjne.
those who
Między innymi z
abuse
zakresu
and
kultury
implement
zgody.
anti-abuse
Ponadto należy zapewnić łatwy dostęp
acts. We
do
need to provide
profesjonalnej
easy
pomocy
access to
psychologicznej i
professional
wsparcia
psychologists,
terapeutycznego dla osób,
help
które
and
ofiarą
therapeutic
przemocy.
assistance for those who fell victims to
Oddolny impuls
abuse.
do zmiany jest czymś niezwykle
Grassroots
ważnym,
impulse for
ale nie
change,
wystarczy.
it's something
Potrzebne
important, but
jest
it's
wsparcie
insufficient. We
instytucji.
need support of institutions.
Edukujmy zatem władze publiczne
Let's
o ich odpowiedzialności.
let's
Dyskryminacja i różne formy
educate
nadużyć ze względu
institutions
na
and
płeć,
governmental bodies
wiek,
with
kolor skóry,
that there is discrimination with regards to the skin
orientację
colors,
seksualną,
gender,
tożsamość
sexual
płciową,
orientation,
status ekonomiczny,
sexual
istnieje
gender
w
identity,
polskim
social
tańcu
status
choreografii.
do exist in Polish country and
Doświadczamy
in Poland
wyzysku
and
niemal na
choreography.
każdym
We
kroku.
are abused on a daily basis.
Bycie choreografką i tancerką w Polsce w
Being a
2023
female
roku
choreographer and
wymaga
dancer in
wielkiego
Poland in
samozaparcia,
2023
uporu,
requires a lot of
konsekwencji i wiary
stubbornness,
w siebie. Czasem wystarczy
belief in
mieć
oneself, and a lot of
Dokument
strength.
podsumowujący
Sometimes we
pierwszy Oddolny Kongres Tańca w szczegółowy
do not have
i
enough of
wyczerpujący
that.
sposób przedstawia antyprzemocowe
The document
rekomendacje,
from the
rozwiązania
first
i
grassroots
pomysły,
dance presents
które
ideas
zostały
against
podczas
violence that
dzisiejszego
that would be impossible to
Chciałabym,
state
aby
and
wypracowana
discuss
przez tę inicjatywę
during
wiedza
this statement. I would like
stanowiła
this knowledge
drogowskaz
to
dla
be
naszego środowiska.
the pointer
Możemy
for
na pewno
our
skorzystać.
community, and we can all benefit from this.
Zacznijmy od bardzo prostych
Let's start
gestów.
with some very
Pytanie.
simple gestures
Jak każdy
and the
z nas
question:
może się wzmocnić?
how can
Po pierwsze,
every one of us
twórzmy
be
i szukajmy
empowered?
bezpiecznych
First,
przestrzeni do dzielenia
let's
się
create
swoimi
and find
doświadczeniami,
safe space for
słuchania
sharing
siebie
experiences and listening to one
Dla mnie
another.
osobiście taką
For
przestrzenią
me
jest
personally,
kolektyw
such
Przestrzeń
space
Wspólna.
is provided by the
Kilkanaście
Przestrzeń Wspólna
tancerek,
Collective that's
choreografek,
made up by
producentów,
more than a
kuratorek,
dozen
badaczek,
female researchers,
techniczek z
choreographers,
całej
dancers and critics from all
Bez
over
wiedzy i
Poland.
wrażliwości, które
Without
zdobyłam
the
dzięki
knowledge
tym
and
osobom,
sensitivity
nie
that
byłoby mnie
I
dzisiaj na kongresie.
have received from these persons, I wouldn't be sitting here today in front
Niezwykła
of you.
siła grup wsparcia polega na tym, że
The
wszyscy
strength
działają
of
o
support
nagrodzeniu
groups
samotności,
is that
poczuciu
they
społecznej
counteract the
alienacji
feeling of
oraz
social
pozwalają
alienation,
uwolnić
and they
trudne
let
emocje i
you
zmniejszyć napięcie.
make the difficult
Z
emotions
doświadczenia wiem,
released
że uświadamianie sobie, że
and
inne
to
osoby
reduce
tak samo
tension
jak
from
ja
experience.
doświadczają powtarzającej się
When you get to know
niesprawiedliwej,
that
systematycznej
other persons also
niesprawiedliwości,
experience
wzmacnia
injustice,
świadomość
common
wspólnego
injustice,
celu,
it
jakim
increases
jest
the
nasze bezpieczeństwo.
awareness of a joint
Poczucie przynależności do
objective, i.e.
wspólnoty daje
our
siłę
safety.
w momentach
The
bezsilności,
belonging
zwątpienia.
into a community provides you with strength
Jak możemy się
in the
wzajemnie
moments of
wspierać?
need. How can we support each other?
Możemy Mówmy sobie nawzajem, że siebie
Let's
za
tell
co siebie
each
cenimy.
other why we
Chwalmy się za
appreciate
sukcesy
one another.
oraz co równie
Let's
ważne, akceptujmy porażki
compliment
jako
each
część
other
procesu
for
twórczego
success, and let's
i
accept
wynośmy
failures as a
cenne
part
lekcje.
of the creative process, and let's
Doceniajmy i celebrujmy
learn our
naszą
lessons from them.
różnorodność.
Let's celebrate our diversity.
Uczmy się narzędzi
Let's
feedbacku,
learn the
czyli
feedback
dawania
tools,
wzmacniających
i.e.
informacji zwrotnych.
providing supportive feedback.
Jeśli czujemy, że otaczające nas
If
środowisko
we
tańca
feel that
choreografii jest
the
podzielone,
dance and
a
choreography
wyrażenie
community is divided, and it can so happen,
zrzeszajmy się w stowarzyszeniach,
let's
związkach
cooperate,
zawodowych,
let's start
sojusze i
associations,
działania na rzecz
alliances,
integracji.
and undertake
Dbanie
grassroots
przy tym o to, by
activities
się nie
for
wypalić.
integration purposes, and let's
Pamiętajmy,
avoid
że każdy
burnout.
z nas ma ograniczone
Let's remember that
zasoby.
every one of us
Brak
has
czułości
limited
i ignorowanie
resources,
swoich
and
potrzeb prędzej
ignoring
czy
your
później
needs
sprawi, że nie
will
będziemy w
sooner
stanie
or
działać i
later
pomagać
lead
innym.
to a situation where you
Istnieje
will not
ryzyko,
be
że
able
zabraknie
to
nam
help
energii, chęci
others.
i motywacji.
There is a risk that you will
Dlatego
just
wdrażajmy antywypaleniową
deplete
profilaktykę
motivation. So
na
let's introduce
indywidualnym i wspólnotowym poziomie.
anti-burnout prophylactic
Zwolnijmy.
activities. Let's slow down.
Słuchajmy sygnałów płynących z ciała.
Let's listen to what our body is
Wysypiajmy
telling
się.
us. Let's get enough sleep.
Pamiętajmy o spędzaniu czasu z
Let's
ważnymi dla
remember
nas osobami.
to spend our time
Uczmy się
with
asertywnej
the people who
komunikacji
are
i
important
ustalenia
for
granic.
us. Let's learn assertive communication
Działania
and
wytchnieniowe
setting
i
our
regeneratywne
boundaries.
kultury
The
współpracy
regenerative activities of the cooperation culture
balans pomiędzy
will
życiem prywatnym i zawodowym.
place emphasis on rest
Implementowanie
and
jest
the
konieczne
work-life
w obliczu
balance.
powolnego
Their
wychodzenia z
implementation
koszmaru
is
pandemii
necessary
koronawirusa
in the age
oraz
of
nieustającego osłabienia i
getting
szoku
out of the
wynikającego
coronavirus
z życia w obliczu
pandemic and
rosyjskiej
shock
inwazji na Ukrainę
in
oraz
the light of the
kryzysu
Russian
humanitarnego
invasion
na
against Ukraine and the
polsko-białoruskiej granicy.
humanitarian crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border.
Choreografia jest autonomiczną dziedziną
Choreography
sztuki.
is an autonomous
Polsce, w przeciwieństwie do innych
area
narodów
of art in Poland.
europejskich, nie
Unlike
posiada
in other countries of the European Union, it does not have an institutional,
infrastrukturalnego
infrastructural or academic environment that would provide it with a decent and sustainable development. It follows from publications of Professor Dorota Ilczuk and the research teams cooperating with her. It is clear that in Poland we have a precarious attitude to dance and choreography professions, and let's remember there are almost 2,400 of us. It's a small group of employees. I'm not going to tell you the average net salaries in the dance sector, because these are very sad numbers. We represent different places. Solidarity that provides diversity for different points of view and voices, but well, we will not do much if we act on our own and for our own account only. During the Congress, let's continue conversations aimed at developing dialogue based on empathy, the feeling of having power. It is a long-term investment that to look after oneself, to support each other, and to listen above distinctions in the name of emancipation of choreography and dance. Thank you.
teraz ja na to wszystko mam jeszcze
And now I am supposed to tell you about mobbing and other relationships that take place in the dance community. Well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that's my role today.
To nie jest dobrze. Nie jest dobrze.
The situation is not good, not only in the artists community, dance community.
Powiem Państwu, że na co dzień nie zajmuję się.
Let me tell you that on a daily basis I do not deal with artists, I deal with various kinds of clients from different walks of life. But for about 8 months, I have been experiencing in my work an inflow of different groups of artists
się z coraz poważniejszymi
And
problemami.
people have more and more serious trouble, such as experiencing mobbing behaviors. Why am I calling them mobbing behaviors? Because not every behavior is an example of mobbing. Discriminatory behaviors,
Właśnie kwestią wyzysku, kwestią pracy.
the issues related to work, exploitation. I arrived from Gdańsk yesterday, but here when I heard different conversations between people, yourselves, well, I was terrified. Today at breakfast I heard some people and they said that the remuneration of artists is decreasing year by year radically, and the rates that are suggested to artists are lower than people working in a store. So, best case scenario is that people want us to work for free. Who am I? I am a lawyer. I've been handling mobbing since 2004, i.e. the moment when these regulations were introduced in the Polish legal system. Right now, it's a very intensive period of my life because I have a deadline to submit my PhD thesis until the end of March. It will be about the legal character of the employer with regards to counteracting mobbing. This is the obligation of every employer in Poland, but we all know what it really looks like. Employers say, I don't have to counteract, because in my workplace there is no mobbing, but it's going to follow from my PhD thesis that the situation is completely different. What's mobbing? What are the characteristics of mobbing? Let's compare mobbing and other behaviors, employees' rights, well, artists employed on a different than employment relationship, how to avoid mobbing. These are the subjects I'm going to cover. So, ladies and gentlemen, the lawmakers, when they introduced the term mobbing in the Polish legal system, they assumed that mobbing concerns only people employed on the basis of employment contracts. At the same time, the Labor Code, in Article 2, it includes regulations that employing people on other grounds than an employment contract on the conditions similar to employment contract is prohibited. So, if your employment conditions meet the premises of an employment contract, while you are only employed on the basis of a civil law contract, that is prohibited. So, if a situation like that takes place, you have to request that your employment relationship be determined, and only then with regards to mobbing, because the definition of mobbing is that it only concerns activities against an employee consisting in permanent and long-term harassment, resulting in their reduced self-confidence, isolating the employee or eliminating the employee from the team of colleagues. This is the definition from the Labor Code. For mobbing to take place, all these premises have to be met jointly. I've been reading this definition for 20 years and I don't know it by heart. So, well, I realize how difficult it is to prove mobbing and to meet all these premises. Still, ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't say that it is difficult to prove mobbing. I would rather say that if you actually experience mobbing, then you will be able to experience it. But it doesn't always mean that you have to stick to mobbing. There are some other things similar to mobbing, and they are easier to prove.
Ta definicja jest skorelowana na skutki.
Ona
emphasizes
effects.
Wywołuje skutki, jak bardzo jest to negatywne zjawisko.
to what
Ważna
degree
jest
it
przede
is
wszystkim
negative.
niestosowność
What is
prezentowanych
important
zachowań.
is the
Ponieważ działania
impropriety of the
prewencyjne ze
behaviors,
strony
because
pracodawcy
preventive
mają nie dopuścić
activities
do wystąpienia
from the employer are aimed at preventing
czyli już ta
negative
konstrukcja tego przepisu
effects. So the
mówi
structure
właśnie
of
o
this
tym
regulation mentions prevention.
Przejawem mobbingu, drodzy Państwo, będzie
sign of
zawsze
mobbing
każde powtarzalne
is
zachowanie i
any
długotrwałe
repetitive
zachowanie,
behavior and
którego
long-lasting
skutkiem jest
behavior resulting in harm to
Co
someone
to jest,
else.
powiedzmy, takie typy zachowań,
What are the types of behaviors where mobbing
Przede wszystkim, drodzy
appears?
Państwo, musi
So
być
first of
to
all, ladies and gentlemen,
zlepek. Tak? Ja mówię
this
o
has
tym,
to
że
be
mobbing
a
to jest
combination.
proces. To nie jest
Mobbing is a
jednostkowa
process.
sytuacja.
It
Mimo
is
tego, że
not
się z takimi spotykam, tak? W
unit.
swojej karierze taką
It's not an
najbardziej,
individual
powiedzmy,
situation.
sytuacją,
The most spectacular
to była
situation in
taka,
my
że
career was where
siedziba stowarzyszenia mieściła się
the headquarters of an
w
association
centrum
was placed
miasta,
in the city
gdzie
center,
jak gdyby poniżej na ulicy jeździł tramwaj.
where
Nagle
a
się zrobił
tram
straszny
was
harmider
going here and there,
ulicy.
and there was a lot of
Patrzyłem
noise
przez
on the
okno,
street. We were looking
a tam
out the window, and
tramwaj stanął,
the tram
jak gdyby odjechał z przystanku, stanął
left
na
from
środku
the stop
ulicy,
and stood on in the middle of the street, blocking the street for cars, and suddenly the doors open. Someone enters our building and he says, "Can I report mobbing here?" We say yes. All right. So I came to report mobbing because my boss just yelled at me. He started an argument. All right, but do you have any association with the tram in the street? He said, yes, but I was so fucking angry that I had to stop my tram and come here. All right, I said, all right, in a moment we will have to help you with disciplinary action. He said, it doesn't matter, I want to report mobbing. So, ladies and gentlemen, even the worst argument or row is not an example of mobbing. Mobbing is a process. It's a continuous process where one person becomes the victim of mobbing and is receiving bad attitude for anything. For example, there was one person who was a victim to mobbing. He was, and that person was blamed that their boss's car door got frozen. So, an individual employee, if this is a group, it is then not mobbing. It is then management pathology, long-lasting and systematic systematization, a number of behaviors, harassing, humiliating. This is so harassment or intimidation is not an example of mobbing. Mobbing is the process called in Article 93.3.2. So the objective of mobbing is always to eliminate someone from the team or from the labor market, not from the given workplace, but to eliminate the given person from basically from life itself. And trust me, a typical case of mobbing actually results in that. On my blog, mobbingwmiejscupracy.pl, you can read about one spectacular case that I won 2 years ago. The lady that experienced mobbing and whose case I won despite the court of the first instance not liking my case, she had to change her address because wherever she was going, she would know that she was victim to mobbing. As of now, even though she was a psychologist, now today she still has to go to therapy. So mobbing always strikes the dignity of an individual. Even during the Second World War, the issue of dignity, even though it means something different for each and one of us, mobbing attacks dignity. It attacks our humanity. The effects are health-related, dismissal at work, and other issues.
profesor
This is
taki wykres,
a chart
który mówi o
that
tym,
I prefer.
tak
I
naprawdę,
have
jaki
prepared
jest
with
ten obowiązek
my
przeciwdziałania mobbingowi. Zwróćcie
a
Państwo
colleague of
uwagę, że
mine.
mobbing jest jądrem tego.
Look,
I teraz, jeżeli
please
my
note that
mówimy o
mobbing is in the middle,
to
and
my
when we
mówimy
talk
o
about
czymś, co
mobbing,
jest na
we
końcu.
talk about something that's at the very
Co to
end.
oznacza? Że
What does it
zobaczcie
mean?
Państwo, jak wiele...
Well, look,
Co mam nacisnąć, żeby tutaj...
look all the layers here.
wyświetlić? Tu.
What shall I do
Zobaczcie
to
Państwo, jak
make
wiele
this pointer
rzeczy
work?
pracodawca
Look
musi
at how many
zaniedbać,
things have to be
żeby wystąpił mobbing. Musi
neglected by the
nie reagować na
employer
stres i
for
dyskomfort
mobbing
w
to
pracy.
appear. So
Musi nie
if the
reagować
employer
na
does not react to
konfliktowość
conflict
pracy.
or stress at
Musi
work,
nie reagować na
if they
naruszenie
don't
zasad
react
spożycia
to
społecznego,
violation of
gdzie do,
social
proszę Państwa,
coexistence
do naruszenia
principles,
zasad spożycia społecznego też zaliczamy kwestię wyzysku.
that includes
Tak?
exploitation,
Dyskryminacja w miejscu pracy,
discrimination in the
molestowanie, w tym
workplace,
molestowanie
molestation,
seksualne.
including sexual molestation. All right.
Musi zaniedbać złą
If
organizację
the
pracy,
employer
naruszanie
violates
zasad
proper
bezpieczeństwa i
work
higieny pracy.
organization and health and safety at
zaniedbać
work,
naruszanie
if
godności.
they neglect
Stalking,
dignity,
czyli uporczywe nękanie.
if they
Stalking, czyli w tej chwili nowość, drodzy
if they
Państwo, czyli ten mobbing
resort to
gdzie
stalking,
osobą pokrzywdzoną
i.e. that's
mobbingiem
the
staje się kierownik przełożony.
it's where the person that is the victim
wam dam
to
mobbing,
mobbing is
Wy się nauczcie
is
najpierw,
your
jak
superior.
przyzwoicie
Here
molestować.
in this picture we can see,
O czym to świadczy,
forget
drodzy
about
Państwo?
mobbing,
O tym, że temat
you
mobbingu
have to first
ciągle
learn
jest
how to molest.
bagatelizowany.
So this shows that
Ciągle
the
jest,
issue of mobbing is
podchodzi
being
się do niego bardzo, bardzo humorystycznie. Jaki
is
mobbing
being,
normalny opierdol?
underestimated.
Szefa swego możesz mieć gorszego. Owszem,
in different
mobbingu
cartoons
występuje
and
bardzo dużo
jokes.
subiektywizmu.
Naturally, in
Bardzo często
mobbing can be
mamy do
very
czynienia z
subjective,
mobbingiem
very
urojonym.
often.
Tak? Ale
We can
też
have
mobbing,
just
drodzy
imaginary
Państwo, to nie
mobbing, but
dyskryminacja.
still, mobbing is not the same as
Mam
discrimination.
nadzieję, że ta
I
prezentacja
hope
gdzieś
that
tam jest, będzie
this
dostępna dla
presentation is
Państwa.
going to be
Więc
available to all of
wszystko, że
you.
tak powiem, wszystko jest. Molestowanie seksualne
Sexual
to te
molestation,
zachowania, które
well,
naruszają
that's
Państwa
the
godność.
behaviors that
Ale teraz, drodzy
affect
Państwo,
your
co
dignity.
mamy do czynienia?
But
Z czym
let's
mamy do
remember,
czynienia? Osoby nie będące
a
pracownikami
person who is not an
teoretycznie
employee,
zostały
in
pozbawione
theory, were
uprawnienia, jakim
deprived
jest ochrona
of
przed
the
mobbingiem.
protection from mobbing.
Mam nadzieję, drodzy Państwo, pochwalę
I
się, ale mam
hope, let
nadzieję,
me
że na
boast,
skutek mojego
but I
doktoratu
hope
to
that
się
as a result
zmieni.
of my PhD
Ponieważ
it's going to
jeżeli
change,
przyjmiemy
because if
to,
we,
jak gdyby do czego zmierzam, tak? Jak gdyby jaka będzie moja główna
if
teza
this
tego
is my,
doktoratu,
the main thesis
to,
of
że
my PhD
pracodawca
is that
jest obowiązany
the
przeciwdziałać mobbingowi
employer
nie
is
tylko we stosunku
obliged to
w stosunku do
counteract
pracowników,
mobbing not only
ale
with regards to
wzorem
their employees,
konwencji
but also on the
międzynarodowych,
basis of international
między innymi,
conventions,
powiedzmy, która nie jest do tej pory ratyfikowana
among
Międzynarodowej
others,
Organizacji Pracy numer 190.
the 190 Convention of the National Labour Organization, the employer will be obliged to protect all the persons who work for them regardless of the basis. But usually we have the
Artykuł 23-24 Kodeksu
the
Cywilnego
personal interests
określają,
protection, personal rights
tak, jakby
protection.
dobra
The
osobiste,
articles
między
23
innymi
and
właśnie
24 of the Civil
dobre
Code
imię,
specify
cześć,
what dignity
nietykalność
is
osobistą. To są te przesłanki,
and
które w tym
all
momencie
other
mogą być
premises
chronione
that can be
w przypadku
protected
doświadczania zachowań mobbingowych. Tak, czyli tutaj też,
against
ponieważ
mobbing.
obliguje właśnie kodeks
because these are
pracy.
the obligatory provisions of the
Jeżeli
labor code.
rzeczywiście
Well,
doświadczamy
criminal liability
niepożądanych
if
zachowań,
we
to
experience
też mamy kilka
adverse
artykułów, które
behaviors.
są
There are several
właśnie
articles we
dotyczące
can
tego,
refer to.
tych zachowań. Jak uniknąć?
How to avoid
Zwracamy
mobbing?
uwagę, drodzy Państwo,
Well,
na
pay
pierwsze
attention
symptomy.
to the very first symptoms of
Jasno
mobbing.
stawiać granice i być
Set
konsekwentnym.
the borderlines,
Przestrzegać przepisów i,
follow
drodzy Państwo,
follow the
znać
rules
przepisy
and know the rules,
dotyczące
know
państwa
the
branży,
regulations
państwa pracy.
in your
Ja
sector,
wiem, że
in your
podpisując jakąkolwiek
work.
umowę,
I know that when
doświadczamy na
signing an
końcu,
agreement,
zapoznałem
we
się, że tak powiem,
write at the very end that, oh, I have become familiar with
zapoznałem się z kodeksem pracy,
the labor
zapoznałem się
code, all the
z innymi
documents,
rzeczami,
other
ale tak
regulations,
naprawdę
but in fact,
w górę,
put your hands up if you've really read
zgłaszać
those.
o nieprawidłowościach,
So,
drodzy Państwo, mobbing
what
bazuje
you have to
na
do is
milczeniu.
report
Zawsze się pytam, czy ktoś
problems.
wie o tym, czego
I
Państwo
always
doświadczacie.
ask, does someone
No
know
nie,
what you're
bo
experiencing?
koleżanka
Oh, well,
powiedziała do
no,
mnie,
because
wiesz, ja nie
my
będę
colleague
świadczyć, ja nie
said,
będę
oh,
tobie
I'm not
pomagać,
going to be a
bo mam
witness, I'm not
kredyt
going to
albo
help
małe
you
dzieci.
because I have a credit or
Ale,
I have
drodzy
small
Państwo,
children.
jest
But,
takie
ladies and
małżeństwo,
gentlemen,
Ruth i James
there is a
Namey,
Ruth and James Namey, it's a couple,
amerykańskich właśnie psychologów, którzy się zajmują
American
właśnie mobbingiem. I oni
psychologists,
mówią
they
jedno, zakład pracy,
deal
który
with
raz
mobbing,
doświadczą mobbingu,
and they say one thing.
trzeba przejechać, zajechać buldożerami.
If there is a case of mobbing in the given workplace, you have to eliminate this workplace because mobbing will reappear. So I've run out of time. This presentation is for you. I am at your disposal, and I hope that we will not have to meet with regard to mobbing, but you can follow the recommendations that I have just presented. Thank you very much.
Dzień dobry, nazywam się Ryszard Kalinowski.
My name is Ryszard Kalinowski. Good morning.
To są bardzo poważne rzeczy.
These are very serious issues.
Muszę poprzerwać
I
swoje
regret
wystąpienie.
I need to break it up with my presentation. Although I think what I've got to say might be interesting, I wanted to suggest,
Chciałbym wypowiedzieć kilka rzeczy,
or maybe I wanted to address several aspects from the perspective,
nie w związku z mobbingiem.
not with regards to mobbing, I hope.
Sporo tych slajdów było.
There have been plenty of slides.
Z perspektywy osoby,
From the
która
perspective of a person,
troszkę jakby inaczej umówiliśmy się właśnie, żeby pokazać też perspektywę osoby w inny sposób niż pani Alicja, czy
differently
osoby, która gdzieś
than
ciągle jest w
Alicia,
jakiejś
or somebody
relacji, w
who is
jakiejś
in a relationship,
grupie, w zespole.
in a group, on a team,
Wydaje mi się,
because it seems I have this thesis for my presentation. Dance is the relationship based on interpersonal relationship. We always have audience, rivals, students, teachers, creators. We deal with the world either on our own or we create structures and communities supporting relationships with others. It seems to me that since we are together as a group, as a community, we can do more, we can be more efficient, and we can create a better reality for dance. Yesterday, we had beautiful examples of structures where it is easier to be the creator, a dance person. Before we entered those, I kept being on a team and a group before. It was like a sports football team at Lublin Technical University dance team and a dance forum, expert team, NIMIT, program council, and the CK curators group. This perspective has with regards to the group and relationships to others, this keeps following me because it is a great cost, as you can imagine, especially those of you who function within those structures of ZASP, ZAIX and trade unions. You know, what is it for at all? We could say that this is a form of masochism, but well, no, I think it is great sense of trust and belief, as Małgorzata Chmurzyńska was saying, trust that cooperation is something that unites us, builds, and competition is good to improve the product, and cooperation is something that people need. Thank you for this thought, because she just worded what has been close to my heart. First of all, we decided we'll talk about the difficult things, about the dark sides, and then we'll try to discuss the good parts, some panacea to the difficulties. I'd like to focus on the competition, the rivalry that we've heard about, and the dark sides. I've paid attention to two things, or two areas in competition within which we function. As dancers, we function in this world of dance, of this antagonistic relationship as you know it very well. Theater, dance, music. There is even this phenomenon, which I've nicknamed E-dance. It's not E-dance, but A or I dance. You know, like and dance and music. So this is all combined. It is not, you know, about getting upset and decide that we are so unhappy about that, because it seems kind of natural. We adopt it, others view it in a similar way. That was the case in the instance of Music and Dance Institute. We wanted to push things forward. We wanted to do something. So we accepted the situation that there was Institute of Music and Dance, although there was some votes to try and do it the other way around. To name it the other way around, but well, you know, this relationship is something that shapes us. Please pay attention, like among other disciples. So yesterday we also spoke, Kaja Kodziejczyk pinpointed it, that choreographers very often are in a relationship to those films and shows. They are very often abandoned, or they are treated differently than other members of the team or an undertaking. Maybe this is, you know, a fate. Maybe it stems from historical, systemic conditions that at the basis. There's always been something more important to be implemented in the social life, in the life of the state, of a nation, and every single person. Issues related to culture were slightly further away, and even further among the multitude of those activities and needs, dance in relationship to it was at the further position. It seems that even in a human, like an average person, there is this thinking that dance is not a serious thing, or everybody deals with dance, so why should we deal with it in a particular way? So there was like an internal paradox and contradiction. So it's hard to combat it. Especially so, let me indicate another sphere of rivalry. I called it a cannibalistic one. This is the rivalry within the environment, because all of it that I've mentioned here before and what we could discuss in further detail, this rivalry between individual sectors and branches where dance participates in their cultural life, there is this internal rivalry which additionally destroys us, I feel, because I've observed that on a very low levels as well, within my region, among people of the world of dance, when they compete for, like, with regards to the insufficient infrastructure, to have like dance lessons to be able to stand up on stage. You spoke about the rivalry and competition. That's what I call it. I call it rivalry, but you didn't. Within the cultural institutions and operas or music theaters, this is a great problem, because the idea, the objective goes amiss, and the daily routine, this fight for survival, destroys us. And there are closed down castles of your own style, of your own approach, attitude. Now we know though as contemporary, classical, street, folk, all separate, and very often we have, and let's try and do it in all our presentations and relationships, So we could use the institutionally independent, use it as little as possible, and treat each other as one community, as a whole. Although it's hard to depart from the reality. There are those who are independent and those who work for institutions, but it is not to give each other a label. We spoke about hierarchy, and it seems that it makes us tired, it exhausts us. This is the part of the cannibalistic and relationship within the environment, where we want to fight for the better and put them higher up in the hierarchy and build this strong, unhealthy structure, although you know, necessarily those institutions are built on hierarchy. Maybe it's the issue on how those hierarchies are executed. I would like to say that I had this idea that we are sort of at fault ourselves. I do apologize for that. Excuse me. When we think whether we perform art, entertainment, whether we are part of some social activity or some physical activity, maybe it does not necessarily is something that we find building up when we, you know, point fingers at others. Let's, you know, like I deal with art, let's not talk about physical activity. I say that not things like unnecessary. This is not the place or the times where they should come out and be in the limelight. Well, with all due respect, and maybe a guest, you know, should not address the host that, you know, I owe so much to. But let me put my little contribution when it comes to the relationship. With regards to the relationship, I'm going to indicate the one problem with regards to the limits. This also stemmed from a survey which we ran before the Congress. One of the questions asked, how do you assess the operations of the National Institute of Dance and Music within dance area? And the second indication, the research center indicated the two most frequent answer is finances, that finances are the most important and we should try and get more. But the second indication was lack of communication with the environment, lack of dialogue, that its voice should be, its opinion should be considered. It's a very important thing. If it was indicated in such a research study, I'd like to mention that. Well, there are good things. There are plenty of good things. You know there are. Let me just indicate just a few that you are well aware of. But, you know, maybe it's worth mentioning them again, especially within the relationship context. We very rarely speak about the folk dance. I find it close sentimentally, not professionally, because incredible relationships, intergenerational relationships form communities, especially in small communities, which is based on relationships. It is amazing. These typical elements for folk dance, maybe also for smaller communities, social communities. So these are fantastic elements, and they are happening through dance, or thanks to dance. Musical tradition, but also dance tradition is preserved. I would like to mention it because sometimes the folk dance goes amiss. I'd like to indicate how community creating dance is when the street dance do it, or Vogue cultures, or raves. These are amazing things which happen among the people of dance, which are created because of dance and through dance. It's wonderful that you see what wonderful things happening at jam sessions. If you decide to, organize jam, and you create the potential to participate in it, amazing things happen in it, in dance, through dance. I think that music was just example, and I'm very happy about it. Yeah, let's keep jamming. It is a good form, and I'd like to mention how open dance is to other works of art. You create incredible projects and shows. You know that we are open, we encourage, and we want to cooperate with others. It's incredible. Sometimes even the boundaries go vague. Whether is it still dance, or, what actually dance is. So I'd like to give you two more examples, like fantastic examples, which are typical and specific, which involve creating good relationships. The first one is the Forum of the Environment and Circles of Dance Arts, which was established as a platform for swapping the ideas, discussions, different to other associations. It was not about getting funds or hardcore activities, but adding a thought, a point of view which we need regardless of the profession we're involved in, or how we're related to the world of dance. I would like to encourage you to take a look at this site, because there are plenty of things on history and on the contemporary time, and this is still a living dialogue platform and forming the relationships.
All right, I'm not going to take too much more time. And the second great example is the art zones. I apologize if you're fed up with this subject, but what I want to emphasize is the relationships. I'd like to point out one aspect. There is an informal group that came together with a very formal group, a hierarchy-based group, the ministry, and all the rules were broken that you could imagine, i.e. not letters, not emails, not correspondence, not the BIP system, not the public response procedure. But at a certain time, this relationship became very personal, very specific. And I'm very grateful not to those institutions, but to those people, but rather to Professor Gliński, the Minister of Culture, Director Komar-Morawska and Aleksandra Dziurosz, the Indie Theatre Institute with Director Elżbieta Wodrowska and Elżbieta Majewska, because we've developed a relationship which should be followed, should be copied, really. So a tool in the form of structures, hierarchy, positions, public offices is different from a personal relationship or cooperation where amazing things can take place. And this is what I wanted to note. My recommendations, all right, because I would like them to be very specific. Oh, it's a sign. I want them to be very specific and very feasible, not only to be good pieces of advice, dreams, but I want them to be very practical and aimed at improving relationships. Thank you. Please, thank you very much for this question. We will go back to you two questions later on. I'm asking the speakers to follow the time restrictions of 15 minutes for each, because if we don't, we will not have enough time for discussion at the very end. So please make sure that we stick to time limitations. We have a 1.5 minute delay. let's try to reduce it. Marek Ludwisiak, a dance a choreographer, a dance teacher, director of the Łódź Dance Theater. I was given a mission by my boss, Witek, who is here with us today, to discuss many problems that we have as an association. I chose two out of those that he suggested, the two problems that I feel are most important. First, I called it saving the capital of young dancers in Poland. It is a very broad problem. I think it was discussed yesterday with directors of ballet schools. It is a problem that's quite paradoxical in Poland. When I was on my way here, I had a dream that this would be a great celebration of dance for everyone, for our entire community, and that everyone would bring not only their problems, but also some solutions. And I am a bit disappointed after today, because most of the speakers and audience members only brought information on what the problems are and not how to solve them. I think it's more difficult for us as a community, and I'm disappointed with how many people we have at this Congress. Especially the ballet and classical dance institutional theaters. I would like to have more representatives of that area. For example, all the managers and directors of ballet schools. Why don't we have all directors of that kind of schools? I hope they are listening to us, but it would be nice to meet them, face to face during this event. This is, I think, the only opportunity in Poland where some ideas can be exchanged, So I only have 15 minutes. Naturally, everyone took too much time, but what I need is discussion. That I think there is very little time for discussion with the audience. So I'll try to speak quickly. So first, losing our young dancers, especially graduates of ballet schools, who, after graduating from the school, they collapse into a gap. The problem of absence of natural rotation, because we don't have professional pensions, so the lack of rotation results in the absence of vacancies of jobs for young artists. This is a problem that I face very often. So we have some theater managers here. So I have an idea. As an association, there is an idea to start the so-called halvesies or halves, i.e. the first contracts, as let's call them internship contracts. In Germany there are a lot of similar solutions. I worked a lot in German theaters, and there they split one or two contracts in halves, and they provide opportunities to the most talented artists to do the first scene-based practical experiences or internships, because to audition without any theater practice would be very difficult, and most theaters, most foreign groups is expecting dancers not to audition straight from school. And my dream is that it be entered in the regulations of theaters. We have directors here, and so it's a very serious issue, I believe. Because the people who audition all over Poland, sometimes abroad, they are aged 19 or 20. They don't have language experience, they don't have audition experience. They are very disappointed. because after 9 years of hard work and getting a diploma, they don't stand a chance to succeed, to even try. And when they then go on to study, to work, they leave the dance profession, and paradoxically, when I need some dancers for a premiere, I know hundreds of them or tens of them, but none of them can dance for me. And it is an issue. These are non-active dancers. And the second request that I have is the possibility to take lessons, practice lessons for people who are not bound by contracts in theaters. So it is also a request to theaters, to community centers, ballet groups who have the infrastructure, who have the space. Such lessons would take place on a daily basis. And maybe they should invite, encourage, try to keep these people within the system, because 2 or 3 years later, they will not come back. Then we have a generational gap. So it's a good idea to invite people from abroad. That's a good idea, and that's a good practice from many countries. So it's not a problem to. It's not anything bad. It's nothing bad to promote Polish artists in Poland. Maybe it's not popular in Poland, but you know, I think that's what's expected by young artists. They are in a sort of a vacuum, and when I meet them, they say they would gladly come back to this profession, but where are they supposed to prepare for the audition? Because to audition for a large group where there are 100 people who need to compete after 3 years of no practice, that would be suicide, you know. So it is a very serious request concerning our community, concerning the generations within our community. The problem is becoming bigger and bigger. The second subject that I'd like to address is more complicated. In our opinion, there is the need to search for new standards for organizing competitions for managers and directors of ballet groups and opera theaters. It's a serious problem for the community. It's related to the generations, to generations rotation, because young people do not have experience and they are thinking differently. We have some good standards from other countries that we can adapt to Poland, not copy but adapt. And what's been happening over the last 2 or 3 years, 2 or 3 seasons, during competition, contests, whatever you call them, in the Polish cultural institutions, especially the 5 or 6 large opera theaters, these are incorrect phenomena. I don't want to offend anyone, that's why I'm putting it mildly. I don't want to be too blunt, but this is the point of view of dancers. If you have a cultural institution, a ballet group, the planning of repertoire, well, it should take place at least 1 year in advance. That would be smart. That's what happens abroad. 1 year in advance. And while managers, there are 3 different managers over a period of 2 years, then it complicates the entire situation for the theater, for dancers, for planning team activities, for creating repertoire. it's too hectic. So here we have a different opinions, me and my boss from OZAD, because I believe that we should follow the foreign model that the managers of ballet groups should be creators, not supervisors, like Mr. Bondara said, not supervisors, but creators. Because when they are just supervisors, they don't really care about the given group, the repertoire, because they will not sign their names next to the name of the premier. But if I look for dancers for the given repertoire, when I do choreography, and I care because this is my show, then I go to the festival for a tourney with my show. This is a dream in Poland. So we the career of a ballet manager starts with their appointment or electing them, and these standards are highly disturbed. The criteria are really unclear. So we participate in competitions, and we have the impression that there are too many discrepancies, too many irregularities. It is a serious problem that they say that the best person wins in a competition, and if there is no competition, then just friends of friends will win. Those who have friends. This is the rule in competition, and over the recent years this problem has been exacerbated. I don't want to take too long. I'm just going to end there. From my point of view, we need more dialogue, less complaining, more work for the community, more community spirit. Something we forgot, like the previous speaker said. Let's not split our group into smaller ones. Let's consolidate. Whatever is your background, whatever infrastructure you have. I've started working in an NGO, and the difference between a meeting or a conference of our community and those of NGO is that someone brings something to the table, something they want to share. They have some ideas and what to do together to improve the situation, while in our community we would rather have a dispute argument than reach an understanding. All right, so that's my point of view. Thank you very much.
Prosimy o pilot. Dziękuję bardzo.
Halo? Już jestem. Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning. I am very honored to sit as a panelist by the Association of Artists of Polish Stages, ZASP. I'm very happy I'm at this third dance congress. I view these events as very important, which have this strength, which can improve our world of dance in Poland. Let me start with a short piece of info related to my preparation for this panel. I ran a survey among the members of ZASP Association, of the dance and ballet section, and even though finally not many people decided to participate in the survey, although it was anonymous in all respects, the range of people participating in it gives us some ideas, because the dance and ballet section are developing and changing. There are dancers from all sorts of dancing techniques, not just the classical one, as there is this pervasive thought. I am related to the Spanish dance technique, which shows the openness of our section. What's very important, we've also opened up to the dance critics. It's very important, and they also participated in the survey. So let me go through to the survey, and slide 1 shows 3 graphs which show the dominating number of participants. So mainly there were people related to the technique other than classical, and there were people who are professionally active. More information, of course, in the graphs. The first question was of a general nature. How do you assess the situation of dance in Poland in general? And the answers, as in other, there was 5 stages: very good, good, okay, bad, very bad, and there was the pervasive answer was the answer correct, right, okay. What would require most improvement? It's mutual respect, more cooperation and support. So these are the opinion of those who participated in the survey, and those people represent many generations, people who had already finished the professional operations and those who are still professionally active. The next slide shows 3 more graphs which show the answers to detailed questions. And here I asked people to refer to the groups that they know best. So it's not the imagination, but the experience. How do you assess the relationship in educational facilities, the relationships at teams, theaters, depending on what relationship is, and relationships that of the facility I am related to and other facilities within the dance environment. The best score was the relationship group to group. I didn't expect that initially, because initially this relationship had poorer results, but as the surveys were coming in, so this came up first. And the group that I work with and other cooperation with other groups was at the top level, 12% good and 43 good. So the poorest, and it is repeated, the poorest result was relationship at educational facilities. What was indicated was the obsolete system and stagnation of overuse of power, insufficient number of young generation teachers, insufficient number of teachers with stage experience. It's not my contribution. I didn't take part in my survey. The average result was relationship within teams and dance theaters. So it's internal relationship, and there was information that those relationships are improving. So that was a general, maybe not so much within education, but the general result is that the relationships are improving, and there is a thought that environment involvement causes those changes, that when we act, we contribute to positive effects, because I wanted to indicate that we did a lot. But there are still some insufficiencies and shortcomings, and I would like to describe them in one way. Relationship is built by specific people who are in a specific at a specific place at a specific time. In my opinion, in many respects, the reality that we are submerged in dancers, people involved in dance, it is based on archaic principles which are not right and do not suit what's happening today. At some point, those models were good, they worked. But now they don't work anymore. The world changes. The world of dance changes. It's changed. So it all changes, and that needs to be changed and addressed. So this is the starting point for all the further changes, and the changes stem from the involvement of the environment. So far, we've had many conferences and congresses. I've selected a few. 2 congresses of National Institute of Music and Dance Conference, Dance Education in Poland, a very important congress, a conference, which is organized by ZASP, European Forum on Collective Agreements, which focused not just on dance artists, but it was a very important event which Alicia mentioned at the Grassroots Dance Congress against abuse and violence. But this was dedicated to the current relationship. So all those operations and our activities and the involvement of the entire group and indicated some improvement, and in the materials that given by National Institute of Music and Dance there are operations which were a positive result of those requirements and demands filed at previous congresses, and there we have the effects. Yesterday Monika Myśliwiec on behalf of ZASP showed that the positive effects of ZASP's operations are there. So we do have effects, and it's important that we mention those effects. I'm very happy that they've been grouped. I think they should be listed and placed. I think that the organizations which may indicate success within this scope might share it. Maybe it should be placed in one location, because the sense, the feeling of agency is something very important and required. I heard opinions that, oh, well, you know, if you see each other and you talk and it doesn't matter. No, of course, it does matter. Take a look here and there. Our activity does matter. Our activity can change the world of dance in Poland. The world, which in many instances is a very anachronic one. One of the anachronic elements is that dance is not a separate art or separate field of art. It might change since Bogusławski's time. Maybe it was justified, but now it is a separate piece of art. And giving it the proper status, but making it a separate field of art as dance, as recognized in a formal manner, would have numerous consequences which mean respect for dancers, for the world of dance, and perceiving it in various facilities, and our potential that within settings and dependencies, our art, our discipline will be located in a different way and have different possibilities. Regardless of all those operations, we're not managing to get insufficient power as an environment. We talk about unanimous voice. What we heard yesterday, as it was said yesterday by numerous panelists, And I think that our strength is insufficient since there is insufficient unanimity in the entire circle. And I think that we could observe what's archaic, so the entire environment could recognize it. So all this research and those studies that we have got, we've got plenty of material, us as a dance group, as dance environment. So we could take it as a starting point, a reference point, in order to implement. Let me organize my notes. In order to build a strategy. So our operations are great in numerous instances, but they're so spread out. So I think that with the materials that we have so far, to think of a strategy of comprehensive changes for the environment, for the world of dance in Poland. So as an environment, we could implement this strategy together. I know it sounds slightly idealistic, but let's have my slide with my demands, my requirements. You can admit, everybody who's here in the auditorium and those online, all those observations, all those tips constitute great piece of material. And if we get back to the previous events, then we see we have plenty of that material. And then I think maybe National Institute of Music and Dance, maybe we should consider in cooperation with other associations, it would be good to come up with one joint strategy based on our ideas and implement it as much as possible jointly as one circle with one strong voice. Thank you.
Let's see the requests made by our speakers on the left. On the left you have the initials, and I think it's a good list of requests. Take a look. We're going to provide these materials also after the Congress. We have 15 minutes, so that's less time than we would like to have. And, you know, please feel encouraged to continue discussions also after the Q&A session that's coming. Sorry, we have 20 minutes, apparently. So for now we don't have any chat questions. If you're watching us online, you can still ask a question using chat. But now let's see if someone would like to ask some questions. I'm the chair of this panel, so let me explain how I'm going to manage these questions and answers. Well, first of all, please start by introducing yourself. So full name, we don't all know each other, and we don't always see your face exactly on the transmission, so that if you introduce yourself, we will know who you are. You can ask questions. You can ask Mrs. Małgorzata, Mr. Ryszard, etc., or a general question to the entire panel. And you can just share a comment. You do not have to ask a question. All right, that's clear. And I already see many hands in the air. I'm very happy about it. So we'll collect some, we'll get some questions, then address them. Let's say we'll collect maybe 3 questions and then address them. All right? All right. So I apologize, I will not call your names because I don't know most of you. So I'll just use the colors of your shirt. So the lady in the red sweater, I know Agata, that's the second person who's going to ask questions, and the person in the okay, Sandra in the pink shirt. Thank you very much. Renata Borowka-Juszczyńska, Director of Teatr Wielki in Poznań. I have a question to the gentleman representing the All Polish Association of Dancers, because you emphasized the need for promotion of Polish graduates of Polish ballet schools. My question is as follows. Do you also take foreign dancers? Do you accept them in your association? And what is the share of your current members? What is the share of foreigners among your members? Mr. Marek, before you answer, let's collect three questions, okay? And only then I will allow you to answer. Thank you very much. Go ahead. I only have a comment. Agata Rzeczkowska. I'm from Warsaw. I represent the Nowa Fala Foundation and the Hoteloko Movement Makers Collective. I am a blonde, a bit non-normative, very colorful, wearing colorful clothes, colorful trousers and a blouse. I'm wearing colorful socks, blue shoes. I identify myself as a woman. My pronouns are she, her, and the attendance at this third dance congress is quite significant. So, you know, I don't agree with Mr. Marek Ludwisiak. There is more than 120 people here and 60 people watching us YouTube, so it's almost 200 people. And maybe I didn't count everyone, so it's quite a significant attendance. And to address what Rysiek Kalinowski said, and the limit-related consultations, well, Warsaw is a very good example, and our cooperation with the culture institution as an example of good practices. Maybe we should write about it, because us as the community-based dialogue commission dedicated to dance, we've been talking for many years with the culture institution about every competition that's being announced. So we get a list of planned competitions. It is then changed as a result of our consultations, depending on our needs. We have the schedule, we know when competitions will be announced, we know when to expect results. So us as the Warsaw community, we are able to plan these competitions. So I just wanted to present this as an example of good practices. And the rivalry mentioned by Dr. Chmurzyńska, whom we know very well in our community, and I agree that we should consolidate as a dance community, so that we don't divide. We're from different types of dance, different communities, but we have an example in Warsaw where we had a significant dance project for 4 years, the Dance Art Center in the years 2016-2019. And as a result of some, well, let's not call them conflicts, but some forces that were taking us in different directions, well, completely different problems appeared, and we now do not have either national or choreographic dance center, and I think this resulted from the rivalry. The research has showed that only 10% of us actually trusted each other. So my request is that despite differences, we do not have only arguments, disputes, but just let's keep discussing things. Thank you very much. Remember, we have limited time, so all your comments are really important, but please remember we need to we want as many people to state their minds as possible. If you don't speak too long, I will make 2 signals. Please, the camera on me. My first signal is as follows. This means please try to finish, and the second one is like this. Let's and please follow my signals, my instructions. Sandra Lewandowska, a teacher, a theater teacher and producer. I have 2 questions and a comment. The first question, I will try to not to speak too long. To Mrs. Małgorzata Chmurzyńska, what you were I would just want to make sure what you were discussing, does it concern our current times, what young people are experiencing right now? My second question is to Mrs. Sikorska-Bednarczyk. Well, I once heard a comment, and tell me if it's true, that mobbing in the court has to be proven by the employee, while molestation has to be while with molestation, it is the employer that has to prove that there was no molestation. These were my questions. Now the comment. I apologize if it's too emotional. It's the second day that I've been listening to everything. Thank you very much for all your statements today, yesterday. And if it is the hierarchy, the mental or physical violence that you've been discussing, or the relationships, the student-teacher relationships that I was angry with yesterday, but today I was less delicate about this, I think, well, the response to why we do not have dancers, we do not have dance students in schools, that's, well, not only because of infrastructure, lack of funding, but also violence. For me personally, it is very important because I was a victim of mobbing in a cultural institution. It was not related to dance, but still, mobbing is mobbing. I'm not a mother, but if I was, I wouldn't let my child learn in a school that is where they could be subject to violence and subject to the master-student relationships. And maybe we have directors here, and it's us that can change things. We can make decisions on how, what kind of education there is in these schools. Maybe we should replace teachers, you know. What happened in Teatr Polski, i.e. the mobbing, the cases of mobbing that were disclosed and the small changes that were introduced. Well, maybe let's think who works with children, who works with youth and with adults, because I experienced mobbing when I was an adult. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's hear the answers addressed to Mr. Marek and Mrs. Małgorzata. Thank you very much. To respond, well, I would have to verify specific numbers, but I was a head of the association in Szczecin. We have the director here. And the fact that foreign dancers are very skeptical with regard to all kinds of labor unions and structures, that's a well-known fact. Second, the directors and managers like this, because the less united we are, the less consolidated we are. Interpreters note, unfortunately, there is no microphone provided, so the question cannot be interpreted. Well, we invite everyone working in cultural-related institutions, including people who are retired. I didn't let you speak. The director will not know the answer if I don't respond. But there is the head of the labor union. Well, Madam Director, it is possible for foreigners to participate in OZAD. There is an organization in Teatr Wielki in Poznań, and these members are most from abroad. Thank you very much. And please, if you want to ask a question, there is going to be time for that. We can't hear you when you just yell your statements without a microphone. I know we are very emotional, but still I have to manage this discussion, and please follow my instructions. Mrs. Małgorzata. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know any contemporary research with regards to ballet schools. And one of my recommendations that was displayed here was the recommendation that you as the community think not only about universities dedicated to dancers, but also about some basis such as dance psychology. I am a music psychologist, and we've done a lot for musicians with regards to artistic development, the conditions for artistic development. We have a lot of research. For ballet schools, we do not have such information. The latest research was in 2018, conducted by the Children's Ombudsman Office. So what I'm talking about, I have been experiencing this, and the same for my colleagues, in the memories of adult dancers who now have different mental health issues, and it turns out that the roots of those problems are in music education, because that was the stage where their image of self were created, the absence of reduced self-assessment. Well, just a small comment about the master-student relationship. In music, it's the same. That relationship was mythologized because it makes sense at the highest level of teaching in the universities, but it is not adequate to primary schools. It is a misuse, really misuse. A teacher is an expert on everything, and the student just follows the instructions. No, that is really against development. We need more partnership-based relationships between teachers and students, because it cannot be a master-student relationship. Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes left. Mrs. Alicia, if I can respond. Yes, in the current system, mobbing has to be proven by the employee, while molestation, that is part of discrimination, has to be proven by the employer, while the employee just have to substantiate their attitude. So, in everyday language, the employee has to indicate the situations that took place, while it is the employer or the principal, taking into account the Anti-Discrimination Act, they need to demonstrate that the situations that took place were not examples of discrimination. So there is the reverse burden of proof in the cases for violating personal rights. So it's better if we experience these, when we experience mobbing, it's better to file a suit for violation of private rights than to try to prove mobbing. Thank you very much. Who would like to ask questions? All right. I remember yourself. Third row. All right, we have 3, 4. We have 5 and 6. If we make it, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Adam Kamiński, the dance curator from Wrocław. I have a question to Ryszard concerning your first request, the program board. I understand this is the request to go back to the old structure, yes? Because the beginnings in the institute were 2 boards, 2 separate boards, the dance board and the music board. Now we only have 1 program board. And your request concerns what? The going back to? Yes, we have to, so that we have a separate dance board that's separate from the music board. And I would like it to be the beginning of a better functioning and communication of the and impact of the community on the issues that occur within the institute. So, on the one hand, it's a subject matter issue, but on the other hand, it's an organizational issue. That we will have half more time and space, etc. All right, and I would like to thank Mrs. Małgorzata Matuszewska for her request. When I wanted to participate in the Dance Congress, I was sure that from day one, in the conversations between the panels, we would start discussions on independence, and we are very grateful for cooperation with musicians. And music is a gigantic sector of art, but with respect, that partnership was great, but still, to paraphrase by Mrs. Derkachev, in the form of a question, was dance left empty-handed? Maybe to a degree, yes. Yesterday, I apologize. Please remember not to talk too much.
Dokończę zdanie i troszkę o nie miałem. Dotacja na muzykę 24 miliony z ministerstwa, natomiast
there was a subsidy of 24 million from the ministry, while dance received just a 2 million subsidy. And if you add the music and the composers' orders, well, you know, you can answer the question of what is the condition of dance. All right, but we have different progress, very good ones, you know. So let's not forget about it. All right, thank you very much. And some more questions.
Dzień dobry, Hanna Ryszewska-Kursa, moje zajęki to ona jej. Chciałabym tylko bardzo
I just wanted to think about the concept of including the fuses.
Warto równolegle wmontowywać i bezpiecznie.
In my opinion, the sort of safety fuses and the filters. Through filters, I understand the procedures and mechanisms which limit the existence of abuse, violence, behavior, limit their inflow into the groups, collectives, filters which limit what happens, and the fuses, the safety fuses, are the mechanisms which react if something happens. I think that such distinction is important since we can secure our environments at two stages. The filters limiting and the fuses the reaction procedure. So it would be filters and safety fuses. Thank you. The final comment, our time is up, and I will maintain the hygiene of our work, that 2 hours it's a lot, so we can continue during the coffee break. The last comment. There was a person here who... There was another person who was ready to take the floor.
Przepraszam, ja nie odbieram nikomu głosu, tylko wyznaczyłam pewną
I've
kolejność.
indicated some order. If you wish to add those 5 minutes.
Widzę. Dobrze. Jest sprzeciw z reżyserki, ale drodzy Państwo, wola ludu podążę za nią. Więc pierwszy komentarz.
First comment and the last comment, and we'll stop it.
Będzie zaraz czas. Ja mam pytanie do pani Karoliny.
I have a comment to Karolina. Where first with regards to violence in virtual space. The second one is to you. First, maybe some delicate introduction. I set up Instagram 2 days ago. I have an account which might be associated with some institution, and this account showed some content which, for me, one might be funny, but there was content when I observed your presentation and the 6 typical characteristics of mobbing. At least 3 were there. What if, first of all, I don't know who it's addressed to, and because, you know, or who's the creator, because people have not even signed up their name. If it's a group person, if we are not individuals, can we report anything like that? What to do with it? And secondly, I'm very interested if I can see your doctorate, because I'm already your fan as of today. Thank you. And a second thing before we have an answer. Hello, Marek Prędki. I am a dancer, was a ballet dancer. I am a ballet pedagogue. I spent 2 years in Baltic Opera as a soloist, and then 16 years elsewhere, 6 years in ballet school when I was an assistant of the legendary pedagogue Piotr Antonovich Piestov, in a great relationship, student master. I would like to refer to Ms. Chmurzyńska. I noted the truth about the situation at ballet school, the National Ballet School, saw the daylight. What do we assume as the truth about the ballet school? Because I think the truth about ballet schools is way more complex than what has already been briefly indicated here. The second issue, are we aware of the fact? Because I have the point of view and the perspective with regards to private ballet schools where kids come in the evenings. Nobody forces them to do that. Parents pay for those classes. Are we aware of the standards at those schools, the standards of the relationships there between the teacher and the kid? Very often there are way worse standards than in the traditional ballet schools. As I say, kids come there on their own and parents pay for it. And the final issue which I would like to indicate here, there are just 3 things. I have plenty written down, of course, during the panels yesterday and today. Are we aware of the fact that students copy their teachers? Has anybody ever thought about it? Has anybody addressed those issues? Thank you very much. I'm going to leave you unsatiated. I see your hands going up. I see those who are not happy that I am limiting your time. But the next panel is a panel about accessibility, and we need to have people on the wheelchairs entering the stage. We need to prepare it. So I would request those who were asked to answer. I do apologize that there was no time for responses to the audience, but I feel responsible to give you space for the next panel. Thank you very much on behalf of myself and all the panelists. I would like to thank you very much for this panel, for all your interventions. I understand. No, we will have the answers in the lobby. I need to say something that we have the earpiece and with microphone. The entire group of this, we need to prepare the space here for people who are on the next panel of accessibility. A desk is here in order to answer the questions. If you answer in the lobby, as the day showed yesterday, you organize yourself wonderfully in the lobby. I do apologize. There are organizational issues, but I wanted to have auto-criticism and auto-recommend. When I see those 2 days of the Congress, we will definitely, during the next Congress, we will try to change its formula so there's more space for open discussion and less for presentation. So the presentation process happens beforehand, earlier, so you get ready material. Thank you. Let's have coffee break.
Pura is a film about sisterhood, solidarity and place. During the production of the film, we really tried to explore what it means to be isolated and struggling with the issues that women face in the world today, and what it means to come together through solidarity. And we wanted to use the expression of that through being kind of like what happened during the pandemic, where people were isolated by themselves, and then the freedom that you have in nature and finding each other.
I first met Patrizia and Dominika in 2021, and I was immediately inspired by their relationship with each other, by their questions and their practice around sisterhood, what it means to be a woman, what it means to be connected to other women. So I was really delighted to collaborate with them again on this film. What really inspires me about Patrizia and Dominika is the way they support each other, both in terms of their communication and in terms of their movement practice. And it was a real joy to be around that. And that was really the core of what we explored in making the choreography and the movement for the film.
Praca sama wyglądała tak, że zaczęłyśmy od rozmowy, od tego, co tu i teraz, co nas dotyka, o czym byśmy chciały porozmawiać. I Kate zaproponowała nam napisanie listów miłosnych do własnego ciała. I to był taki punkt wyjścia do naszej pracy nad choreografią. No i te listy później przetłumaczyłyśmy na język angielski, język migowy, polski język migowy i to stało się też podstawą do tworzenia ruchu, do tworzenia języka ruchu w naszym filmie.
Dzięki temu, że wcześniej mogłem podglądać to, co robi Kate razem z aktorkami, to miałem już jakąś wizję i postrzeganie tego, jak będę chciał to przekazać w kamerze. Przy okazji słuchając tego, co ma do powiedzenia reżyser, i myślę, że dzięki temu powstało coś absolutnie wyjątkowego, innego i fajnego. Język ruchu i choreografii był tak uniwersalny, że każdy może interpretować go na swój sposób i zrozumieć go inaczej.
As a filmmaker, I like to work as collaboratively as possible, and with this film, I don't think it could have been more collaborative. It almost seems wrong to call myself the filmmaker when everybody left their mark equally on the end product of this film.
Polish level of the project.
Corsican dance? No, how to pronounce it on Polish? No, I'm sorry. Korzynitanka?
Kozie to pensarse. Korzenie tansja.
Korzenie tansja.
Kushani tanza.
Korzenzi tanka.
I only know Cingumbre.
Korzenie tańca.
Koziena tanza.
Korzenie dansa. Korzenie tanza.
Korzeni tanza.
Korzeni tanza.
Roots of dance. Korzenie dancer. Okay.
Aveshtitam, udveshtitam, vyavartitam, parivartitam. Okay, so we are spreading our energy to the outside and we are taking the energy from the outside and we are taking inside our body.
So it is kind of mostly between a form and formless. So hence you have seen us using a lot of gestures with the hands, which we call it like Natya Shastra mudras. And then we also had a free flow of contemporary movements, like lot things going on the floor, and then abstract movements. So basically the whole this production has been about the energy, the constant energy. When you put it in a container, how you can kind of store that energy, and when there's no container, that energy still stays. So how it kind of flows in its free flow, in its free form.
Projekt Roots of Dance jest bardzo znaczący pod wieloma względami. Z jednej strony jest nakierowany na rozwój polskich młodych artystów tańca, poprzez kontakt z wybitnymi polskimi artystami, Jackiem Umińskim, Aleksandrą Dziosz, którzy są liderami tego projektu, ale też poprzez kontakt z innymi artystami z innych krajów. I to, co jest bardzo ważne w tym projekcie, to, że troszkę odwołując się do nazwy projektu, on jest zakorzeniony w tradycyjnych kulturach.
Polska kultura ludowa jest jakimś zaczynem dyskusji na temat znaczenia tej kultury ludowej w różnych innych częściach świata.
Musieliśmy sobie zadać trud odgadnięcia, czym tak naprawdę polska kultura taneczna jest, to po pierwsze, czym ona jest dla nas, jakie ma formaty obecnie w naszej społeczności lokalnej, jak ona jest w nas żywa i czy jest w ogóle żywa, jakie ma komponenty, a po drugie, w jaki sposób, bardzo taki nowoczesny, rozprzestrzenić ją poza granice kraju, tak aby artyści z innych państw mogli się po prostu tym naszym tradycyjnym śpiewaniem czy tańczeniem zainspirować do tworzenia własnych prac choreograficznych.
The past is a very big thing. You should realize what was there before in your past. So you realized it can give you so many details, so many impulses, and so many feelings.
So I think for any art form, dance, it's really taking certain like motions and movements, and like essence and meaning.
Welcome everyone. After the break, I'd like to welcome everyone watching online. I'd like to invite you all to another very important subject dedicated to accessibility. And I'd like to present the speakers. Jarosław Bogucki, expert representing the Integration Foundation, Fundacja Integracja. Tatiana Cholewa, expert representing the program Dance and Handicap. Maciej Seniw, an expert selected by NIMIT. Katarzyna Żeglicka, an expert selected in an open competition. And Anna Żurawska, an expert representing the Culture Without Barrier Foundation. Welcome. And I'd like to ask the chairs, Mrs. Żeglicka and Żurawska, to take the floor. I hope your discussions are going to be very fruitful. Good afternoon. Well, I hope we will have at least as many people as we had during the previous panel, because we know that this subject is still new. But I would like to pay attention to what important is going on. I am happy that the subject of accessibility appears among such important people and in such a numerous group of people. We've had 200 people a moment ago, and what I'm very happy about, and you might not know, is that we have a chance to run our panel as in the form of two persons, myself and Kasia. Is it working? Go ahead. All right, the problem at the very beginning. All right, so let's take the light of it. I would like to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and other persons. I have the pleasure and the honor to speak today and to co-chair this panel dedicated to accessibility. I'd like to welcome everyone. So at first, everyone will have a short speech and then a discussion, and please feel invited to that discussion. I'd like to welcome also all the persons watching us online, and I'm going to tell you that I emphasize I am a fully bodied person, Kasia. I am a non-binary artist with disability. I am an expert in accessibility. You? I try not to be an expert, but yes, I am an expert in the disability too. And finally, more and more often in our sector, I am an ally of accessibility and ally of persons with different needs. Kasia, you? I'm a self-spokesperson, but me and Tatiana, we are artists. All right, so let's start our speeches, and I hope that during other panels in the future, not only those related to accessibility, so that I hope that persons with different needs and different disabilities are invited to other panels too. Let's remember about their competences. And I agree with you completely, and I'd like to ask Jarek Bogucki to start. Good afternoon. I represent the Integration Foundation, Fundacja Integracja. Well, let me introduce my foundation. Maybe you know some social campaigns that we have organized over the years. Next year we're going to celebrate the 30th year of our activity in Poland. We have such campaigns as shallow education concerning jumping into water in dangerous places, or the campaign where we address the issue of fully able persons using disabled car spaces. And today I would like to discuss the issues of facilities related to culture, to dance, but also about universal designing issues and the fact that accessibility concerns every one of us, and accessibility, the issues of disability, of accessibility can appear on every step of the way of every participant, every viewer participating in the processes of culture and dance. So let's start with some information about who do we work for. Well, our foundation was based on two associations, two organizations, and we work with disabled people, and it is quite a big group of users in Poland, over 5 million people in Poland. Not everyone realizes that. But what I would like to emphasize during this panel is that accessibility and universal designing in the context of events, buildings, competitions that are organized concerns quite a broad group of users, because these are not only disabled people, these are seniors, temporary disabled people, parents with children. Because if you have a conjunctivitis or if you have a broken knee, then it can mean that you are temporarily disabled too, especially in the dance industry. So it is quite a big group of users who make daily use of space, of buildings, of infrastructure. Some images we would like to share from different workshops that we organize concerning buildings, you know, just to lighten the mood. You know, on a daily basis we see such things. Some changes have been made over the years, and some infrastructure accessibility things have improved, and we've talked a lot that accessibility should be at every stage of the process related to designing competitions, because, you know, we can pay attention to specific regulations related to accessibility and what should be done by institutions so that every user or dancer be able to participate in such competitions or projects. But, well, the reality, there is reality. There are 3 stages of accessibility. We have to get somewhere to use the given space, and someone has to, let's say, receive our activity, be it a viewer or an institution that settles accounts for such a competition. So when we research building accessibility, we do it together with architects. We try not to make accessibility islands. We want the entire building to be accessible, and as you can see in these images, very often before we reach a building, and here I'm referring to a gigantic number of users who have already overcome a lot of barriers, and they want to use our services, competitions, watch our performance, or participate in an event. And universal designing can be quite useful. You might associate it with architecture, but the principles of universal designing can be applied in many different areas. So from designing competitions, social clauses, to designing classes and providing access to those classes to different users with different needs. Today we're going to say that we all have different needs. You know, even without reference to ability or disability, we're different. Everyone has different needs, even people who are present in this room. And there is flexibility of use. So a dance hall has a flat floor, so no barriers there. But stairs, the problems appear after we leave that room, and many users may have limited access to that. But let's remember that they have overcome a path on a road in order to use such classes to see a performance. So that's one of the things that we can influence. So we design classes, we organize a show, thinking about our viewers, thinking about the dancers that are going to participate in our show, and we should take into account different users, but we keep facing different barriers in terms of infrastructure. The buildings that you see on those slides are very different, diverse. So small museums, art-related buildings, but also dance floors or congress rooms, or even the building of the National Polish Radio Orchestra. So there are many positive things related to accessibility, because there is no building in Poland that would be 100% accessible, being just perfect. And it would be difficult to say that we can organize there any event with full accessibility. No, if we had the situation, our foundation could stop existing. There is a lot to do in Poland and abroad, but a lot of things have been changing with regards to accessibility. So even though architects and designers can take care of accessibility of buildings by providing proper access paths, the staff facility for the artists, proper space for the audience, changing rooms, facilities, so the path towards the end is very long. And we often note that, well, we've been working for 30 years now, and you know, maybe a dozen years or so ago, when you thought accessibility, you would only think about the needs of the audience, unfortunately. While for the last 12 years, we have been forced by the Accessibility Act, which has been very supportive. It has stated that accessibility does not end on the scene. It needs to be present on both sides. And I think the positive thing is that when thinking about universal design, so going back to the previous slide here, it can be a good pointer for every one of us. So even through some small things that we do in our school show, or whether it's a gigantic show, if we follow these principles, we will help both the users that visit our performances or attend our performances. And we have to remember about the artists who need some support in the scope of the changing room, etc. And if the architects have not thought about it, we have to think about this. So we need to have it. We need to remember that we need to think about both sides. I've recently heard a lofty motto on different conferences and meetings that accessibility is a human right. We all have that right. We all have the right to request accessibility. And concerning disabled users, well, the voice of concerning what we need from institutions and organizations with regard to accessibility has been heard better and better. And today it's going to be heard too. Thank you, Jarek.
You have definitely deserved over those 30 years. The universal planning, definitely, but in this context. And your opinion about us designing for people with disabilities on the stage or in the auditorium. In the recent podcast, Małgorzata Szumowska, I see no problem, which reverses this optics. Disability is full-timely, especially every fifth Pole is over 65 now, so it's high time we started designing. We spoke about space a lot. Now let's go to a human. Tatiana, the floor is yours. Hello, everybody. First of all, let me read. First of all, I'd like to mention the ACT and the Availability Plus program, which has been in our country since 2019. This ACT obliges the public sector to ensure at least the minimal accessibility, which guarantees accessibility of an entity. The objective of this act is to improve the quality of life and functioning of people with special needs, including people with disabilities. And that refers to the areas of architectural availability, digital and information communication availability, accessibility. This is a good step in this direction, yet we can see advantages and disadvantages. The basic advantage is that this act arose a tool, and the provision on the need to adjust to the needs of people with special needs, including people with a disability. As I have indicated, this act entered into force in 2019. It is 2023. And still, we keep discussing accessibility for people with various needs. An act speaks about minimum access. This provision makes the accessibility to be restricted to recipients. What about those who create and recreate and choreographers, etc.? It doesn't consider the availability of the stage and as well as backstage. This makes the shows with participation with alternative motorics seriously limited. Let's go through to the artists. We observe increased interest of artists, of arts environment into involvement into projects with the participation of people with a variety of needs, including those with disabilities. And we see increased interest in the circles and environments of a group in order to undertake operations involving creation, co-creation of art. The problem is in the attitude to participants and creators, and that interest is by the art circles. This position, which is very visible, is interest in a disability as an element of a stage, and very often there are projects which just finish after one show. Let me give you an example. A discussion after the show on the participation of a person with a disability. There was a question to a choreographer: what made her, what convinced her that there would be a person with a disability on her team? To me, it's a shocking answer here, because it's in fashion now. There is a question now. Do we want to eliminate divisions, or do we want to operate using the situation and people with disabilities for our own benefits? Now, maybe a little bit about art. I'll speak a little bit. If you want to expand this subject, we can expand it further. In art, we always seek something different, innovative approach. We reach for various tools in order to express it, but we have such a careful approach to the old age or disability, which is variable and carries a load of potential. Let's learn how to use this talent and experience of people who deal with art, appreciating people with alternative aspects and the individuality. Let's treat it as an additional element of diversity, not just an element of a fashion. Operating within the area of dance, I am an example of redefining the idea of a dancer through an unopen approach. A wheelchair is a part of myself, but very often it's a tool which makes it possible for a viewer to understand that I don't need it just for movement. It's not it doesn't define me or my art. I had a pleasure to work with a foreign choreographer who would come to me and would approach me with full professionalism. Furthermore, my disability was not of key importance. In the discussions, we spoke about my movement and my potential, my awareness, which were a part of the idea of the show. In my discussion, I asked her, "Are you aware of the fact that I use a wheelchair?" Her answer was, "What does it change?" This allowed me understand how far is where our approach to artists, choreographers, and artists with special needs is, including those with a disability on a wheelchair. Another subject is development and education. An observable problem is development of your own abilities, as well as in order to start your journey with culture. Undoubtedly, the reason is in the absence of education, and that requires educating the staff who will have experience and tools to implement it. Today, we can only use the offers of workshops, which are widely available, but they are not always something which gives an opportunity to develop for a person who uses a wheelchair. Workshop offers which are available do not consider, like, you know, available in private, where, you know, the ones that I have to pay for, quite often don't include the wheelchair. The problem is architectural preparation of the room, and the instructors don't have sufficient knowledge to modify or conduct the workshops for the needs of people like myself. Running my own workshop, I noticed how much there is to be done, since the workshops I run are open to those who are interested, regardless of their ability or disability. So we have people dealing with movement and thus in a variety of ways. Those who are fully able can't work with the limited bodies. They have techniques, they have knowledge, but when in contact with the wheelchair, they just have anxiety. But people with a disability also need to be ascertained that they don't cause that anxiety. Here we have an example from workshops I run. As I have mentioned, they're open to everybody. And there was a person with a disability who was very willing to develop and to discover their body. The person was very withdrawn. I started talking to the person, and you know what I said? That this person feared that people would be disgusted to touch her. What is it that she had to go through? What things she must have heard that she believed that people are afraid to touch her? We must start thinking where availability starts. Availability starts in understanding and accepting people with a variety of needs, including with disabilities, in an open public space. Considering the aging society, the change of thinking, a perception of availability is the basis for the changes which, we've been talking about for years now. We're talking about availability in the culture sector, but availability is necessary in all walks of life, especially in raising awareness in the society. Without making people sensitive, and education and consideration for people with special needs as fully able citizens with full access to any goods, we can just keep writing acts and implement the minimum. But all operations hold one common element, which is the human factor. We're talking about the availability in culture, but if the environment within the cultural sector is not trained and sensitive, then an entrance to a culture center can be a bad experience for a person with a disability. Very often, people who perform as coordinators are just left to their own devices. In order to build full availability, we need to involve the whole team at a particular institution to have a multi-level approach. Apart from removing architectural barriers, undertake social operations, train employees, start talking, which will allow to have operation extended, and it's going to help those people where the operations are not going to be imposed obligations, but operation developed together, discussion, solving problems, and giving ideas in order to have a better understanding and improved accessibility. And finally, my definition of accessibility is directed at giving equal opportunities to everybody without any division, making development possible in any field of art. And not only that, many years of negligence resulted in the fact that people with special needs must learn how to use culture in a broader scope. Let's create conditions that everybody, whether it's an audience, creator, or an artist, can experience arts in life. It might seem strange, but any invitation to a cultural event should bear information that it is also for people with special needs. The deeply rooted stereotypes have shaped the awareness in us, with people with disabilities, that inviting everybody doesn't necessarily mean the excluded group. Disability is nothing but an alternative way of movement or perception of the world. It does not identify us as a human. Thank you. Tatiana.
Tatiana, bardzo Ci dziękuję za to poruszające.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, for this moving speech. I agree with what you said. And now, Maciej.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Welcome, everyone. I'd like to present the small step method that we undertake as the National Institute of Music and Dance to provide access to disabled artists so that they can make use of our programs. Well, maybe from the point of view of recipients, these activities are small, but we want to keep learning. We want to have the dialogue and to make this sector more and more accessible. And so, thank you very much, because in 2018 there was a person who emphasized the issue of disabled people and their needs. And as a result, the program appeared in Dance and Disability, Overcoming the Limits, organized together with the British Council. That program, we want to have more accessibility to disabled people, people with different needs. The regular activities within this project include laboratory classes during which choreographers and dancers, the abled ones and disabled ones, can develop their skills under the supervision of some teachers. Our institute is also a partner that cooperates with the British Council Institute in Poland, and we execute activities in the scope of artistic exchange, development and engagement of audience, and developing the potential and co-production of work with independent artists. Let me mention the consultation meetings that we've had with participants in the Dance and Disability program. We've had 2 meetings so far, but we are planning next ones. We want to hear the opinions of the other party, and during the meetings we've had the statement that laboratories developed a network because its participants keep inviting each other to different projects, and this network is very important. Networking is very important, and emphasizing the needs is important, and it's important for us to know where the sites of such workshops are available. We do not have all knowledge. We do not have a catalog of institutions that would be fully accessible to recipients and or audience members and artists with disabilities. As a result of the meetings, we've changed the mode of workshops. At first, we had 2 3-day workshops, which did not end in any performance. As a result of the meeting, the proposal was made to organize 9-day meetings, i.e. longer workshops, more work, more artistic work, to end with a performance, a show, during a festival or an important event. And this way, last year, we ended up in Lądek at the International Olga Sawicka Dance Festival. Now, if you could please prepare the film, and please be patient. I'm going to be the first. I'm going to do audio description for the first time. Go ahead. We have a bird's eye view over a city. Artists appear in a room. Among them, Kasia Żeglicka and Alicja Czyczel, and 2 experienced sorry, Alicja Czyczel and Tatiana Cholewa. Everyone is introduced at a close look, like a portrait. The second part, these are films from the workshops, from the room, from the open air, from the pool, and in the end, the show in the open air before the audience. We have participants on wheelchairs, everyone is dancing. We can see movement, interaction on the stage, on the faces of the performers. You can see happiness, concentration. Thank you. Within our activities, we make sure that some original ideas such as choreography orders or supporting international activity, we make sure that they also support people with different needs or with disabilities. For example, in the choreography order programs, we include in eligible costs the cost of ensuring, of adapting the plays for to people with needs or disabilities, such as the cost of translators, interpreters, the cost of equipment, and others. Naturally, we have to follow. We cannot include the cost of renovations or employment contract costs or fixed assets costs, but this possibility allows us to force the persons who apply to remember that this is an important aspect. This is one of the application assessment criteria. So we want to emphasize this. We want to show that everyone has equal rights to participate in such a competition, including the Let's Dance activity, or tańczmy in Polish. It's an all-Polish activity that unites the dance community around the idea of celebrating the International Dance Day. There are no exclusions there. We provide promotion, but we also encourage you and all persons with different needs who fulfill themselves in the dance community to join this activity. Another program is supporting international activity, the purpose of which is to develop the participation in different events by dance artists, and one of the qualified costs, eligible costs, is the cost of adapting the given program to the individual needs of people with disability, so the costs of translations, interpretations, sign language, foreign language, or the cost of remuneration of an assistant of a person with disability, plus transportation and accommodation for those people. So I think this is results from different needs that we are aware of. As a result of the dance and disability workshops, we managed to organize residency programs for people with disability, within which Patricia and Dominika had the chance to go to Great Britain, where they developed a show and a film was produced from it. Let's remember that all activities are made by people, and we need mutual understanding, both of people with different needs and of people who do something for them, because we often hear statements that we do it wrong, in the wrong way. So this is not dialogue, this is just criticism. Let's talk, let's discuss, and let's remember that there are people doing these things, people who have their feelings, emotions, and I think that's very important. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maciej. And yes, we need mutual understanding, but we need time also, because, like you said at the very beginning, we are all in the process of learning. So let's be understanding, because there is hate in this our sector of people dealing with accessibility. I assure you that our foundation and the Integration Foundation are supportive and and they do not resort to hate.
Ja chciałam jeszcze
Kasia? Well, I'd like to thank Karolina Dzieła-Grzakowska, who used to coordinate this Dance and Disability project. Let's give a big hand to Karolina.
A ja się jak najbardziej przyłączam.
Yes, I'd like to applaud her too. I do not have a lot of time, so I'll try to read also. I've heard a song by Grzegorz Ciechowski. Where are they? Where are all my friends? Where are they? There were always few of them. So how many of you know artists with disability or producers with disability? You know, directors with disability, students with disability, working in art schools. Tatiana Holowa, Patrycja Jarosińska, Anna Pyka, Maja Kowalczyk, Filip Pawlak, Maciej Kępa, Dominika Kozłowska, Rafał Urbacki in the past. These are some of the names, and the rest are in social welfare homes or occupational therapy workshops, where they experience choreotherapy, often without their consent. To talk about accessibility, I have to remind you the subject of privilege and social context. Accessibility should not be a privilege. It is a human right that is provided by Constitution and by the Convention for People with Disability, ratified in Poland in 2012. An accessible dance is a dance for everyone, for people with disability, people with chronic diseases, for women with children, including disabled mothers, for the elderly, for trans people, for non-binary people, for people from small towns and villages. A work of art that is accessible is one that does not assume a capitalist attitude without a fast pace of work, and accessibility means the right to decide about yourself within the community. Accessibility means inclusive language, absence of stereotypes, prejudice, discrimination. Everything starts with language. Language creates reality. Language develops relationships, including relationships of authority. The discrimination pyramid demonstrates that it starts with language and ends it with extermination. History gives us examples of that. It's important the language that we use in speaking, in writing, how we discuss disability. Naturally, I consent to that. I know that we need to talk about disability, but how are we shown as victims, as superheroes? How are our works of art perceived? From the point of view of our disability, or as art itself? How do we talk about disability? It's important to talk about it and to talk about good practices. Maybe there is not enough time, but I'd like to mention several examples of my artistic work. I don't want to share my story of disability, I just want to share my knowledge. Accessibility can be one of the elements of artistic work. I realized that when cooperating, among others, with Basia Pasterak, who used to work in Strykoteka. From the very beginning of the process of the contrast game during residency in Poznań with Antek Kuriata, we would send her videos, we would consult with her concerning what should be there, because audio description can develop a hierarchy. It can affect the reception of the work of art. When cooperating with a German queer artist, I watched her how she worked with an audio description specialist. they developed a joint poetry language, two artists, people responsible for audio description and a dancer. As for Polish Sign Language, together with Antek Kuriata, we would work with a sign language interpreter to discuss how to include her in the performance, where to put her on the stage, and what her role should be within the performance, whether she agrees to be a performer and to be a dancer. We adapted lights and the place she wanted to take, and the way of creation that she wanted to take. The foreign language is also important, apart from sign language. Ukrainian language has become very popular in Poland. When preparing the Dzikorosła performance in Krikoteka, I cooperated with a translator of the Ukrainian and Russian language to allow people from Ukraine and from Belarus to participate in the show. But first of all, for me, what's important is to discuss the needs, to discuss what we want, to talk how we want to be, what we want to be called, what we don't want, how we want to be touched, how we want to work with our body, regardless of the degree of ability. At the end, I'd like to read out a statement by Jak Soroka, an artist, translation by Emil Zaremba. A statement to people. First, ask the question about the definition of inclusion. What does it mean? Who includes whom? Inclusion does not mean a work that has to be done. It is not toil. It is not philanthropy. It should not be an addition or a reflection after the main thing. It should not be related to a big struggle. The mainstream culture assumes that it is the mainstream culture that includes, while deaf people and people with disability have their own cultures. If we reverse the situation, if it is the mainstream that is included in the daily life of disabled people, non-normative people, let's hobble towards mainstream. And instead of let's make mainstream take a step towards other cultures. Deaf people and disabled people bring something that is very creative. How can we include you? That's not a good question. What can we learn from you? That's one of the correct questions. That's why we want to be part of mainstream. The weight of providing access and providing availability, this is always in the hands of the marginalized ones. We want our voices to be heard in the center of the debate, but we do not want the entire responsibility. Responsibility has to be shared. We have to bear the burden jointly. These are two separate requests: to lead and to empower, to be co-responsible for change. Thank you.
Kasia, you know, because of the emotions, you forgot to mention me. Yes, sorry, there was a quote. Sorry, yes. Now I give the floor to Ania. I did it for myself, so I don't become emotional as Kasia, and many people know me, and Basia as well. And yes, it would be tears of emotion. I'm going to start with diversity, with being different. I keep being surprised that the world is the way it is and we keep blocking it. I don't understand why it is happening like that. Why is it that in the 21st century, 2023, 4 years after the act, we have a panel within this area? Why is it that is it so late that we start dealing with it? Why are we talking about it? I just, can't stop being surprised. It's my 16th year of trying to make the availability to everybody. I've been watching it from the position which I adopted initially, combating for marking the place of those with disability. Apart from integration, I wanted to show that apart from people in the wheelchair, there are people who, with seeing disability and people who are deaf. And I was considered, it's a quote, a loony. People would put down a phone on me, people wouldn't want to talk to me. I started with the area of film, and what Tatiana mentioned and what Kasia mentioned. There aren't people like that. And that's what I would like to invite you to history, how we can change it so they are there. And Kasia, I can understand your words and your manifesto. We need to all become responsible for that. Because what is it to me? Accessibility, availability. You have my definition, which I keep naming after 16 years, is feel invited and feel welcome. What must happen so it's considered like that, so those people feel like that? People I work with on the team, because I work with people with vision impaired, hearing impaired, deaf people, people with spectrum, moms who have 6 kids. All of us have some specific needs, and everything that we do in our foundation is based on our dreams and needs, and that's how we try to change the world for the better. But for that to happen, first we need to start talking. At the panel we said, let's talk, let's not criticize. And how can we start that? So somebody might feel invited. First of all, as all of us are here, we must, and you can change this slide, those who will have their steps, notify on the form that want to do it. In the project that we have in Pefron, which is Culture Without Barriers, we wrote a model where there is step 0. Step 0 is the key step for me, because we need to make a decision that we want to be accessible, and that's taking responsibility. As Tatiana said, the entire institution assumes their responsibility. The director says, as of now, we want to be accessible. That means such and such person will deal with accessibility, but all of you are supposed to support them. All sectors and departments must cooperate, including the promotion department. Why am I mentioning it now, and why have I stopped at information? Because everything starts with information, and that's where everything ends, actually. Because it is right here. You give a signal that you want to see various people at your institutions, in your workshop rooms, during performances. You give a signal to the society that should be a norm. However, I can understand that. You give a signal that you wait for those people and they become brave. 16 years later, yes, something I can say. I see anxiety in people with disability, which is huge. I heard from a deaf person, I'm afraid of the hearing people. I'm afraid to come out to the hearing, that they might reject me. You can change that at this stage. And this is the stage for you when we ask about needs. What may such a person need? That was about touch. What language can we use? And this is yet another stage for you. This is a stage of learning. We are all at the learning stage. And this is true, as Maciek said. You also show that you don't know everything. I don't know everything after those 16 years. But we can all learn that together. Now, there's still time to design specifically for individual groups. The reason I'm mentioning it, because universal design is a starting point. If we think of new places, we should think and consider universal planning. So the place could be available, accessible for everybody, not just into this room, but so we could get into the workshops, into the toilets. Very often this is forgotten. Imagine the workshop that you participate in, and you can't go to the toilet. You can't just refresh after the tiring workshop. And people with disabilities often have to deal with that. And this is the space and staff, people, that everything depends on, because you need to know how to communicate with some people. And you can get that knowledge from trainings that we've heard from Tatiana emphasized. With integration, we also have such training and integration. The world is changing. You're changing in front of our very eyes. We just come to you and say how it's done, but what you do, it's just beyond us. You do way better things. You are very good practitioners. What you're not doing, you don't boast, you don't keep going on about it, you don't notify that you do it. So this message does not spread into the world that that's the way it should be. Why aren't we doing it? Because we're overloaded. We work at institutions for many, many hours. We do overtime and we have no power to emphasize and promote it, because we're not supported by the promotion department. And I really would like it to be loud and clear that everybody hears that the entire team must be responsible for accessibility, not just one person. One person, as Maciek said, somebody came to an institution and says this change should happen, and somebody just got overexcited and should do it. No. The service, all the service people should know. Like somebody during this questionnaire says that they need technology, the induction loop. It's people with an implant. So we are obliged to provide such a loop. This is not like abracadabra on the market. When I spoke with Lydia Smolarek-Best, do you use the loop or writing? I enter, and I've got both. I don't, consider that whether I use the subtitles or a loop. No, I just come in and it's just there. This is the process of trust. We build a relationship with people who come here, with people who can just fall in love with us, and they can stay with us because they see we're learning, we see we're changing, as you said, Maciej, that you make the workshops longer because you listen to them, because you're sensitive and it's changing and the recipients see it. And my last point is relationship. In the situation of people with disability, why is it not there? As we heard the song lyrics here, why is it not there? Because we closed down. People with a disability, regardless of what it is, they don't feel safe at cultural institutions, and this is the process where all of us and people with a disability will need to get rid of the fear and anxiety, and us, the creators, the handling staff of the institutions, so we can get rid of our anxiety and fear, because we are afraid too. This is natural. We need time to get rid of this fear, so we know how to touch you. Nobody's ever taught us. For example, myself, I've never had a person with a disability in any classroom. And just keep repeating it. Why? The whole process, keep mentioning it in accessibility, because the worst thing you could do is treat accessibility as an event occurrence, incidentally, because if people come up to you and they relish in it, then you would say, what's next? What's going to be the next step? And then you come to a wall of silence. And I hope you don't have this wall of silence, that you are ready, that accessibility does happen. Thank you.
tutaj na wcześniejszym
Here,
panelu
during the
pani
previous
mówiła o
panel,
poziomie
you
szczęścia i
spoke about
wzroście
the
PKB
we heard
i
about the
pomyślałam
level
sobie
of
o tej
happiness and
dostępności,
GDP,
że będzie
and I
rósł
thought of
rzeczywiście ten
accessibility,
poziom
that this
szczęścia i
level of
przez to
happiness
też to
is
PKB,
going to
nie,
grow, and the
na pewne
GDP as well,
instytucje,
and
ponieważ
definitely
będzie
it will
też
have an impact on
na,
institutions, because then there
też
would be
reszta społeczeństwa,
the
która
rest
nie ma.
of the society who's not
No
present
dobra,
there.
Ania, to
Now,
co
Ania,
robimy? Przechodzimy
what do we do?
dyskusji.
The discussion now?
Tak?
Tak jest. Przechodzimy do
Definitely
dyskusji.
so.
Zazdrościmy poprzedniemu panelowi takiej
The
pięknej
previous
prezentacji,
panel
że
had
te
such
rekomendacje były
a
w tle.
beautiful presentation with the
Ale nie wam
recommendations
się
in the
zostawiamy.
background, but
Spróbujemy
we're
to
going to
porządkować,
leave it
prawda,
for
Kasiu?
you, right, Kasia? We'll try to
Tak.
organize it now.
Czy są pytania z sali, bo my
Are
też
there
mamy
any
pytania
questions
tutaj
from the
do
audience?
panelistek,
Because
do
we have
panelistek i do panelistów.
questions to our
Natomiast
panelists,
może też
but
macie jakieś
maybe
pytania,
you
komentarze,
have some questions, a word of
którymi
comment
chcecie podzielić,
that you would like to
i
share,
tak włączyć się
and
też
maybe you would like
tej
to
naszej
get
wspólnej
involved
dyskusji.
in our discussion.
Dostałam sygnał z operatorki, pozdrawiam operatorkę, że mamy bardzo dużo czasu.
I got
Musimy
information
zrobić wszyscy
from
pięknie.
the organizers that we've got plenty of time, that we are doing fantastic
No
for time.
dobra,
Well done.
to zadaję
Great.
pytanie najpierw
So,
osobom z panelu, tak?
Mamy tu głos, Kasiu.
We have somebody
dobra.
wishing to ask a question. There is a hand up,
Że będę oczami też.
and I promised to be the eyes. Yes, Ania is going to be my eyes,
Moja rola teraz.
because it was supposed to be my role. Marcin Kędziora, Management Board at ZASP, and I also work at Śląsk. Small comment, we should plan when it comes to the architecture and implement solutions so this accessibility is general and as big as possible. A great challenge for institutions, not just cultural institutions, but also public availability institutions, the old monuments. There is the conservation specialist, which is like listed building specialist that watches it with close details. There is a challenge for the administrator for such monuments, how to adjust it to the needs of those with a disability. We've heard that disability is not just people on wheelchairs or people, deaf people or with impaired vision or just blind. I could say that it's good that we have all sorts of programs which allow us to eliminate those barriers.
A propos tych zabytków, sobie myślę, że dla mnie
When I think of those monuments, I think that this form of availability is inaccessibility, that something is that something is not accessible. How we can deal with it, differently. That it doesn't solve the problem. Let's eliminate the barriers so this accessibility is there. At this stage, I would give floor to Jarek because he's very experienced when it comes to these challenges, building which already exist, monuments, building that we don't have the right of ownership. So I would like to encourage our listeners who are listening to the stream to ask questions. We have time till the evening, so we can start. So integration is one program that for swapping the conservation listed building specialists with the new ones.
So there are challenges in that regard, but there are also great examples because we've undergone quite significant internal transformation when it comes to discussing accessibility. We've been talking about barriers for over half of the time of the existence of our entity, and it worked, but there was a transformation in our head. Now we try to talk about accessibility and to show good practices, best practices, to show the buildings that were transformed in terms of accessibility, and and even though it was a great challenge due to architecture, due to landscape and many other problems which determined accessibility. And in my presentation I showed you photographs of several buildings which, in our opinion, are actually the perfect examples of accessibility. Still, it's a process of learning by coordinators, by monument supervisors, people responsible for architecture or for handling the audience, for the technology. So, you know, we have the building of the National Polish Radio Symphonic Orchestra. They do a lot to improve the level of accessibility. Naturally, some things have been prepared by designers at the very beginning, but still, well, accessibility never ends. And like Anya said, it's not that there is one event with accessibility in a year, but we need a whole group of people to make the building accessible, to make the audience management accessible, to make the purchasing, the process of purchasing tickets be accessible, so that information is available on the website. And this is a process that must be continuous. In 2009, we started with a quite spectacular case of accessibility from the same podium, so that people with and MPs with disability can speak about the needs of that community. We started certification of buildings from the point of view of accessibility. So a lot has been going on, and like you said, the architecture supervisors can be quite challenging, but they are learning too. Since the new law was adopted, they've changed a lot. In my presentation, there was a photograph of the Royal Theatre in Warsaw. It's a great example of how in a very, very old monument, where you cannot even add a metal screw in the floor without someone's decision, it was possible to provide accessibility to audience to a high degree, but there is still a lot of work concerning the stage. Yes, it's the top right corner. So still a lot has to be done for audience members and artists with disabilities. In the middle, you can see the Shakespeare's Theatre in Gdynia. It started in our competition accessibility leader. And so there are many examples. Well, this should work in the form of sharing good practices. So let's show buildings that used to be very challenging, and we've succeeded in making them accessible. And if there are still more and more problems, let's just replace the architecture supervisors. Well, so one more thing taking place at the same time, because there is the accessibility board at the ministry, and the issue of monuments, recommendations for supervisors, that issue was addressed, and we'll keep you informed. And I'd like to ask to you, Tatiana, to speak, because I remember that when we talked by phone, that even when there are stairs, and you really want, what do you really want in such a case? Well, the human factor, because when I really care, and when the team really cares for me to get there, there are ways, different ways. You can have a board. You can ask me whether I'm comfortable with people carrying me. So it's all up to discussion, understanding each other. So I think the most important barrier we have to overcome is the barrier in our hands. Yes, the mental barrier. Because we can always reach an understanding, you know. Naturally, I can have some attitudes because I am on a wheelchair. Not everyone wants to carry my wheelchair, because if I fall off my wheelchair, it can be a problem. But we can agree on a solution so that I can feel comfortable and so that the people who want to help me feel comfortable. Thank you, Tatiana. That's a very important voice and opinion. And I would like to share the experience of my two friends who are on wheelchairs, and they have very fragile bones, and they wouldn't be able to be carried by someone, and they are on electric wheelchairs. So let's remember what Tatiana said. So first ask whether someone can help and how they can help. That's the most important thing. And I would let me add that what you can do without incurring significant costs, if you participate in any meeting, whether you're able-bodied or not, you can ask, is this place accessible? And that would be awesome, because that will make organizers realize that there are people who need accessibility. So, ask about it. Thank you, Kasia. So we have someone who wants to comment. Let's hand over the mic. People want to speak. The blonde in a blue shirt. I'd like to thank organizers for this panel dedicated to accessibility. It's great. I was really happy to participate in the project that was addressed here, prepared by Mrs. Karolina, among others. And I had lots of impressions, and I work with people with mental disability on a daily basis. I work with people in mental breakdowns in the spectrum of autism. And let me tell you, it is a very, very important step to have a panel like this dedicated to accessibility. And I'm satisfied that the name of Rafał Urbacki was mentioned today. He is really iconic. I always kept my fingers crossed for his works, and I demonstrated a show that was very important in the history of dance in Poland, i.e. protected species or gatunki chronione, with Tatiana, who visited Wrocław, and it was a great pleasure. The discussions after that show were very interesting. And what's important, there are great icons like that, people who emphasize the issues of inaccessibility, who can discuss it, convey these issues, and this is very important. Last year I participated in an ice-hot Nordic platform in Helsinki, where discussions devoted to such issues were taking place daily, and the performances were diverse about the people in transition and people without limbs, about Lapland inhabitants who felt discriminated by the Norwegians, and these discussions were natural. No one found it surprising. We are diverse, and let's appreciate that fact. Thank you very much.
Ja pozwolę sobie skomentować i wyrazić czynny żal.
And let me comment and say that it's a shame that Justyna Wielgus is not here with us. Yes, let's give a big hand to Justyna, wherever you are.
I myślę, że głos pana byłby właśnie
And I think what you said, Justyna should hear it, so that we create together, like Teatr 21 or Theatre 21. Yes, and with regard to Theatre 21, it's a shame Justyna couldn't be with us. Well, but it's the only institution in Poland that has actors with intellectual disability, and for more than a dozen years it has not had its building, but recently the Inclusive Arts Center was opened, so this is the only group that has a regular remuneration for their work, you know. This isn't choreotherapy. They create together. They have autonomy. They make decisions. And there is a social institution of culture, and Warsaw is great. They provided funds for social culture institutions because Theater 21 now has a real home. So now and then we have a comment from the chat. I apologize. I don't want to speak on my own behalf, because I don't want anything else for myself. What I do is on behalf of others. Now, on behalf of my daughter, Paulina Wojciechowska, who is studying now, and she's preparing students and teachers at university so that they can work with people with disability. And I must say that for years, when preparing performances with disabled people in the Polish dance theater, well, the problems that we used to have, because a lot has changed, and I'm very grateful that the National Institute has a program. And who can apply? Can people not associated with dance who have a private tennis club where they organize workshops for people on wheelchairs and for popular dance classes? So what's the problem? Well, the interns from the Physical Education University, so that they can deal in their internships with the issue of wheelchairs, because a teacher has to, well, at least this is based on my experience of doing such workshops. And it would be impossible to fund this. In the past, Aleksandra Dziurosz, one person, did choreography, and there was only one performer on a wheelchair. So in a ballet school in Poznań, so we had to organize this mechanism for this one Justyna in our place, while now that it's still a problem. So my question is, a sports club, as an example, can they apply for funds to the National Institute for the purchase or for borrowing wheelchairs? But I don't know where from, because the Academy of Physical Education does not want to lend them. So that would be funds because if you have a private club, you don't have funds. You have a credit to take care of, and can I write an application like this? Or can I ask the National Institute to provide some funds? But that should be done for August this year. So not in 5 years' time. All right, Maciej, we do not have enough time, so please respond.
As you are well aware, we are a public institution which also depends on the ministerial funding, and the projects we implement are not implemented with our basic budgets, but we need to apply for those additional funds. So currently there is no such possibility. I'm pretty sure Anya is going to tell us about the program which was Culture Without Barriers, which gave such opportunity and support within such respect. And I'd like to say that within such consultations with people with disability, there was a statement that there are insufficient numbers of teachers who wouldn't be afraid to work with people with disability, who lack this competence and knowledge how they should work, that they can at all, because they're just regular fears. So with this addition, dance with disability, if we manage to obtain funds, I hope we can implement a workshop for dance teachers to prepare them for this work. Thank you very much, Maciek. Let me add, when it comes to this contest or competition or next one, there will be soft funds, because we will have a new financial perspective first, and I know that culture is also included there. What I'd like to mention, one thing are entities such as Institute of Dance and Music, and there's us, foundations, social organizations. We don't have wheelchairs, and the foundation Culture Without Barriers, but Jarek said there is also a Limping Warsaw Foundation, a wonderful foundation that we've cooperated with for many years far of active rehabilitation. They also have arrived to train and with equipment, so you can experience. Because if somebody uses the words of Tatiana, somebody understands the barrier, then they come up with solutions themselves. You don't have to explain anything. You don't need any experts. So I really recommend NGOs, but there are also places in Poland, and it starts happening in our country, and I hope it's going to be developed, places of sharing equipment, competences, or space. I know that in Wrocław there is co-sharing. Whether they have wheelchairs, I don't know, but I definitely recommend NGOs. I don't see any hands going up. Yes, there is also one person willing to ask a question, and then I'll read the comment. I'll try to be brief. I am encouraged by what Tatiana said to include some groups which have not been mentioned, and I'd like to thank you for your interventions for this culture of language and openness with regards to the accessibility. There's no point repeating, but you have mapped out this perspective properly, and without referring to any controversial comments, let's respect this opinion and debate. I would like to leave this information. I know that everything is being reported. We have children, we have carers, not just mothers. From my perspective, with regards to the debates, these are the barriers which would be worth addressing. With regards to the events of a dance type, so it would be worth mentioning the comment. And probably there is not enough space and time to deal with it, but it's necessary and important within the context of this event, all the events. Thank you. Yes.
Dodałabym też osoby nieneurotypowe.
I would add non-neurotypical people who need to have space made available, and this is happening too. And Justyna Wielgus definitely would sign up under what you've said, because Teatr 21 works with such people. I would like to add, when it comes to the Accessibility Council, I'm not sure, Jarek, if you know, but the ministry so far starts thinking about improving, amending the act. I was saying it to Tatiana already. If you have any comments on what is missing in this act, what we could change there, so we start the discussions here in the country. And I'm going to read the comment because I can't see from here. We have comment from Magdalena. The manner of interpretation of the provision of accessibility of facilities for people disabled is at fault. Tadeusz. Dance should be for everybody, and there are exclusions not just of people with a disability, but also people with fully able, and they are age related. In Poland, 21st century, there are age restrictions with regards to dance for adults. Anna, returning to education, teaching at the very early stage, empathic touch instead of selection of one model with regards to the type of a body. Thank you very much for the comments online. We have further questions. Hello. Patrycka Lankoć. I am an organizer here at the National Institute of Music and Dance, and also the person from the dance community, and I'd like to refer to Ania's intervention. We are all with some sort of disabilities, but I would like to expand that notion that all of us are people with human needs. and really
rozgraniczanie, w jakiś sposób
separating
definiowanie,
and
że są
defining
osoby z
that there are
niepełnosprawnościami
people
i bez
with disabilities
niepełnosprawności.
and
Tak
without
naprawdę
disabilities.
wszyscy my
All of
mamy
us
w jakimś stopniu
have
niepełnosprawność.
some
To, co powiedziałaś, że
disabilities. To some extent,
pełnosprawność jest
as you
czasowa,
said, being fully
to
able
chciałabym
is
się
just
tutaj
a
zwrócić do
time
wszystkich osób, które się
perspective,
zajmują
and I'd like
sztuką,
to
czy tańcem, czy
address all people
choreografią,
who
czy
deal with
muzyką.
art, with
To
choreography,
jesteśmy
music or
ludźmi
dance.
wrażliwymi,
We are people with
I
sensitivity.
myślę, że ta wrażliwość
I
pozwala
think
nam
that this
bardziej na
sensitivity
bycie empatycznym
allows us to be
i
more sympathetic
spojrzenie
with
na świat z
empathy
perspektywy tej drugiej osoby.
and
Dlatego,
perceiving the world through the
nawet
perspective
osoby
from the other
będące,
person and people
z ludzkimi
who
potrzebami,
have
z
those
różnego rodzaju
human needs with
niepełnosprawnościami,
all sorts of
żeby
disabilities.
ten czynnik ludzki,
So this human factor,
zniesienie barier w głowie,
this removing the
zaczynało
barriers
się
in your
również w nas
mind,
jako
so
pedagogach,
it starts
jak nas
within
jako
us as
artystach,
teachers,
do tego,
as
żeby
artists,
włączać te
so
osoby do
we can
naszych działań albo
include those
proponować im
people in
działania,
our
ponieważ jeżeli
operations and
osoby
activities or offer
chociażby
it
z
to them,
grup
people from
terapeutycznych,
the therapy
ich
groups,
talent,
their
ich
talent,
aktywność, ich chęć,
their
jakieś rozpalenie
activity
pasji
and
nie
willingness
zostanie
to
zaszczepione przez nas,
raise their
to nie
passion
będą
is
wiedzieli,
not
że mają
instigated by
możliwość
us. They will
taką
not
ludzką
see an
po prostu
opportunity
realizować
to
jakieś marzenia, o
implement
których
their dreams
teraz
in a
nie są w stanie
human way,
myśleć.
which they can't think of
To
at
tyle
the
z mojej
moment.
strony
That's it
chyba.
on
No,
my
już
part.
mogłabym się
I
rozgadać,
keep
ale
going
być
on and
może
on and on,
będziecie chcieli
but
jakoś
maybe
uzupełnić
you'll
tę
want to
wypowiedź.
complete
Dziękuję.
that what I've just said.
Patrycjo.
Thank you, Patricia.
Czy ktoś chciałby skomentować?
Does anybody wish to comment on what Patricia said or whatever's online?
Najpierw spytam oczywiście naszych panelistów.
Me too. I ask the panelists first. If you wish to comment.
Sobie też myślę, dzięki Patrycja
Thank you, Patricia, for your intervention in Poland. We already have plenty of artists from various groups which are marginalized who can run the trainings themselves because they are the best experts within their own course. So those people can be invited, they can be consulted. So I think this is already happening. Here an example of the project Dance and Disability, where the workshops were conducted by people with a variety of needs. We had a fully able person and a person with disability.
Takie jest moje osobiste zdanie, że
I'm of an opinion that first we need to talk about a disability, so it's not made too vague.
że tak naprawdę są dwie grupy.
We need to show that there are two groups at the beginning of our way. There are those with privileges and those without privileges, people with a disability.
Ktoś jeszcze, Maciej?
Ja tutaj z widowni chciałam
Komentarz z widowni.
Comment from the audience.
Tylko jakby podbić to, co
I
powiedziała
wanted
Patrycja.
to emphasize what Patricia said. My name is Magdalena Futrzyk. I am a teacher at the Culture Center for Clubs for Youths. I am a pedagogue, dancer. And I'm very happy that you opened this language forum. What Patricia said about dreams. And since we are on the panel on accessibility, then our classes are free of charge, so they are available to everybody regardless of their financial background. And I think this is another important thing, to make this space of dance available to those who lack proper financing. And Tatiana also mentioned that if she wants to attend a workshop, she has to have enough financing. So I'm happy that I participate in creating such a space where dance lessons are still for free for kids, and I think there should be more of such places today. If you want to be a dancer, if you want to develop, it would be best if you had proper financial background, and I believe that we should give more opportunity and more accessibility to people who lack it. And agree with what Patricia said. Let's make other dreams come true. Let's be sympathetic. Let's get rid of the anxiety that you've mentioned. Thank you.
Patrycja chce jeszcze skomentować i ja też, tutaj też komentarz do tego, czy nowy wątek? Dobrze, to
comment?
Mikrofon.
Chciałabym tylko jeszcze jedną rzecz dopowiedzieć, ponieważ mi umknęła.
One more thing I forgot. It's again Patrycja Wilenkuć.
Jeśli chodzi na przykład o...
When it comes to...
Nie chcę używać słowa włączanie, bo
I don't want to use the word including because it is slightly abused and overused, but involving people for a variety of initiatives and arts projects.
Na razie jeszcze
I think that here for now we talk about the fact that people with disabilities have no access to the potential to educate themselves in terms of art. I do hope maybe it's going to change soon, but if somebody is at the beginning of their artistic career, I would like them wouldn't want to have this separation of the issues such as an amateur, professional, or an professional or like career dancer. Career dancer and professional, they're like synonyms. To me, being amateur, being professional, and having it as an occupation. You can have an occupational professional. People who want to dance, who want to sing, who want to play an instrument, their attitude, there should be a definition of whether they should be involved in the activity or not. I know we talk about architectural barriers a lot. When panelists were preparing on the basis of the report, the environmental results. So the first need was eliminating the architectural barriers. It was very important that those people have access to cultural infrastructure, but if we educate them from the basis, eliminating architectural barriers will not actually require education, because everything is up to us. As Tatiana said, putting up a board or offering some help. People with disabilities want to be independent. Let's bear in mind that they don't want to be you know, in a situation when somebody does things for them. We're talking about people who use the wheelchairs, who are short, who can't see. Look at me, how I'm sitting. I have footsteps, so it is possible. This is short and small cost. When it comes to the language, I have non-binary language. Everything is doable. I just remember the publication which was issued by Krikoteka with regards to accessibility and recommendation. I encourage you to take a look and to learn the good practices, and the leading institutions apart from Jarek and Anya are also implementing it and introducing those good practices.
All right, go ahead, sir. Mirosław Kowalski. I am under a great impression of your discussion concerning people who are disabled and have the initiative in order to live in the world of art, in the world of dance. And what Mrs. Tatiana said, well, she's in a better position. She has the courage, and there is a number of people who have courage, who are with us, who have shown themselves, and they hope for the support of all institutions, NGOs, ministry, etc. Because the people who have funds, naturally there are people with funds, so we have to make use of them. And I'm talking to people who are watching online and who are not, let's say, brave enough, and we have to reach them. And in order to reach them, it's not at that stage. The stage at which Poland is right now, it is quite higher, but it is not the same as in Sweden or Great Britain, where people who is aged 65, That's not an old person, that is a person who is functioning. In Poland, we perceive such people, you know, they look at us like disabled people. What does this old man want? He's already out, you know. So the awareness has to be changed earlier. How? Well, let me give you an example. I am a citizen of Poland, but also a citizen of Canada, and I often communicate with public authorities in Canada, passports, etc., like in Polish, social insurance, etc. And I communicate using the internet. And every survey, when I communicate with any department, when I always have a question whether I am disabled. And imagine people who must be used to that, who must know whether I have a problem with hearing, with seeing, whether when I go to this authority, whether I will be taken care of. So unless we change awareness, later, you gave the example of the GDP. Naturally, for many people who are not related to economy, they just say GDP. So the higher the GDP, even the small percentage, like half a percentage or whatever it is, half a percentage of a greater GDP means more money. So it seems to me this is important. I'm from the outside, but what you're doing, that's really awesome. Awesome, but we need to change awareness, and the Canadian example is perfect. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you.
Ja tutaj się mogę absolutnie podpisać, że wszyscy
I agree.
zapraszamy Was do tego, żebyście z kolei wy wszyscy
We all invite you to ask about the needs at the chance of every event. All right, we have more comment. And what you said about concerning the elderly, well, yes, we see that sometimes you think seniors, all right, these are seniors, or you think that there is no possibility for them to be artists. So I hope, like Mr. Tadeusz wrote online, we have to think about adults as people who can keep learning and performing. I saw some hands up, all right. Karolina Dzieła-Grzakowska. I cooperate with cultural institutions and NGOs. I'd like to thank the National Institute of Music and Dance for organizing this panel today, and that there is courage to address this issue. It's not a simple one. And I'd like to thank Tatiana and Kasia for accepting the invitations, because they are prominent dance artists. They've been working for many years in Poland and abroad, and this requires a lot of determination. And so thank you. And well, today's panel, I think, is a sort of a declaration of the Institute of the willingness to develop that subject within the National Institute. And I'd like to ask concerning the people with special needs. So are other groups are they also included? And what are the plans or current activities, such as the caregivers, the parents, and like Mr. Jarosław said, it's quite a broad group. We can discuss it. We mentioned empathy today, and like Ania Żurawska said, we want to feel invited, that it's important, you know. So this is my question. Yeah. So are these persons also going to be invited to events? Thank you very much for these words, and I'd like to thank all the persons who work in the Institute and who make us remember about the needs of people with special needs, because it's a continuous process. For me, it's such a priceless lesson, and the meetings before the Congress and during Congress, I keep learning. So great thanks to Karolina, to Maciek, to Patrycja. But also when preparing this Congress, in our hands, we were thinking what place to pick, what place to, how to prepare it, to make it accessible. So it's great thanks to Alicja Kosińska as the coordinator. So great thanks. It would be impossible to list all the people who added their efforts to prepare this event. And it's our intention to develop these activities and to provide space for artistic activity. What Mrs. Tatiana said is beautiful. Some things don't matter when you are in the area of art. And with regard to expansion, well, that's another step that we have to keep learning. And we have to do this in dialogue. Dialogue requires time. If we have time, then we will be able to get ready properly. If we don't have that time, then it will be difficult to respond. As for the, well, I would like Maciek to respond, because I don't want to talk too much. Because it's a great comfort to have employees like this. It's all very important what Karolina said, so that we can keep learning. But we have to remember that the universal attitude, universal design is to remember about all the needs. So we have to remember that the world is changing, that we have to keep changing, that we have to provide accessibility as best we can. Thank you. Jarek, you have the microphone in your hand. Do you want to add something? Yes. Maciek opened up the Pandora box. So, well, I want to emphasize something during this panel. Universal design. When we say this, we have in our heads accessibility to all. And so it's worth saying that accessibility to all is a utopia, and us as NGOs, we try really hard for this to be like that. But universal design, the idea is quite brutal, you know. So we try to provide accessibility to the broadest possible group of users, but there are always situations where someone has very specific kind of rehabilitation equipment, a specific vehicle, so where the organization or the architecture will not handle, such as you have the group of basketball players who are more than 2 meters, 30 centimeters tall. It's also a group that will have trouble in some surroundings. So we just, whatever we do, we will never be able to provide accessibility to all. And so naturally this is a goal, but we have to be ready for some internal discussions. Sometimes we need to apologize, sometimes you need crisis communication, because there can be situations where the given user or artist, meaning artists, naturally some things can be predicted in advance, but with regard to who comes to the workshop, to the show, well, we cannot influence that. May I add something? Thank you, Karolina, for saying what you said. And over 2 days, the issue of caregivers appeared. And like you said, Tatiana, it's the issue of positive intentions. And let's remember, and there is also the element of discrimination related to gender, because most caregivers are women. And we all have to do everything for mothers, for caregivers who look after disabled people and elderly people, so that they appear at such congresses and so that they don't have to watch it online while looking after their children. Sorry, can I just address that? Yes, like I mentioned, the different needs of different people. Well, we have situations where sometimes, you know, people might not want to have children in the room. So we have to be mindful. There are different needs. And if we want to be really accessible, we have to remember about that. Yes. When planning congresses, you know, it's not a problem of this event, but it just suffices to ask in some surveys, some forms, application forms, is this okay for you that children will be in the room? Is it okay for you because the same concerns dogs that assist people with disabilities? So you can ask the question whether someone has is going to have a problem with a dog or has a allergy, an animal allergy. So you know, to some degree, we have to look up, remember that. All right. So thank you very much for this dialogue, because we are one step further. We keep learning, not to think about the audience, but also about artists. So let's take lessons from these surveys, people with needs, people who. So this is a process to. I see some hands up. You've been waving at me, but let me, because there is an online question. So I'm going to read it out, and finally I will going to see how much time we have left. The Ostoja magazine is asking concerning the issue that we've been discussing. Maybe we should engage disabled people, if possible, in the normal work of art, instead of just creating a ghetto. Yes, completely yes. And my dream is that in every panel, at every conference, whether it's referring disability, I hope that there is a disabled person participating in every possible panel. All right, I see we have 15 minutes more. Let me say two more things to summarize this discussion. For this to take place, for us to be able to have people with special needs in every panel, all these things have to take place. So we need a chance for development. We need to know where to organize a conference, and to know this, where to develop. We need to inform about this at every chance, in advance, and to keep repeating, organizing these events. Because in our foundation, where we work with people with different disabilities, only if we have a coherent attitude will we be able to generate trust in us and to have the willingness to develop. Without coherent attitude, no one will just imagine, oh, I want to be an artist, I want to show my works, I want to dance on international arenas, if we do not provide a chance for development here and now. All right. So, thank you, Kasia. Tatiana, would you like to add something concerning ghetto?
Definitely, my dream is that the society would not be divided into people with disabilities or abilities. Everything is up to the competences. If I have knowledge on something, does it really matter whether I use a wheelchair or whether I'm blind or limited in some way, sensorically or movement-wise? No, it does not matter. If I am a competent person with knowledge who will be a proper person in a position, then let's just do it. Let's stop paying attention to the physicality or the sensoric aspect. Is it really important? Is disability such an important element of our lives? You said it's fashionable. Yeah, I was quoting, yeah, it is fashionable. Let's just ask ourselves this question. Is the disability something that identifies us as a human? Not really. Thank you, that's it.
No właśnie, żeby nie było tej, już tylko jedno zdanie, panie dyrektorze, żeby nie było właśnie tej mody na
So there isn't this fad for disability. So it's the competence, but in order to have competence, we need to have opportunity for development. Then we just keep going in circles. So each and every one of us has an impact on chance. With reference to that question of the internet and what Tatiana said, which I fully agree with and repeat, that's what it's about, that there is no ghetto, that it is a common creative space. In my life, I was lucky enough that I met people of Kenko. So there are initiatives like that, then we will be open for them. And this voice must come from you. Then it doesn't matter what coalition you're going to build if you want to create something arts-wise. If we can support it as we support it as dance and for body awareness, this is a very important question. So I wanted to resound that we talk about various abilities that require various approaches. You have various needs. Katarzyna's got different needs, and another person's got totally different needs. And unless we learn that, and unless we see how people with various needs can cooperate together and what consequences it brings in their relationships, considering the specifics. I'm not saying it's going to be difficult, but, you know, to make it easier, we must be aware of that. Thank you very much, Director, because for people with various needs, we need to have individual approach. Yes. Now, I give the floor to the lady who keeps waving and waving for several minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you very much for this panel, and I fully agree that each and every panel should be the panels should vary. I'd like to share with you the perspective on an NGO who creates a new type of cultural institution and uses the infrastructure of partners to a large degree, and cultural institutions, and some are not, and not all of them are architecturally available, and we try to avoid them. This is our choice. And also private infrastructure. The private infrastructure which we need to meet, and preferably it would be at the ground level, the zero level, available for all. Because at the moment when there was an act and the grant programs started showing questions on availability, that the applicant would describe the availability, we need to be aware of the fact that there was not more money within those grants. So sometimes we need to do less in order to provide this accessibility to a higher extent. So, well, meaning we have to do less artistically and design-wise within the program, but so the money is not additionally increased to increase and improve accessibility. What I wanted to share was what Katarzyna mentioned, describing accessibility, something we are doing. When we are not fully accessible, we describe every event separately, and we try to do it. Luckily, Łódź offers great training for the sector of culture, and the training is really opening up our awareness to all sorts of aspects. We describe accessibility and inaccessibility of every event separately because the specifics vary. And of course, when we describe each and every inaccessibility, it really hurts me, but it's more important than pretending that we are fully accessible, because their needs are so plenitude. We also describe what is available, and we also describe particular events, or at least we try to describe them clearly. with regards to the language or step or stroboscope, many aspects which are important for our potential customers. And what really works in our instance is the contact for the person who is interested to call, communicate and ask or communicate his specific needs. And we do have contact and details like that, whether you can come here with the kids, etc., etc. So we always respond to those questions because there are events which you can attend with a child, which is comfortable for the kid, for the person who comes with the child, and also for the artist. And there are events which are not, it is not possible unless the child is slightly bigger. So live contact with people who are supposed to see us and visit us builds the sort of relationship, and I think it is positive. So being authentic in what we are able to do at a particular stage with regards to accessibility and speaking honestly about what we can do, it shows that, we are trying. And when it comes to the infrastructure subjects, so that the infrastructure itself would be available as a basis, and also that there is a potential to increase the availability within the grants programs. Let me just make sure that we are aware of the fact that we've got just 6 minutes left. Kasia, a word of comment. I just wanted to share my experience as regards accessibility of and availability of information for non-neurotypical people and people with the with disability of sight. I cooperate with technical staff during shows. When they create shows, I would encourage artists that they place information whether there will be some discomfort, like lights, sound discomfort during the show, or whether you can take earplugs. Just simple information, so you can just place that information so people can decide, and so they could have knowledge whether it's going to be comfortable for them or not. I can just, yes, emphasize that, because during the Culture Without Barrier Festival, there's a request to notify what we can provide, but also warnings, all sorts of warnings with regards to light and content. If something is presented on the stage, people keep having those needs now. And there was one more question from the floor, because we have no time for more. Sandra Lewandowska again. After what you've heard and what you've discussed and what I've experienced about 2 years ago, I'm an employee of a cultural institution, and I think that work, as you well know, with regards to accessibility at cultural institutions is very difficult. Within the context of what Karolina was saying, I think that openness is of key. We're not able to get ready for everything, and I do understand that. But there are things that we can get ready for. And I experience cultural institutions like, I'm not supposed to deal with that, I'm busy, I can't deal with that. I do whatever I can do. Maybe you'd say that others would find it disturbing that there will be children during the Congress. The question is, maybe we should. Would you be bothered with children in the Congress or a child in the Congress? Because talking about accessibility when somebody is excluded is difficult. It's openness. I'm open to what I can do in a situation when they're here and they can't enter the Congress. To me, this is about openness. I take the responsibility, because you talk about a specific case. I spoke about the openness, the required, about the need. I take responsibility for that situation.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy that the director is here with us and he could comment on that straight away. The last question will be from the internet, and my panelists we will have the round of impact. Tatiana from Kaja, is there an institution, theatre, opera, which has implemented in the repertoire shows you authored? No. A very brief answer, but there will be such opportunities. If I may. You know, drop by drop. And I really hope that Tatiana's and Katarzyna's shows would be on theatre's repertoire. Those steps of saying, I wanted to talk about the Teatr Wielki in Poznań, Łabędzie, Swans by Thomas Berg, with people with who are vision impaired and hearing impaired. I've seen this project very artistically and socially interesting. These are Fedora Award, Fedora Awards project. So we should talk about it. It shows what different types of needs we have, how we can work with them, how we can create coalitions that would make it possible.
Ja muszę powiedzieć,
I need to say
z
that
Tatianą, nie wiem,
with Tatiana,
jestem już po 40. Ja już
I'm
mam
40
siły
plus.
czekać, nie wiem, kiedy
You know, I
będą te
can't keep
zmiany.
waiting,
Ja
you know,
chcę
for those
wchodzić
changings.
i
I
po
want to
prostu
create,
dość.
and for me it's enough.
Tatiana, jeszcze ty chciałaś coś powiedzieć.
You wanted to say something? Yes, I wanted to say something because the question was, yeah, you know, and I answered to it, no. The fact is that it is happening. There's Integra at Rosberg Theatre. This is an example where it's happening. There's places of Bielsko-Biała, Pasja. There are operations which include people with disabilities to various degree. I just answered the question. I just have a dream, but you can confirm that I have a dream to have a festival in the future to show those shows and where they are implemented. So hopefully it's going to work, a festival where we have people regardless of their ability. Yes, that would be great.
Dodając jeszcze wiek, nie tylko niepełnosprawność, ale
adding also not just ability, but also age restrictions. And for moms who look after kids and carers, those caring for people with disabilities. It's time to end, because that's what we promised when we met here, that we give you a low-cost guideline to show you what agency we could have, as Małgorzata said. Tatiana, what can we do that this accessibility, diversity is more aplenty? What can we impact, myself here? Just we can impact ourselves, how we observe that, how we perceive it. Are we brave enough to look in? Do we want to support people in their action? And do we want them in our own space? That's the basis of everything, because we can talk about finances or various perspectives, but all depends on a human.
Tak, głos z sali, ja go powtórzę dla tych, którzy w internecie mogą nas nie słyszeć.
There was, if we want to change the world, we need to start with ourselves. Okay, don't talk about interpreters, leave it for me. Jarek, what Tatiana mentioned, when we invite everybody, it doesn't mean that we invite people with certain exclusions to think about it, because it works in many aspects. We always notify with regards to availability, the till, the changing room, the dressing room. Let's ask about the needs, because it's the essence. Sometimes they're not there, sometimes they'll be there. Let's diagnose if our audience has got the needs. So let's collect the spaces with regards to the shows, because if we stop choosing, the inaccessible, maybe something's going to come up. I just wanted to say, let's not be afraid, because we have real impact on the changes. It all depends on us, how we approach it. Change starts within us. Let's start with it. Kasia, I'm going to add, let's be aware of our privileges and let's learn sensitive language. And I take what has already been here. Let's give a chance, opportunity for development. I would like to thank you for this incredible panel, all panelists, the audience, and the availability is people. At this stage, I really would like to thank the interpreters of the sign language. Bravo for Ivanovic and Irena. Thank you. And now, break time and enjoy.
Pura is a film about sisterhood, solidarity, and place. During the production of the film, we really tried to explore what it means to be isolated and struggling with the issues that women face in the world today, and what it means to come together through solidarity. And we wanted to use the expression of that through being kind of like what happened during the pandemic, where people were isolated by themselves, and then the freedom that you have in nature and finding each other.
I first met Patrizia and Dominika in 2021, and I was immediately inspired by their relationship with each other, by their questions and their practice around sisterhood, what it means to be a woman, what it means to be connected to other women. So I was really delighted to collaborate with them again on this film. What really inspires me about Patrizia and Dominika is the way they support each other, both in terms of their communication and in terms of their movement practice. And it was a real joy to be around that. And that was really the core of what we explored in making the choreography and the movement for the film.
Praca sama wyglądała tak, że zaczęłyśmy od rozmowy, od tego, co tu i teraz, co nas dotyka, o czym byśmy chciały porozmawiać. I Kate zaproponowała nam napisanie listów miłosnych do własnego ciała. I to był taki punkt wyjścia do naszej pracy nad choreografią. No i te listy później przetłumaczyłyśmy na język angielski, język migowy, polski język migowy i to stało się też podstawą do tworzenia ruchu, do tworzenia języka ruchu w naszym filmie.
Dzięki temu, że wcześniej mogłem podglądać to, co robi Kate razem z aktorkami, to miałem już jakąś wizję i postrzeganie tego, jak będę chciał to przekazać w kamerze, przy okazji słuchając tego, co ma do powiedzenia reżyser. I myślę, że dzięki temu powstało coś absolutnie wyjątkowego, innego i fajnego. Język ruchu i choreografii był tak uniwersalny, że każdy może interpretować go na swój sposób i zrozumieć go inaczej.
As a filmmaker, I like to work as collaboratively as possible, and with this film, I don't think it could have been more collaborative. It almost seems wrong to call myself the filmmaker when everybody left their mark equally on the end product of this film.
Polish name of the project?
Corsican dance? No, how to pronounce it on Polish? No, I'm sorry. Korzenitanka?
Kozie to będące.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzeni tanza.
Korzenzi tanka.
I only know Cingumbre.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenia tańca.
Korzenie dansa.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzeni tańca.
Korzenie danza. Roots of dance. Korzenie danza. Okay.
Aveshtitam, udveshtitam, vyavartitam, parivartitam. Okay, so we are spreading our energy to the outside and we are taking the energy from the outside and we are taking inside our body.
So it is kind of mostly between a form and formless. So hence you have seen us using a lot of gestures with the hands, which we call it like Natya Shastra mudras, and then we also had a free flow of contemporary movements, like lot things going on the floor, and then abstract movements. So basically the whole this production has been about the energy, the constant energy. When you put it in a container, how you can kind of store that energy, and when there's no container, that energy still stays. So how it kind of flows in its free flow, in its free form.
Projekt Roots of Dance jest bardzo znaczący pod wieloma względami. Z jednej strony jest nakierowany na rozwój polskich młodych artystów tańca, poprzez kontakt z wybitnymi polskimi artystami, Jackiem Umińskim, Aleksandrą Dziełosz, którzy są liderami tego projektu, ale też poprzez kontakt z innymi artystami z innych krajów. I to, co jest bardzo ważne w tym projekcie, to, że troszkę odwołując się do nazwy projektu, on jest zakorzeniony w tradycyjnych kulturach.
Polska kultura ludowa jest jakimś zaczynem dyskusji na temat znaczenia tej kultury ludowej w różnych innych częściach świata.
Musieliśmy sobie zadać trud odgadnięcia, czym tak naprawdę polska kultura taneczna jest, to po pierwsze, czym ona jest dla nas, jakie ma formaty obecnie w naszej społeczności lokalnej, jak ona jest w nas żywa i czy jest w ogóle żywa, jakie ma komponenty, a po drugie, w jaki sposób bardzo taki nowoczesny, rozprzestrzenić ją poza granice kraju, tak aby artyści z innych państw mogli się po prostu tym naszym tradycyjnym śpiewaniem czy tańczeniem zainspirować do tworzenia własnych prac choreograficznych.
The past is a very big thing. You should realize what was there before in your past. So if you realized, it can give you so many details, so many impulses, and so many feelings.
So I think for any art form, dance, it's really taking certain like motions and movements and like essence and meaning from the past or from traditions and maybe retelling those stories in a modern context.
Everyone's roots have their own special element, right? Everyone's culture has something different, even though when we talk about it, it's all very similar, but there is still an identity to every culture. So by infusing culture and infusing your roots into contemporary or modern dance, it will really give you it will really make a difference when for you to stand out amongst others.
The piece that you just saw is called Dikir, choreographed by Raziman Sarbini, a former dancer of Us Dance Company. This piece is actually derived from the traditional Malay folk dance music in the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, from Kelantan, that uses a lot of repetitive movements. And in this piece particularly, he explores on the traditional movements that can be portrayed in contemporary perspective.
Tradition is something that is very important. Personally, for me, I can say maybe we are not always aware of it, but I think it's some kind imprinted in our minds, bodies, and if we are talking about dance, then we can say in our body language.
Somewhere we feel that we are all connected as art and humanity is connected, where I find the same impulses when I heard the songs of the mountains when I visited in this project in the Poland, in the highlands, the kind of dance, the kind of music, the kind of voice they use in their music, the spontaneity and the energy. I find so much of similarity with the songs and music from our mountains in India, not the Himalayas, but the northeastern part of India.
Polish people in the mountains, they live like Georgian people is living in the mountains. Also the dance and dance emotion and that strong feel is very similar.
ჩემთვის ჩემი ცეკვა და მოძრაობა ყოველთვის არის ძიება. ძიება გზის, საით უნდა წავიდე. ვფიქრობ, ალბათ დაკარგული ვარ ხშირ შემთხვევაში ამ მდგომარეობით ვიწყებ მოძრაობას და ყოველთვის ვეძებ რაღაც გზებს. და ეს გზების ძებნა ალბათ არის ბრძოლა. ბრძოლა ამ გზებთან თუ საით უნდა წავიდე და ყოველთვის გამოდის რომ რაღაცა ძლიერს ვეჭიდები რა. ამ ძლიერთან ჭიდილში მეც ძლიერდები და ჩემი ცეკვაც არ ვიცი, ალბათ მეომრის ცეკვას უფრო გავს.
Nawiązanie z jednej strony do kultury ludowej oczywiście, ale też idąc głębiej, znacznie głębiej, jest to powrót do zmysłów, czyli rozumienie o wiele bardziej głębokie niż nam się wydaje tego, co nas otacza i w jaki sposób kultura powstaje.
We all have some kind of common roots and common genes, and those things make dance really powerful, because going into something deeper and more meaningful, which connects all the culture, is something that makes people understand better and communicate better together.
I was really excited to be asked to come to Poland, to the Roots of Dance project. And my background is I'm Colombian, I dance flamenco, and I'm also interested in contemporary dance and mixing some of my roots and my flamenco tradition into contemporary movement, into more contemporary context.
I would definitely say it was very inspiring the first time when we heard about this whole project online. In our daily rush of life and rush of, achieving this, achieving that, we forget, we kind of overlook the main thing, like from where we began, like what was the initiation point, what was the root.
Był to projekt przede wszystkim, gdzie szukaliśmy korzeni tańca. Patrzyliśmy się, w jaki sposób tradycje można przetworzyć na język współczesny.
It's very important that keep the traditions alive, not still or permanent, but keep them evolving and seeing how that roots can become part of our, like a tree, to be part of the leaves and be part of the fruits.
I my do tego projektu zaprosiliśmy zespoły z Indii, Malezji, ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, z Gruzji, Chorwacji, z Kanady. I wpierw podzieliliśmy się kulturą polską w formie tańców i muzyki z Beskidu Żywieckiego czy z regionu Mazowsza, a potem zaczęliśmy szukać pewnych podobieństw, jakie występują między polską kulturą a kulturą naszych gości.
Polish culture is strong. It's very surprising, very energetic. For instance, I don't know much about Polish before coming here, so it's a surprise. It's been shocking to know all the dances, all the music. But I think the most shocking part is that between the distance that we find between Mexico and Poland, we still can find a lot of similarities in our cultures. When I feel myself sensible, I find myself fragile. But in this vulnerability, I find also groundedness from the earth, from the nature, which is holding me. So I take care of it as a human being, but also I feel cared by heaven, by God above of me, and myself is placed in between. So it's always a connection between the highest and below.
Nazywam się Anna Hop, jestem tancerką, choreografką, reżyserem, pedagogiem. Taniec jest całym moim życiem, pracą, sposobem wyrażania, opowiadania historii. Taniec jest uniwersalnym językiem, ponad wszelkimi podziałami i barierami. Nie obowiązuje go bariera językowa, ani inne ograniczenia. Gdy tańczę, myślę o tym, co przeszłam i o tym, co przede mną, a czasami jestem tylko tu i teraz. Rozwijać się, pobudzić swoją kreatywność jeszcze bardziej. Chciałabym, żeby polski taniec rozkwitał, żeby to była nasza wizytówka. Dla tancerzy i dla choreografów platforma Poland Dances może być trampoliną poza granice Polski, po to, żeby pokazać swoją działalność, pokazać swoją twórczość. Polski taniec to różnorodność i tę różnorodność możemy zaproponować zagranicznemu odbiorcy. Spotkajmy się 2 września na Międzynarodowych Targach Tanzmesse w Düsseldorfie.
Nazywam się Bartek Woszczyński, jestem choreografem oraz dyrektorem artystycznym Because Dance Company. Z tańcem związany jestem od dziecka, a Because Dance Company prowadzę prawie od 5 lat. Taniec i szeroko pojęty ruch jest dla mnie najszczerszym, bo też najbardziej pierwotnym środkiem wyrazu, który moim zdaniem potrafi najdokładniej przekazać nawet najbardziej skomplikowane relacje, emocje czy zależności. Taniec jest bardzo uniwersalnym środkiem komunikacji, ponieważ omija konieczność kodyfikacji, definiowania różnych zjawisk, ubierania ich w słowa i właśnie dlatego jest tak doskonałym medium, które pozwala łączyć ludzi i kultury ze wszystkich zakątków świata, będąc językiem nie tylko międzynarodowym, ale także ponadczasowym. Na stronie Poland Dances znaleźć można niemal wszystkich polskich artystów indywidualnych, zespoły niezależne, kolektywy, NGO-sy czy zespoły instytucjonalne. Jest to swego rodzaju artystyczny katalog polskiego tańca dla odbiorcy zagranicznego, który dzięki swojej różnorodności sprawia, że każdy znajdzie w nim choreografów czy zespoły, które odpowiadają mu stylem czy estetyką. Spotkajmy się 3 września na Międzynarodowych Targach Tanzmesse w Düsseldorfie, a chętnie opowiem Wam więcej o tym projekcie. Pozdrawiam serdecznie, Bartek Woszczyński. Do zobaczenia.
Nazywam się Gosia Mielech, jestem tancerką, choreografką, nauczycielką języka ruchowego Gaga, pedagogzką tańca oraz założycielką projektu artystycznego Dance Lab. Jestem związana z tańcem od 25 lat. Taniec jest dla mnie językiem, którym porozumiewam się ze światem. Taniec jest dla mnie jak powietrze, które jest we mnie, jest wokół mnie, jest dla mnie niezbędne do życia. Motywuje mnie do tego, aby stale wzrastać, poznawać siebie, poznawać swoje ciało. I taniec jest takim elementem, który pomaga mi być tu i teraz. W mojej twórczości staram się przekazać odbiorcy prawdę, moją prawdę, autentyczność. Zależy mi na tym, aby pobudzić odbiorcę do zadawania pytań. Zależy mi, aby w jakiś sposób delikatnie poruszyć tą klatką, w której się gdzieś znajdujemy i pobudzić wyobraźnię odbiorcy i pozwolić mu, aby to on przejął inicjatywę i tworzył sobie swoją historię z tych takich bardziej lub mniej fantazyjnych obrazów, które tworzone są i odtwarzane na scenie. Poland Dances umożliwia artystkom i artystom polskim bardziej skuteczne wyjście do promotorów, kuratorów, dyrektorów festiwali zagranicznych. W tym roku platforma Poland Dances będzie prezentowana podczas Międzynarodowych Targów Tanzmesse. Spotkajmy się 1 września w Düsseldorfie.
Nazywam się Karolina Wycisk, jestem producentką spektakli i koordynatorką projektów choreograficznych i tanecznych, artystyczną menadżerką i freelancerką. Od 7 lat prowadzę Fundację Performat, od 2 działalność Performat Production, w ramach których współpracuję z artystkami. Tym, co najbardziej mnie teraz zajmuje, jest takie myślenie o tym, jak zmienić już istniejące lub wypracować nowe formaty pracy produkcyjnej, organizacyjnej, ale też współprac z artystkami i artystami oraz partnerami zagranicznymi. Moja współpraca z artystkami za każdym razem bierze się z takiej ciekawości ich praktyk artystycznych oraz tego, czy ja mogę jakoś performatywnie wspierać te procesy artystyczne. Lubię myśleć o pracy producentki jako takim kreatywnym i twórczym wytwarzaniu warunków do spotkania, do tego, żeby relacje mogły się wydarzać. Fotografia właściwie też jest dla mnie takim ucieleśnianiem relacji. Zmienia nasze sposoby myślenia, nasze sposoby działania z innymi osobami. Takie narzędzie jak Poland Dances jest na pewno potrzebnym katalogiem zbierającym kontakty do artystek i artystów, których praktyk jesteśmy ciekawi i ciekawe, do instytucji, festiwali, fundacji, organizacji pozarządowych, które zajmują się szeroko rozumianym tańcem. Oczywiście ta mapa powinna się poszerzać, żeby pokazać coraz bardziej zróżnicowany obraz praktyk performatywnych w Polsce. Zachęcam do odwiedzenia strony Poland Dances.
Moje marzenie się spełniło. Dzisiaj tak naprawdę sfinalizowaliśmy rzecz, która chyba z 30 lat już jest w kuluarach. Mówi się o tej potrzebie w kuluarach środowiska sztuki tańca. Dzisiaj to marzenie, że powstają miejsca, które będą służyć polskim artystom tańca, tym niezależnym, którzy nie mają swojego domu jeszcze, wczoraj nie mieli, a już dzisiaj mają, jest po prostu tak wzruszające, że naprawdę czuję to wszędzie na sobie, wewnątrz, w głowie.
To jest moment szczególny. Takiego projektu chyba nie było w polskiej kulturze, przynajmniej w ostatnich latach. Tu szczególnie został wreszcie doceniony taniec.
Program Przestrzenie Sztuki, który w tym roku jest pilotażem, jest naprawdę ogromnym przedsięwzięciem. Od lipca do grudnia będziemy realizowali program, który ma na celu przedstawienie mniej więcej 75 wydarzeń o różnym wymiarze artystycznym. Będą to spektakle, będą to rezydencje, będą to różnego rodzaju warsztaty, coachingi, będą to spotkania związane z badaniami nad tańcem i wszelkiego rodzaju działania społeczne czy animacyjne, ale projekt ten będzie angażował także około 350 artystów, a tym samym będzie skupiał ponad 55 000 odbiorców, co z pewnością na półroczne działania jest bardzo dobrym wynikiem.
To, co wyróżnia ten projekt, to to, że wychodzimy poza duże ośrodki kultury i wkraczamy do mniejszych miejscowości. To, co wyróżnia ten projekt, to też to, że chcemy zwiększać wiedzę mieszkańców, społeczności lokalnych na temat tańca, zarówno w teorii, jak i w praktyce, ale także sprawiać, by oni stali się odbiorcami tej sztuki, ale także aktywnymi uczestnikami, żeby mogli się zainspirować i żeby sztuka w postaci teatru i tańca miała swój rozwój.
Oddolność, spontaniczność działań, często przypadkowość nawet można powiedzieć, jest też ważne, bo to są nowe emocje, nowe pomysły. To jest także wyzwalanie nowego potencjału twórczego, który często nie jest wyzwalany poprzez istniejące instytucje. No, wiadomo, że nowa przestrzeń może stworzyć coś, co jest właśnie nowatorskiego czy nowego i na to liczymy.
Tutaj chodzi nie tylko o najmłodszych, ale chodzi też o dorosłych artystów, o twórców, którzy często nie mają gdzie pokazać swojej twórczości, swojego artyzmu. I chyba temu służy właśnie ten projekt, te przestrzenie dla sztuki. Miejmy nadzieję, że odbije się to szerokim echem i sam pilotaż zmieni się w duży projekt.
Taniec jakoś tak zawsze był niedoceniony, a jak Państwo wiecie, taniec to nie ma oszukaństwa.
Przestrzenie Sztuki to program, który jest odpowiedzią Ministerstwa Kultury i Dziedzictwa Narodowego na oddolne potrzeby środowiska teatralnego. Przestrzenie Sztuki otwierają się na artystów niezależnych, na artystów eksperymentujących, na artystów, którzy są niezwiązani instytucjonalnie, którzy potrzebują przestrzeni do pracy, do twórczości, do eksperymentów. Instytut Teatralny chce zainspirować ośrodki lokalne i pomóc im w utworzeniu pewnej struktury. Ta struktura ma być strukturą elastyczną, odpowiadającą na potrzeby danej lokalnej społeczności i środowiska teatralnego. Będzie też, co bardzo ważne, pewna objazdowość teatru. Chcemy, żeby teatr ruszył w drogę, ruszył do jeszcze mniejszych miejscowości wokół tych centrów, które teraz powstają, żeby odwołując się do tradycji redutowej, pokazywał teatr tym, którzy na pewno do tego teatru w inny sposób nie trafią.
W ramach przestrzeni sztuki powstaną także lokalne centra teatru. Bardzo zależy nam na tym, aby były one miejscem, w którym będzie rozwijana szeroko pojęta kultura teatralna. Czyli będą one służyć nie tylko twórcom, którzy są oczywiście bardzo ważni i dobrze, żeby mieli tam swoje miejsce, ale także lokalnym odbiorcom, lokalnym środowiskom. Założeniem teatralnych przestrzeni sztuki jest to, że ich program powstanie oddolnie. W tym roku program ma charakter pilotażowy. Mam nadzieję, że w ramach tego programu w przyszłości powstaną lokalne centra teatru we wszystkich województwach w Polsce. Dzięki ich działalności powinniśmy dowiedzieć się więcej o tym, jakie są lokalne potrzeby, o tym, jak wyglądają lokalne inicjatywy teatralne, a także dotrzeć z teatrem do jeszcze szerszego grona odbiorców. Traktuję program Przestrzenie Sztuki jako swego rodzaju przedłużenie innych programów Instytutu Teatralnego, takich jak Teatr Polska czy Lato w Teatrze, które służyły także upowszechnianiu sztuki teatru. Ten jednak program będzie miał charakter oddolny. Będzie wynikał z lokalnych potrzeb, z rozmów ze środowiskami w poszczególnych regionach, po to, żebyśmy lepiej wiedzieli, jak wygląda to bardzo bogate, bardzo żywiołowo także rozwijające się lokalne środowisko teatralne.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vladimir Angelov, and I'm the director of International Choreography Organization and Networking Services, Dance Icons Inc. here in the United States. Our friends in Poland have created this wonderful website that showcases the variety in dance in Poland. I would like to invite everyone to take a look at it, check it out, and learn more about what's going on in dance in Poland. Let's wish our friends in Poland best of luck, and we hope to see you soon again.
Września 2020 roku to dzień, kiedy Instytut Muzyki i Tańca przy kongresie, drugim kongresie tańca, otwiera Warszawskie Święto Tańca. Chyba pierwsze w historii o takiej nazwie wydarzenie, które skupiło w Warszawie wszystkich tych, którzy pasjonują się tańcem, którzy uczą tańca, którzy ten taniec tworzą i go wystawiają na warszawskich scenach.
Mini manipulacja, sprawdzając w jaki sposób tutaj nam się co może nam się zadziać, kiedy pracujemy.
Warsztaty Soft Release są to warsztaty z partneringu oparte o metodę wypracowaną w projekcie Oddaj Ciężar i skupiamy się głównie na takim miękkim i spokojnej pracy z dotykiem, z kontaktem. Oparte to jest też o pracę powięziową, po to, żeby ciało rozluźnić, żeby trochę się otworzyć, jakby otworzyć w ogóle wzorce ruchowe, zmiękczyć ciało, mieć możliwość pracy organicznej ze swoim ciałem.
W tym czasie robimy choreografię, skomplikowaną muzycznie, ale sobie wszyscy dobrze radzą. Hop i odklej, i ręka, i hop, i slajd, i otwórz. 5, 6, 7, 8. Dwójki. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć. Trójki. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć.
Dzisiaj poprowadzimy warsztaty z tańców dawnych, tańców polskich oraz tańców, można powiedzieć, zachodnich, tańców dworskich. Z tańców polskich będziemy uczyć kujawiaka, czyli jednego z tańców narodowych.
Idą 16 kroków dużym kołem wokół wszystkich pań i później wracamy 16 kroków dużym kołem. Dobrze by było do swojej pani, dobra? Uwaga!
Zabawiamy się na samym drugami, kroki stoją. I teraz dwójki w koordynacjach. Dwójki w jedynki.
Mambo! Charleston i Authentic Jazz jest to taniec najradośniejszy ze wszystkich tańców, jakie możecie spotkać na ziemi. Jest to taniec dla wszystkich, w każdym wieku. Nie wymagana jest żadne zaplecze wcześniejsze taneczne. Przychodzą do nas różni ludzie z różnym doświadczeniem. Te tańce są bardzo wyjątkowe, ponieważ po całym dniu, kiedy człowiek jest bardzo zmęczony, wchodzi na parkiet i nagle niesamowita energia w tą osobę wstępuje, niesamowita radość. Każdy wychodzi z naszych zajęć z szerokim uśmiechem.
Takie poświęcenie.
też najszybszym tańcem swingowym. Także zarażamy Warszawę klimatem lat 20., 30. i 40.
I touch. 5, 6, i 5, 6, 7, i swipe, i touch, i swipe, i touch, i swipe, i touch. Ba, bara, bararara, ha, ha.
Stańcie, tak jak uważacie, żeby stawiała królewna baroku. 3, 2, 1. Mamy, bardzo dobrze. Super. I wszyscy wykonali zadanie absolutnie idealnie.
Są to warsztaty skierowane zarówno dla dzieci, młodzieży, jak i dla dorosłych, żeby pokazać piękno baletu. Piękno, które nie zawsze wynurza się z piękna, wynurza się ono z ciężkiej pracy, ale to piękno jest osiągalne dla każdego i każdy może spróbować, każdy może dowiedzieć się, z czym to się je. Po wstępie na temat historii tańca i baletu pokazuję podstawowe kroki baletowe, pas, pozy, ustawienia rąk, nóg, tak żeby wszyscy uczestnicy mogli dowiedzieć się troszeczkę więcej na temat tego, czym jest sztuka baletowa oraz ewentualnie mogli podjąć decyzję, czy chcą kontynuować naukę.
To są osoby, które pomyślały sobie, że dlaczego one mają robić element tu, o tu, kiedy mogą ten element zrobić tu, ale go i wyżej, tak?
Witam Państwa serdecznie.
Welcome everyone after the break, those present in the Silesian Museum and the people watching us online. The last panel of this day will be dedicated to promotion of dance. I'd like to present the speakers now. Karolina Bilska, expert selected by the National Institute for Music and Theatre. Adam Kamiński, expert selected in an open competition. Jan Łosakiewicz, an expert representing the Polish section of CIOF. Dr. Jacek Łumiński, an expert representing the art zone operators. Katarzyna Nowak, expert representing the Forum of Traditional Music. And Dr. Paulina Wyciechowska, expert representing Academies of Physical Education. Now I'm going to ask Karolina Bilska, the chair, to speak, and I'm sure your deliberations will be very fruitful. I'd like to welcome everyone at the panel dedicated to promotion of dance. Before I ask the respective persons to speak, panel members to speak, I'd like to read out our joint position that we have prepared. It was already published in the Congress materials, but we really would like it to be emphasized specifically right here as a kind of message that we want to result from this meeting. Dance in the social life appears on many levels, as an art, as entertainment, learning, health prophylaxis, a medium of communication. Its promotion means increasing the popularity and accessibility for everyone. It is important to introduce a multidimensional dance education and to establish messages about dance addressed at different groups of people. This should be part of a complex system for promotion of dance developed in cooperation with institutions at all levels. So this is our message. And now here, well, let me end because I am seated here in the wrong order. The first person to speak will be Mr. Jan Łosakiewicz, and then Mrs. Katarzyna Nowak, Dr. Jacek Umiński, Adam Kamiński, then myself, Karolina Bilska, and Dr. Paulina Wycichowska. So, Mr. Jan Łosakiewicz now. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to have been invited by the National Institute for Music and Dance to represent the least numerous community among participants in the Congress, i.e. folk dance groups. What does it mean to promote? This means to make something popular, so that what we want to become popular, dance, for it to become popular, we have to answer the question, how is dance perceived by the ones among whom we want it to be promoted? And to start promoting, we should say that for us, for all the people dealing with dance, whatever the style, the type, the most important thing is to change the perception of dance within the community. Artistic dance that's exercised by dance theaters, by independent artists, by folk dance groups, because they also have the form of art. Well, we can't get through, we cannot win with we cannot, carry on the message of the hip-hop dances, etc. And I really appreciate all the other forms, but it is difficult to get through to others, especially that the mass media are really more positive towards those forms. Ladies and gentlemen, to promote dance means in particular to provide its values with regard to national and global culture, to include dance in the social circulation and to allow, to inspire, to organize and encourage people to participate actively in the cultural life of the given country, region, environment, to develop the conditions for development of dance. Dance promotion should allow to integrate the society and to reduce the disproportions among the respective regions and groups concerning access to dance, and it should include development of its values. Dance promotion should be part of the social and cultural policies of the given state, and it has to take place in both the national and local government plans with specification of the principles and the ways in which they should be followed. It would be useful if these plans were described in long-term plans, programs. I'm representing folk dance, the folk dance community. I'm representative of the Polish section of our organization, the International Board of Folk Associations, Festivals and Folk Art. This is an organization that is international. It covers 95 states that are within the UN, and the entire world movement works under the auspices of UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, all over the world, our association organizes 245 folk festivals. In these festivals, there are over 4,500 groups from all over the world. And so there are about 150,000–160,000 performers every year. So it is a form of promotion. And all the activities performed by us as the Polish section that we do in Poland and abroad, we do in order to promote. In Poland, we have 16 international festivals all over the country. Yes, from the Baltic Sea to the Tatra Mountains. Every festival has on average 8 groups. The oldest festival under our patronage is the Beskid Culture Week, where always we have several dozens of groups every year. Ladies and gentlemen, our association looks after groups, and there are 110 artistic groups that we look after in terms of subject matter performance. And let me quote some numbers for you. We've made recently some calculations, and there are 10,300 dancers in our groups, 532 instructors, and 870 musicians who collaborate with these groups. So this is quite a significant movement. So jobs are created, and we look after children's groups as well as groups of adults. I'd like to thank Ryszard Kalinowski, who mentioned folk groups, and he mentioned their value. Thank you very much, Ryshu. For us, it's very important that a person who deals with a different form of dance, still he remembers about folk dancers. Before I go to the threats to folk dancers, apart from international festivals, we also organize an all-Polish, Michał Kosiński all-Polish dance festival. Kosiński was one of the 7 founders of CIOF International organization. Together with the National Institute of Music and Dance and the Pieśni i Tańca Śląsk, we organize a young choreographers competition for works inspired by folklore. And please feel invited to get familiar with the principles, with the regulations of this competition. It's really worth participating in, because folklore is a great inspiration source and provides great opportunities in terms of song and dance to other activities to combine with many other techniques. I think Kasia is going to talk about authentic folklore.
dobrą rzeczą do tego, aby się nią zainteresować.
But I think this form of promotion is really useful. What are the factors affecting the non-professional dance movement? Before I address that, let me say that during yesterday's discussions, people would say we don't have enough candidates to ballet schools, that we lack dancers for our professional Śląsk and Mazowsze groups. And it's the non-professional movement that can provide these resources. And it should provide these resources because, look, practically, there is a folk group in every town or city, regardless of the level of the given group. But it is possible to shape and to prepare to dance and to participation in dance also as recipients of that art that you are doing and as we all are doing. I'm running out of time, all right, so let me address a different thing, the risks. What should we make sure to create the policy for development of the Polish folk dance movement in terms of subject matter of the programs presented, to eliminate flagrant freedom in using the folk materials, to specify the attitudes to the work of art and modern ways of presenting folklore, educating the new generation, entering Polish dance in school education by introducing, at least 1 hour. I think dance should be present in schools on a daily basis. 1 hour per week from grade 1 to grade 12. And all forms of dance should be covered. Establishing university studies, we have them in part, but we should have new ones to allow to get higher education in folk dance and folk music. To create opportunities to start PhD procedures for choreographers who work on a daily basis with many non-professional groups, to create a system of improving the qualifications of folk dance instructors, to provide opportunities for professional development, as to create a system of subsidies for young choreographers and instructors of folk dance, to create a grant system for young choreographers and instructors, to find funds for publishing, making publications related to folk groups, to create a system of assistance and support for the functioning of the best folk groups, to create a system for granting assistance and support to newly established but promising groups, to create the opportunities for supporting national and international competitions and festivals for folk groups, to create a system for promoting Poland and Polish culture abroad by organizing trips to competitions, festivals of for the best teams, to create a system for promotion of Polish dances in the media, to create a system of improving, raising awareness and knowledge of Polish dances, to create the conditions so that Polish folk groups enter the contemporary times of cultural Poland of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Katarzyna Nowak. Please watch the time because we have over 3 minutes of a delay. So I've got information that we have to watch it. Good afternoon. You said Janek 10,000 at Siof dances. I came here yesterday and for the first time I felt alien among dancers. I didn't know anybody apart from the panelists. I listened to those presentations yesterday during the opening of the Congress, and you mentioned ballet and contemporary dance most of all. The problems of our environment of folk dance are not noticed by those who deal with dance, and they're very similar. No voice in the groups, not enough funding, ministerial contests and competitions. I'm happy that I can sit here today because I wanted to draw your attention to something that was not addressed yesterday. You spoke about the stage and presenting dance, and I think that in order to eliminate all those insufficiencies, we need to make sure that people dance. We need to popularize dance. In my opinion, if the society dances, and that will draw money and infrastructure, and there will be people who will want to dance professionally, and we will want to develop. I will tell you the movement of dancing houses work and why it doesn't really work the way we would like to. I am a dancer. I've been an amateur dancer for 30 years. And I was taught folk dance for the stage. I've conducted Dolnośląski Zespół Pieśni Tańca Wrocław. I've conducted it for 8 years. I here represent the traditional dance forum, represent the non-stage traditional dance. The Forum of Traditional Music is an organization appointed by practitioners of traditional dance and singing in order to cooperate with regards to folk music and joint representation of the environment. The members of the forum are institutions and formal groups which for many years have tried to promote, popularize and maintain or restore dance traditions in their small homelands. Some of them try to restore the traditional dance from all regions of Poland, and we observe such a trend in cities: Warsaw, Poznań, Kraków, Gdańsk, Kalisz, Radom, Bielsko-Biała, Olsztyn, Wrocław, many others. The observers of traditional dance show that over the last 2 decades, the folk music emigrated from villages to cities, and city dance entered villages. The young don't know the traditional folk dance. The mission of maintaining included the non-stage dance was undertaken by citizens of cities who became interested in that. They learned about it during research studies and from the masters. Following the example of Slovakia and Hungary, the dance houses were created in the 90s, so this movement did not emerge as fast and clearly in order to make it popular as in Slovakia and Hungary. When I talked to those who visited those places, they indicated some differences which may impact it. The position of traditional culture in the identity. The identity of Slovaks is based on that. Every regional event is at the dance houses and the instructors who teach dancing. There are many groups who have field studies, who develop stage material which is based on archives. Participation there, especially during the universities, is something natural for Hungarian and Slovak students. They cultivate regional traditions. Apart from the teams, there are dance houses, and the teams are one joint body. When creating dance houses in Hungary, the creators developed common method of teaching dance, allowing to learn the basic moves. So even the beginners can improvise such dance. The kids were taught with that method, so improvisation and the number of steps was something natural. The same technique was used in teams and groups, and those who were learning used the same method. So traditional dance was popularized in towns and cities. Identical phenomena occurred in Slovakia. In each of those countries, there is institutional help for any dance-related activities. Universities have traditional dance and choreography of traditional dance. Folk dance improvised is taught in Hungary. During PE lessons, instructors visit primary schools where they have educational programs within cultural education. Dance houses are well-prepared areas for teaching dance and swapping experience between dancers. Instructors are good animators, and workshops are conducted in order to make people enjoy dancing. In many countries, popularization is through programs such as I've Got Talent. This allowed folklore to go through mainstreams, and groups suddenly have lots of willing participants. In Poland, access to archives is limited. Either they did not survive or access is expensive. There are no instructors of traditional dance, which would be non-stage but improvised. There are not many of them. The instructor courses are mainly aimed at the stage aspect. Apart from the only postgraduate studies, I've not found a university course with the folk dance. In the areas where there are no regular folk dances and there are no grassroots dance movements, and people who do not stem from the environment of folk groups don't know any moves of national or regional dances. There is there's an absence of ability to improvise when it comes to folk movements. I meet people from individual groups who don't even attempt to dance unless they have set choreography. This problem does not refer to traditional dance only. The phenomena of the inability to move or poor coordination are very common. The ability to dance seems to be reserved for stage dancers. It is perceived as a difficult art, undoable for an average person, and partially it is true. The dance groups are focused on stage movement, and very often there is acrobatics involved. The most required choreographical moves are very complicated, which requires perfect motion, coordination, and hours spent on developing the technique. On the other hand, also in Poland, we have the dance houses movement, which organize workshops and dances. There are several thousand participants, even though the scope expands. It's not as spectacular in Slovakia or as in Slovakia or Hungary. One of the main reasons is lack of cooperation among the environments and the includer groups and dance and singing groups. Both talk about popularizing dance and promoting traditional dance, but combination of the activities for the sake of stage and non-stage dance should be sufficient if they are willing to cooperate. A group that I run has been active for 70 years. It used to represent the socialist sources and groups. Now we revise our program, including choreography, which is closer to regional groups. For the last 6 years, we've been very active in popularizing the non-stage dance. We run workshops by instructors who don't come from instructor courses, but their knowledge comes from their own ethnographic studies. We run workshops for kids, adults and seniors at our headquarters, and not only. We're not limiting to workshop only, because there are also traditional singing courses. After workshops, we have dance sessions where the participants can use their skills. Regular meetings made people attached to where the meetings are held. The headquarters, it's not just the place where they rehearse, but also the includer groups. The workshop events attract not just dancers from Wrocław and other parts, but the vicinity, but also many parts of Poland. So that the headquarters became the dance house for people who look for a place to do improvised dancing or stage dancing. The number of new people who come over from non-stage dance increases every year because we have our own connection and communication channels. Getting through to the large number of recipients is of key importance. Although many years of experience and efforts of many people in Poland, we take up a very small niche and we're not very popular. We need more promotion. Popularizing traditional dance is not going to work unless the environment unites and other groups get involved. The houses of dance should offer help in organizing workshops on improvised dance and organizing dance sessions. We need to have involvement of the operating dance environment on both sides. Networking of informal groups, institutions, or other art-related institutions. For long-term operations, we need institutional support, larger number of universities, better access to archives and better promotions in mainstream media, infrastructure and financial support, just as museums, theaters, operas, culture houses maintained by local governments, the same, the dance houses, that's the way it should work them. Popularization of dance on a daily basis, when cooperating with grown-ups who learn to dance, there are no skills at the basic levels, no coordination, problems with partnering and cooperation among dancers. The objective of the entire circle of dancers should be restoring the life experiencing of dance, which evokes many emotions. Even though folk dances are organized in cities, without its cultural context, the social contact is alive. The emotional and physical contact with other people, having fun, courting, the relationships, nothing has changed. This is most important for the well-being, mental well-being of the entire society. So we should maintain balance between the stage and the dancers, reception and provision of it. That requires cooperation of the entire dance environment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jacek Gumiński. And again, please follow our time limits because you took too much time. I try to read fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, when thinking about the space of art, 4 or 5 years ago, we tried to place these spaces in a specific processes. And the most important process was modernization. A society is modernized following its own principles, its own pace, and from our point of view of art zones took over the role of moderator of participation of various social groups in the modernization processes. Due to the specific character of this program, the target groups are young people who are looking for their place in the world and try to find answers to the questions that are bugging them. So naturally, the youth that participate in these creative programs meet directly or indirectly with representatives of various groups within the society, including through educational activities, such as people looking for a healthy lifestyle, people on wheelchairs, and young people from some vulnerable families. We apologize for interrupting, but there is a great request to go a bit slower. Great apologies. So, through such meetings on a neutral ground of art, there is awareness raising, the strength of education towards mentality changes, that's great. For art zones, the point is also to reach new audiences for the dance theater, entering the local communities and representing that community before third parties, and there are many models on which we could base our activity within creating our mission program. This inspired to develop our own individual attitude to the role that art should have within the local community. Besides, in the case of Art Zone, the point concerns the rich productions, performances on the basis of the social experiences and the cultural traditions. In our zones, we believe in the power of art that moves the mind and moves the communities. We believe in the value of the local cultural traditions, which enrich the local and the global contemporary art. We appreciate the richness of artistic talents within our community and the continuous drive towards artistic perfection. We appreciate art as the strength of economic progress. We appreciate reaching the broadest possible group of such as inhabitants, tourists, veterans of any age, of any origin and preference. Promotion of dance in these art zones we understand as a system of well-groomed elements and structures that have people within, that place most emphasis on people. It is an active transfer of knowledge from resources, from specialists to users. The constant look for the new ways of distributing practical and theoretical knowledge among many users, such as creative laboratory programs and creativity ecology, where representatives of various professional groups participate. It is a way of promoting information, opinions, ideas among many people, including through artistic programs, social programs, health programs, integration programs, such as body conditioning, permanent dance meetings for seniors, regular meetings for adults, classes for adults, regular open meetings, dance and music jams, regular classes, contact improvisation, regular meetings for youth, and so on. In that process, broad promotion about of the knowledge of local communities is important, i.e., traditional dance in the form of regular open workshops. The process of sharing knowledge takes place on several different platforms, such as publication, presentation, or online, dance cinema and meetings between the public with creators, discussions, managers meetings, curatorship and mentoring for young choreographers, online on the reality of artistic life in the USA and Europe. The process of dance promotion is quite a complicated process that's based on the people that we get and on the people who promote dance, who receive new recipients. The latter are especially dance artists. Their activity creates the picture of art and offers practical benefits through them. Thanks to them, people want to dance, to watch dance, and to expand their knowledge about dance. Promotion is connected with development of audience. It's expanding the group of recipients and reaching more and more people similar to the current users and recipients, but also to reach other groups of recipients and viewers. So generally speaking, it's not a list of diagrams, it's a way of thinking about what we are doing and concentrating on the recipients. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Adam Kamiński now. Ladies and gentlemen, It's a great pleasure for me to talk to you today concerning dance education and dance promotion, and I would like to thank the entire community for their trust and for choosing me for participating in this panel, in this prominent group. And I will try to read, because otherwise I just go into too many side topics, and I like to talk a lot, and if I read, I'm going to follow my discipline. It's going to be better for our time restrictions. Dance education. Let me start with that. Dance is used in school education and extra school education. Within dance education, its most popular forms include school classes in the first grades of school, kindergartens, or educational novelties, such as there was one teacher from Wrocław, and she had dance as an element of intercultural communication. Additionally, in schools, the units that are open to cooperation with NGOs, what is very popular is executing projects related to cultural animation, and dance plays a very important role here. What's also significant is the few dance profile classes, such as the International School of Sports Mastership, Education and Sports in Łódź, or the 30th Comprehensive Secondary School in Krakow, or the Sports Mastership School in Częstochowa, or the Marcin Gortat School in Łódź. In Wrocław, a dance school is present in several general secondary schools. What's also important in education is EU projects, and some good examples, such as the international project co-organized with partners from Portugal and Spain in Wilanów, that concerns the places of European heritage and combines contemporary dance with youth education, and it's organized in the Jan III Palace in Wilanów within the network of European royal residencies. Elements of dance, such as in the form of learning of national dances, creation of own dance routines, are included in the curriculum of physical education in primary school. A physical education teacher should be aware of the significance of the exercises of the movement significance of PE classes. Dance-related routines could be used during warm-up or at the end of classes. During consumption-based society, there is the need for representatives of different disciplines to try to change the emphasis to adapt to current needs related directly to work, leisure, the role of mass media, art, cultural animation, and participation of significant groups within the society. Let me tell you about the idea of the so-called centers of local activity. For the last 3 years, they have been quite important in Wrocław. I know that there are similar centers in other cities. Sometimes they can have different names. From the very beginning of my activity within NGOs, i.e. for over 20 years, I have always believed in the partnership with strong institutions dedicated to culture, and it was always a good idea. And I believe that 17 editions of a large international festival called Mandala would not be possible if it wasn't for partnerships. And now, for the last 2 years, I've been quite proud of cooperation with the Jerzy Grotowski Institute. And as regards the institute, I would like to tell you something about what combines the Grotowski Institute and the local activity centers. It might seem strange, but well, there is some symbolism to that, i.e. barters. I got really interested when I bought at a discount lots of books by Eugenio Barba, the creator of one of the theaters, and these discovered some interesting experiences of his work with communities in small towns in Denmark, and he wrote in a very interesting way about barter cooperation, artistic exchange. I observed it not in Denmark, but the institute was invited, so the Danish theater celebrated its 50th anniversary in Poznań. They organized a theater week. And well, there is Kai Bredhol was one of the actors of that theater. He prepared most of the barters. And apart from theater events and lots of other artistic initiatives, there was a lot of dance, interesting dance. Dance that provides lots of pleasure and dance that contributed to integration and to different cognitive situations, because the Bali dance or the Odissi, Hindu form of dance, or the Indonesian Sundai dance were presented. There was a whole range of colors, dances, people smiling. So, after the European Capital of Culture title was granted, which, well, should have been a great day of celebration for Wrocław, well, when I visited different events, I remembered this amazing adventure with Odi Teatr, with very kind, creative people, humble people, because there are circus performers, actors. It's a great community. And they know how to make people interested, people who usually don't have a lot to do with culture. They know how to exchange original ideas. People who participate in those art events remember about them, and that's very significant. I am talking about this link with our local centers. I started a cooperation with one local activity center. It's called Centrum na Przedmieściu. Their headquarters was in the Bermuda Triangle, i.e. the so-called Bermuda Triangle, a very dangerous district. It's been changing now, and with the construction of new buildings, the perspective is changing, but still the community is not does not have such a positive attitude to some weird situation, such as a happening or a performance. But it worked there. The Centrum na Przedmieściu, its profile was culture. Some festivals were organized, such as Brave Kids, which was organized on the street with a parade, colors, with children dressed beautifully, with circus performers, with great dance performances. And apart from Brave Kids, there are several initiatives which are quite popular on Prędzyński Street, such as 3 editions of Moja Mandala or My Mandela. And please feel encouraged to visit that place. It's very interesting. It's in a remodeled building from the beginning of this century. And it's a good example of a revitalization that was organized with respect to detail and under the supervision of a monument specialist. And well, I wanted this speech to be interesting for you. That's why I wanted to tell you about the local centers and the barters. I think this is a new quality, even though barter was organized in the 1970s in Denmark, so that's history. But still, in terms of artistic practices in Poland, well, it's still not so. It's not such an obvious form of art promotion, dance promotion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we start the next presentation, I wanted to remind you that you can ask questions in the chat, which we will be very happy to respond to later on. Ladies and gentlemen, I think everybody present and those listening to the stream, we don't have to convince you that dance plays a very important role in human life. And in numerous aspects, that is. Social awareness of the meaning of dance is not so publicly known, and the rank of dance is not as known. I think that all of you, most of you, we operate in various projects, therapeutical or artistic projects, and when we implement them, we promote, popularize dance as well. But those operations sometimes are dispersed, sometimes they are of a local nature, and that makes it difficult to reach a broad social awareness. That's why I think it is very important that we integrate our operations and efforts, and if we speak in one voice, it will be easier for us to reach the society. And such program which integrates the environment of dancers and those who are interested in dance is the action organized by the National Institute of Music and Dance. The action is called Dance, and it's been going on since 2019, and it involves various organizers who are like physical persons or institutions. They can submit various events. They can be workshops, shows, speeches, exhibitions, a broad range of events related to dance, and they all are organized under common motto, let's dance, and they are promoted by the NIMIT, and the action takes place every year. It's close to the International Dance Day, which is 29th of April. This is the week preceding this very important dance celebration. This year we'll have the road for the 5th edition. And I would recommend and encourage you to get involved. This action is also addressed at various age groups. This is not just for kids and youths. So popularization of dance, I think we are all aware of the fact that it is best to start popularizing it by making the young people interested in it as early as possible. So it seems like including dance into public education would be a good solution. Within this scope, the National Institute of Dance and Music and Dance, from the moment of its beginning of its operation, conducts activities. The project, which started in 2011, and in this pilot edition was in 2011-2012, so that's when it was implemented. It was Think in Movement. It was implemented until 2019. There were 7 editions of it. Now there are activities involving popularization of dance at schools is implemented by National Institute of Music and Dance under the program Let's Dance at School. And here I would like to tell you about a survey which the National Institute of Dance and Music organized in 2021. We organized and Polish survey studies, and this study involved the presence of dance at schools in a specific formula, because we asked about dance which was implemented within the physical education lessons. Very often I came across a statement, the 3rd physical education lesson, and I would like to clarify that it is not really fully precise, because as per the regulation in primary school classes, kids are obliged to have 4 lessons of physical education, and it is possible that 1 or 2 of those hours will be implemented as per their choice, and one of them can be dance. It doesn't have to. It can be sports, it can be tourism, but there is a potential to dance. When it comes to secondary education schools, within 3 obligatory physical education, they may have 1 or 2 hours. I must admit that the response in this survey exceeded our expectations. There were 4 surveys separately for the directors of schools, for the teachers, for carers, for parents, and for students, and we received 275,000 survey applications. We did not expect such a response, especially that it was voluntary. We don't have much time to tell you about the details of the results of this research. I would like you to take a look at the publication which was published at the end of last year, Dance Education of a Human. I wanted to indicate that not many schools implement such lessons, dance lessons for kids to choose as physical education lessons. The directors say that kids are not interested, that they can't even, they can't see that kids would be interested. Of course, there are staff shortages. Teachers are not ready to conduct such lessons, and most of the schools, the lessons are mainly in the class systems when kids have no choice, when they can't choose what lessons they would like to participate in. Additionally, the directors indicate that since there's full interest, there's no interest, so those kids who want to dance, they can dance as like extracurricular activities or like local culture centers or private schools where they have to pay for the lessons. And I think this is the perception of dance as something additional, something that is not within the curriculum, but as an extra, something which is of no importance. And here the consequence is important, that for some kids dance is not available because they have no access, because they would need to pay for it. So this is a huge problem. We've heard interesting opinions of teachers, because teachers, unlike their schoolmasters, the directors, they notice that kids are interested in dance. Of course, there is age, gender variation. It's mainly girls being interested in dance and younger kids at primary schools. This is a subject for broad discussion that we have no time for that to address it in detail. Very interesting piece, very interesting feedback from parents that we received, because most parents indicated that they have no idea that their kids can choose such lessons as regards physical education. When we asked them if there was an opportunity, would you like your kids to use it? Most respondents said yes, definitely, they would be interested. And finally, we allowed the students to respond, and it turns out that over 50% of respondents like dancing, and when it comes to the potential of dance lessons within the physical education, it was almost half of the students would be interested in it. So this reality and the perspective of the directors varies from the perspective of the students. Well, and the school is for kids, right? And the aspect which is very important when it comes to popularization, we need to have arguments. We may discuss and talk, I've just said that dance is very important, that we could reach to broad social awareness. We would need scientific research. National Institute for Music and Dance started an initiative of integration who analyze the impact of dance on various aspects of life. And they are people who represent various disciplines, various research centers, and these are people who are really dispersed, and the results of their test don't necessarily have a broad reach, and we don't always hear about them. And exactly a year ago, there was an international conference by National Institute of Music and Dance, which was an opportunity for various researchers to meet, and there is a result of it. As I have mentioned, there is a publication, Dance and Education and Human Development, which was published in cooperation with the Frederick Chopin Music Institute. I do recommend that you take a look, because it is the Coffee with Nimit. That's where you can view this publication, and you can buy it at the publishing house. Now I have exceeded my time restrictions, but there's so much of that content. I was trying to make it shorter because we could go on and on. Now, I do apologize, and I give the floor to Dr. Paulina Wycichowska.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking for allowing me to speak today in the honorable role as an expert representing Polish universities of physical education. I'd like to thank the authorities of my university for delegating me here to this site. As for cooperation, I'd like to thank all the other speakers, because even though we come from very different backgrounds, we've had very similar conclusions concerning promotion, and we're going to share them in a moment. Well, as for how I got ready for this speech, I consulted with Polish universities of physical education, and so I have to thank Dr. Artur Frydek from the Katowice University and Dr. Marcin Bochenek from the Biała Podlaska University, the Warsaw branch, because they have provided me with a lot of support so that I can get ready for this speech. As for my alma mater, I'm going to tell you about, well, dance has existed in universities of physical education, such as in Biała Podlaska or in Katowice. They teach teachers of PE with specialty dance. We have dance in physical education program at our university, and we prepare people dealing with dance, therapeutic dance, psychophysical integration techniques that develop the awareness of one's body in a mission of holistic pro-health attitude to people of every age, starting with children through youth, adults, and the people who are more adult. I'd like to quote the patron of our university, Eugeniusz Piasecki, who in his publication from 1904, right after the athletics chapter, in the dance chapter, he wrote as follows: dance has a separate position in terms of free exercises, and usually to this day it has been omitted in serious books dedicated to physical education. Physiologically speaking, it's a modification of walking and running. Basic exercises, while its mental element makes it one of the favorite exercise because of the intricate movement combined with rhythm and melody. I think that's a great sentence which shows how dance becomes present in the science of physical education. Then Eugeniusz Piasecki noted that we should use the resources of folk dance in order to achieve those goals, while as for the Poznań University of Physical Education, well, we do conduct research into the sciences of physical education and of the good impact of dance on health of people of any age, and the preventive treatment of aging. In our faculty, under the supervision of Piotr Groniek, we conduct research dedicated to this subject. And we have the contemporary perspective of the neurosciences that provide an additional point of view. With regard to dance at the Poznań University of Physical Education, the dance unit that I have been managing for 1 year now has been organizing different activities. We have the students' research group dedicated to dance, where students conduct research and organize their own artistic events and educational events. There is a folk dance group supervised by Mr. Daniusz Majchrowicz, and we try to make our university dance and to make the whole community around us dance. And we prepare people who then work not only among artists, but in particular with people who such groups as children, with people who enjoy dancing as a hobby and who create space, such as graduates who develop this space for love for dancing that dance can make use of as a form of art. And you know, it's always good to remember that a person has a physiological, psychological and social unity, and people function on different levels. Dance as a medium of expression, of communication, has been functioning as an art, as a science, as an education, and as a therapy, and we need to develop the significance in all those areas. And the diversity of those panels, which on the one hand are diverse, on the other hand they are all linked. Well, it speaks for itself. These dimensions are interlinked, and this is the characteristics of our humanity. For me, dance is the fullest expression of human essence, on the borderline of all these planes. And a request that's consistent with what was mentioned before. The response would be a multi-level education concerning dance, different aspects of dance, and this translates into introducing dance as a separate subject at school. There are many arguments for it. One of the first ones is that in that compromise version it has not been functioning at all. As a representative of PE universities, I have to say that PE, there is a modern form of PE that's needed. People have experienced the pandemic. They are looking at their phones too much, so we need more movement, and we don't want to get PE teachers to lose their jobs, but we would like to prepare staff. We have more and more such employees, and it's an issue for a lot of discussions on many levels concerning how to organize this. But maybe now is the time, so that we don't have just the end dance routine, you know, like Mr. Kalinowski said during the previous panel, not just end dance. Right now, that's what we have. It's an optional class, and dance. No, we need to have a separate subject for dance. We have arts, music, we need dance. You have PE, we need separate dance classes. That is going to raise awareness. And what's important is that all these social competences, yes, I'm watching time limitations, all the competences related to dance, well, what we know well, us people dealing with dance, i.e. the effects on mental and physical health, developing motor skills, nonverbal communication, cooperation in a group, self-expression. So we need a proper message that reaches the proper audience, and these are going to be different groups of people. That's why we need different messages that will help us change it on the level of law, and that will help us promote dance, and so that we persuade people that dance is not only important as an art but also as a healthy physical activity. I think we should use this fact, and at the very end, let me paraphrase. There is a statement that Poland needs therapy, and let me put it like this: Poland needs dance therapy, that's one, and Poland needs education, not of dance, but through dance. This will create a completely different space. And during the previous Congress, I said that people involved in dance change the space around them through their presence in the given place. Let me remember this moment again and how much we need it. Even when you enter a bus or enter a store, the kinesthetic ability of many people do not have this ability to properly enter those places. These are social competencies. We need this to develop relationships. Thank you very much. As we've been talking about solutions, I'd like to encourage all of you to comment. And I'm very glad we're going to have the Q&A session. Mr. Jan Łosakiewicz, go ahead. 1, 2, 1, 2. All these issues we've discussed, we've been addressing our own experiences, but during the previous discussions, there was the issue that what's most important is that the Ministry of Culture come to an agreement with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health on how to combine these activities to introduce this subject at school. It's impossible to just use PE teachers to promote dance at school. It's not possible. But if we use all the efforts of dance teachers, dance instructors in different centers, community centers, schools, well, every school has a community place nearby, you know, all kinds of cultural institutions, and these institutions are rather empty before noon. They are not really popular. While all the people who work in dance-related areas, I think it would be great if we cooperated with education representatives too, and if we could organize such classes at schools. So this is my main request, to have an agreement reached by these ministries so that dance is present at school as a separate subject. During our talks, we said that if this subject was introduced from kindergarten to high school, that we could cover all the most important styles of dance, rhythm studies, creative dance, adapted to age and interests of the given group, regional dances, national dances, contemporary dance, popular dance, street dance, and body awareness work, especially at youth age, working with the image of the body, therapeutic elements of dance, maybe depression prevention. So these are perfect tools for that. Yes, that's true, because to prepare such a comprehensive program, that would be a very important task. And if dance it could be introduced in schools, usually the teacher teaches what they know, you know, as Mr. Jan said, or what they like. So we cannot have a situation that students are taught only folk dancing because that's the favorite type of art for the given teacher. No, so we needed a program, we need a curriculum, if dance was to be introduced at schools as a separate subject.
I would like to also mention what I consider important when it comes to popularization of culture, and what may very often be the success of a number of undertakings. And I'm going to give another example from Wrocław. and my experience. In 2017, there was a very spontaneous group, Wrocław Dance Initiative, established. This initiative had lots of groups, break dance, street dance dancers, also contemporary jazz dancers, choreographers, dance creators. The initial meetings were full of enthusiasm, and I must say everybody observed the Wrot success. Wrot, it was Wrocław Theatre Offensive, which started off and immediately received very strong partners. And so I would like to emphasize, whether you work at a cultural institution, if you want to cooperate with some associations or the other way around, it's always great. It's always a different perspective and some alternative, and definitely with the, which is beneficial for all those who want to expand their community aspect. And thankfully, we talk about it a lot, which in the Polish reality, how to put it mildly, well, those proportions are distorted, and we know that the community aspect contributes to the quality of life. It makes us feel motivated to do good, and we have those mechanisms which can help others. And unfortunately, this reflection is not there when it comes to the Wrocław Dance Initiative. I assume that some kind of envied Wrot, because they just arose and then suddenly there was an independent of theatre review, and then they got the very interesting presentation spread, which is Performative Arts Center, Piekarnia. They consolidated people for contacts with very important cultural facilities in the city. Everything ran very smoothly. And what I wanted to emphasize was very important is the leader. The Wrot leader was a lady who had previously established Teatr Nietaki. It is a person who's always worked on the borders, because she had her foundation and she received her experience in the third sector. He was the literary director at Helena Modrzejewska Theatre in Legnica, and I'm talking about Kasia Mieszalska. And it seems that, well, it couldn't work for us because we approached this subject with not much innovation. We were not very original. We didn't even keep our own mutual declarations that we would visit each other, although I'm not really interested in breakdance. I work on a daily basis with kids with a disability, so kids are interested in breakdance. So I take a group, and there is some sort of community being formed, some relationships, what I observe in those local centers. So there is some future for it, that you can, even in a difficult neighborhood, you can do many interesting and valuable things. And what I wanted to emphasize, and what I think is worth emphasizing, is the charisma of a leader and task-oriented activity and openness. And I think we didn't have a leader. We wanted to do it as a collective. Unfortunately, after Wrot, now we have the General Polish Offensive, we have Shakespeare Off, we have Theatre Portal, we have Nietakt magazine. So everything is kind of established. in a very efficient way in Wrocław, and after the Wrocław Dance Initiative, not many things happening. I couldn't tell you much about very interesting ideas, and it seems like I participated in it. And I'd like to emphasize that it is very important that you acquire a good, charismatic, motivated leader who can, I'm not going to say that easy, but that, you know, that they can combine all those structures, that it works, that, you know, and then it works in an exemplary way. It's not simple, but, you know, it's worth trying. Wrot showed it is worth it.
Dr. Paulina Wojciechowska.
When it comes to introduction of dance to school, the leader is important, but the team and cooperation, I think, is going to be the key word, and we spoke about it here. There was a great idea that we create a team of experts who would associate a number of people who represent various entities and various people, parents, schoolmasters, etc., in order to develop the program of dance, because we need to suggest something that it is adopted, accepted. So it might be one of the initiatives undertaken after the Congress, so we can get ready somehow. We also spoke about it during our work meetings.
Dobrze, proszę.
Question from the audience? Just very briefly, because I'd be very grateful for any suggestions, because you see, when it comes to popularization of dance among children and the youth, so there are many paths, but so we could choose something among those paths, something that would be implementable. So the bright council of people who can perceive it from various perspectives, or as you see, whether it would be implementation, what would be the balance between theory and practice, and who would teach it, and within what scope. I'd like to refer to it that the tradition of the Institute when it comes to popularizations are long. And Joanna Szymajda for her program Thinking If Movement, Aleksandra Jurosz for Let's Dance at School, they are very important programs which perceive it slightly differently, how to look after the subject. But now, from this Congress, this perspective, I see that time changes, the conditions of our functioning change. So we see that certain solutions are very difficult to implement, so we seek different solutions. I don't want to assess them, since I don't want to assess them, so I can join it as an experts team, and we could present some point of view, some position. I do apologize. I just wanted to ask whether any of our experts wanted to take the floor. We had arranged that everybody would present the ideas. Maybe we could give the floor to the audience so you can ask questions.
Ja mam mikrofon, to mogę już zacząć? Dobrze.
I have a microphone, so I can start.
Ja po tobie.
I'll be right next.
Proszę, proszę.
Przepraszam.
I would like to thank for all those opinions. I am proponent of dance, introducing dance into school. I have a daughter who had such lessons before the pandemic, and after the pandemic those lessons were gone, and I do agree with those ideas. We talk about kids, about education, and myself, I would like to go back to the previous panel idea when we talk about children and ask those who organize this event why parents with kids can't participate in the Congress, because I just do not understand. So this is a question because the answer that we received was very enigmatic and I don't know. So I would like to ask, why is it impossible? It's easy to talk about kids, but we don't accept them. But we don't really know who you ask, because it's not a question to ask. It is not a subject of this discussion, of this panel. None of us feel competent to give you an answer to that question. I have a feeling that I answered this question. Let me answer again. When we prepared this Congress, we did not have any signal that there would be a need like that. At the moment when this signal appeared, we suggested a solution. It's not that we didn't suggest anything, but we didn't see the space in order to introduce children into this audience. And that's what it boils down to. And we could not assume the responsibility for taking care of the kids. I'm not sure whether I'm going to be here, but I hope that in the 3 years' time in the Congress you will have space for the children and maybe somebody who look after them. This Congress did not make it possible, and I take the responsibility for this decision. With reference to what we spoke about here, the dance at school, the problem is really complex, and the experience, maybe not well age advanced, but my experience teaches me that the suggestion of entering into school and taking away something from somebody to introduce dance, it is not even, shooting your own foot, because we can communicate that we want to enter school, and we want to enter with dance into school on the condition that we take something away, even if there is an opportunity to use this physical education, unless somebody suggests something like that, like an really open-minded headmaster. But in general, I don't think it's the right direction. Quite a good way would be a debate, the discussion that you're mentioning among experts, because this is the intersectoral issue. The Ministry of Education, which has, and different interests. Let's remember the teachers who fight for their own every single didactic hour. So we have our own objective, and we need to have some great idea for that. We need to, keep thinking to implement it in a reality which is difficult. School reality is a very difficult one. I've been through it 3 times, and I'm going through it with my son now. So one of the ideas is that we go in parallel various paths, various manners, thinking in movement. Adam, you took part in it, and I think you can confirm that. Yes, I think you can confirm that it is a way, this is a path. So we would need to analyze what was good and what was not. As unfortunately the speaker is not using the microphone, the interpreters cannot hear him. In Lublin, we did it within primary school teaching.
próbowali
was
w tym
slightly
roku
different.
dzięki
Where we
przestrzeniom
tried
sztuki,
this
ostatnim
year,
roku
thanks
dzięki
to
przestrzeniom
Przestrzenie
sztuki,
Sztuki, which
udało nam
is
się
art
zrobić coś
spaces,
szczególnego,
we managed to do something special, something different from the current manners. Because please do remember, just a digression,
o czym tu była mowa, dzieci
what we
mogą
spoke about.
korzystać z
Kids
tańca.
can
Ten
use
dyrektor
dance,
jeden czy drugi
and the
mówi,
director
słusznie, że
says,
przecież dzieci
you know,
mają
yes,
czas
kids
wolny, mogą
have
po
their
szkole
time
spędzać
off,
czas
and
jak
after
chcą.
school
Nam
they
o
can
coś
do
innego
whatever
chodzi,
they want.
prawda?
No, we want
Nam się w
something
Lublinie
else.
udało zrobić
In Lublin,
taką
we
sytuację, że
managed
myśmy
to do
wprowadzili
something
niejako
like we
do curriculum, do
introduced
codziennych
into their
zajęć
daily
raz w
curriculum
tygodniu przez 3 miesiące
for 3
w
months,
wybranej klasie.
every day,
Dlaczego
once a
w
week,
wybranej klasie,
in
w jednej
one
szkole?
particular
Dlatego, że
class, one particular
potem
school,
nie
because
dysponujemy większymi
we
środkami,
don't have
ale
more
skupiliśmy się na tym,
resources,
żeby
and we
po pierwsze
focused
było
on,
regularne,
first of all,
ciągłe
introduce
i
it
przez
in
dłuższy
a
czas z
regular,
tą samą
continuous
grupą,
and longer
żeby
lasting manner
to
with the
nie
same
był
group.
eksperyment,
So it's
żeby
not
to
an
nie było
experiment.
jakieś
So
spotkanie jednorazowe
it's
z
not a
ciekawym człowiekiem,
one-off meeting with an
tylko
interesting
żeby
person,
rzeczywiście
but
spróbować tym
that
dzieciakom
we can
powiedzieć, taniec
can
jest
try
ważną
and tell those
częścią
kids,
i
hey,
musicie,
dance is an
przepraszam, nie
important
musicie,
part, and well,
chcemy
you
wam
don't have to, but
zaproponować
we want to
spędzanie
suggest to
czasu
you
z tancerzami,
spending
z
time with
instruktorami
dancers,
z tańcem
instructors,
regularnie.
with dance
To jest,
regularly.
uważam, tak jak Jan Mosakiewicz powiedział, domy
As
kultury
we
czy
have heard,
infrastruktura
it is cultural
do południa
places,
jest
infrastructure
dostępna.
until noon is available.
I ostatnia uwaga,
And the
uważam,
final comment,
że,
I think
równolegle,
that
myśląc,
in
jak to
parallel,
zrobić jeszcze
thinking
inaczej
how it can be done
kompleksowo, trzeba szukać
differently in a comprehensive
osób
way,
bardzo
we need to
aktywnych,
look for
chętnych i
people
być
who are very
może
active,
u nas
very
to był taniec
willing,
współczesny, ale być może
and
w innym
here
miejscu,
it
w
might be
mieście,
contemporary
to będzie taniec
dance,
ludowy, bo jest
somewhere
ważna
else it can
silna
be a
tradycja
folk
i
dance because there's a
instruktor,
strong folk
tańca
tradition,
ludowego
and
będzie
folk
uczył
dance
tańca w szkole.
instructor will
Nie wiem, czy
teach
od razu, jak Paulina
this
mówi,
dance
da
at
się
school. I'm not sure
kompleksowo
whether, like as
przeprowadzić
Paulina says, we can have comprehensive various styles and manners. I think we should start with small steps, and people of dance
jakby kontynuacji kariery.
need to continue their career. That's it, thank you.
Można?
Tak, proszę Panie Janie.
My mamy pełną świadomość, że to jest bardzo długi proces.
We are completely aware it's going to be a long process and difficult one. But let's remember that the law provides for 5 hours of PE per week. But these hours are not executed because schools do not have the capacity to organize 5 hours of PE for every class, for every group of children. That's why we were thinking that within these hours that should be there, even though they are not organized, 1 hour could be devoted to dance. And we are fully aware that in order to introduce this at all, what we need to do is introduce a system of educating teachers, of people who could do it at all, you know, because at the beginning, you know, when you start something, like they say, you can just go with the flow, but you have to develop a system and find a program at a university that's going to be able to prepare such persons by providing them with teaching credentials, so that that kind of dance teacher at school, so that they are ready to organize folk dance and contemporary dance or popular dance classes. So, in my opinion, it is possible, but it is very, very difficult. And we don't want to resign from what is going on at the expense of, let's say, introducing dance and forgetting everything else. No, we want to do different kinds of things. We want to make different suggestions, just as my community and the community of PE universities, and Kasia is from the traditional dance community. We're going to make proposals and try to make this process realistic. Especially that this has been already in effect in some schools. You organize some classes, some and the principal has agreed for that. For example, we have swimming pool in my kids' school. It is during PE. It is not organized by a PE teacher, so this is doable. Our objective is to adapt this program so that directors are able to imagine that they can organize it, not just say dance instead of PE. Well, we need a group of experts, a group that's going to lobby for that kind of project in different ministries. So it's a long way, but it is worth taking. Dr. Łumiński, I have a question. Does anyone know whether in Poland there has been research into how dance supports cognitive processes, the process of learning? If no, there is foreign research, there is some preliminary data, and in the process that we are discussing now, we could use this data. Yes, like integration of the research community, because we have mainly access to foreign research, while in Poland we do have that kind of research, but people who do it, well, they are dispersed actually. So what's important is that we have arguments at our disposal, because I know some German research that dance classes allow children to better solve math questions, math tasks. Then these are facts, these are arguments, and no one will say that we should not introduce dance in education, because dance is very useful. Dr. Paulina Wojciechowska. 1, 2, 1, 2. Concerning our requests, these are not ready-made solutions. We are working on them with you, and so this is just a start. And what the other speakers said, well, we should emphasize that there is the issue of staff concerning the regulation of the profession of dance instructor or dance teacher. There is a huge mess in the market. I recently learned of what are the competencies and the way of verifying those competencies. We talked about it too. So it's a very complex problem to examine at the level of experts. So, this is a number of issues and things to fix. Do we have a question from the audience? Joanna Stasina, good afternoon. I am representing the Teatr Nowszy Foundation and the theater itself. And I must say we are an independent theater without our own stage, just like many other independent dance theaters or collectives that prepare their shows under the patronage of organizations that organize grants for productions and operations. So, as a dance theater community, we have kind of grassroots work as a result of some grants that are provided, and that grassroots change is a change of the perception of dance that was mentioned by Mr. Jan, by overcoming the obstacles in some small towns where we would like to show our performances. We are not ashamed of them, we have prepared them. And very often as a manager of my group, I face opposition, complete opposition, as a result of lack of knowledge of the art of dance by directors, programmers that prepare the repertoire of the given culture facilities. Very often I have to keep explaining, go to great lengths to say, please don't be afraid, I understand this is a risk, because very often the director said, oh, this is a risk for me if I agree to invite you. Because, and as we are a dance theater, as the viewer will not understand what this is, so they will not come around. And the second risk is that the viewer will not be satisfied after what they have seen it, because they won't understand it, because they don't have the competences. So my request is that we bring back the Scene for Dance program so that we can carry on our mission, the grassroots work which we used to do within this program by promoting the art of dance theater in small towns. This mission was being executed with this project. We are not able to compete with professional, including institutional theaters, doll theaters, puppet theaters. Well, we act on a much smaller scale, and as a side note, I'm referring to towns, to facilities that do not have their own groups, who do not have dance performances, that do not have regular workshops at different levels, and not only in contemporary dance. So we refer to such towns where the Polish dance network does not exist, because in that network dance is functioning somehow. We're talking about places that take a risk in inviting representatives of contemporary dance, and we have to fight, saying, don't be afraid of us, invite us. All right, I'm sorry, I understand it's a criticism addressed at me. You're looking at me, I'm very glad you're looking at me. But, you know, well, I've been accompanying the Institute from the beginning of its existence. I know all of its programs, and there are programs. I love all of them, but the Scene for Dance was my favorite one. Let me finish, please. When I would come to work to the Institute, please understand us as an institution that is reporting to the Ministry of Culture, and that has a limited budget, and that sets certain goals, and these goals need to be complementary. And, you know, let me say this from the point of view of the ministry. Let's say the ministry asks, are they complementary, or do they exclude one another? So because you have this program, so do you need that program? And our argument is as follows. They are complementary, just because the program, like Art Zones, it does not cover the entire country, even though this is the target, but the Polish network of dance was mentioned also. Well, I don't know, I don't want to talk about it, because we've talked about the partners of the Polish network of dance, because we wanted this program to exist, not to dissolve it, but let's say the formula of that program somehow was depleted, and we've been working with representatives of the Polish dance network. Maybe they are present here, and they will nod to figure out some way of combining the Polish dance network with Scenes for Dance. We've called it presentation scene network. So to combine the good elements of those previous programs, we've submitted an application for funding this project. If we receive funds, we will launch it, and then I will tell you more about this idea. You'll get to know it. But yes, I completely agree. I know that the point is to have contemporary dance arrive at small towns, but also partnership towns such as Wałcz, Kalisz, Ełk. And in the new model, we start with the towns that we know, Wałcz, Kalisz, Ełk, plus the choreography centers that wanted to enter this project. But we're hoping this network is going to develop. So what's important is cooperation. Some needs have to be formulated. We have limited funds, and we need to use them effectively, and we need to look for complementary sources of funds. If the network develops, there is the issue of some solidarity of the network participants, that we might have some funds at a certain level, but the more partners we have, then the percentage funds will be at a smaller level. Interpreter's note. Unfortunately, we do not hear the question. What about initiating new places, new sites from the very foundations? Well, I'm trying to answer this question, but if I don't have the resources, I cannot launch the program. I could, explain this, but I have a feeling that everything that I'm saying is official, but I want to be responsible for what I'm saying, and that's why I think that by expanding the network, the point will be to attract new towns that did not have this offer. Mrs. Katarzyna Nowak. Well, I wanted to add one thing. We're talking about programs, the Myśli w ruchu, or moving thoughts program. So our point is for Dance at Work not to be a program, not to be a grant only, because we need universities to teach teachers. We need systemic work. And if it's only funded by a program that takes 1 year or 2 years or 3, and then money depletes, or someone doesn't like it, or there is no politics, wrong policies. So we need a systemic solution for the entire country, even if it's only introduced only in some places. So in the long term, we want this project. It cannot be a project only. We want to have a system.
And there was a question.
Jacek Kaczmarek,
University of Łódź. I do agree with everything that Katarzyna mentioned. I'm a representative, as Karolina said, just of the society. I'm an outsider. I'm the representative of the floor, not of the stage. Some researchers who write about completely different areas. Professionally, I don't deal with dance, choreography, etc. But I like dance, hence my presence here. But I'm outside of that circle. And I would like you to approach it, as Katarzyna was saying, to cross the border between the stage and the floor. So what you want to teach becomes on a daily basis used, not just during the course. I say to my students, use what we talk about outside of this room. What we talk about should go, we should take it with you. So in the city or rural area, which I'm close to, there dance sessions on a weekly basis. It can be folk dance, but I would like it to be like a ballroom dance, not just mindless jumping up and down. Why can't we dance samba or rumba, salsa, etc., not just jump? Gymnastics is elsewhere, we can sign up for it. So I would like the competence to enter the daily life and become the daily social competence. A short example. I am fascinated, as we wrote in the book, as Karolina mentioned. Milonga.
Właściwie od 100 lat
Milonga
można to
for
nazwać
100
instytucją.
years has been an
Jest to
institution.
uczone właśnie spontanicznie, a
It's
nie
taught
według jakiegoś
spontaneously,
programu. To jest
not
kultura
as per the program.
tango, czyli
This is the
Montevideo,
culture of tango,
Buenos Aires,
Montevideo,
czyli
Buenos Aires,
Argentyna.
Uruguay,
Wszyscy się
Argentina.
tego uczą. Na
Everybody's
tańczą ludzie, którzy mają
learning
lat
that.
80
People
i lat
over 80
kilkanaście.
dance it,
Odbywają
and
się
those who are
regularnie. Można w
teenagers, they are
całym
regular.
świecie
You
pojechać na
can
milongę.
go all over the
Wiadomo,
world
że
to dance
mogę
milonga,
tam zatańczyć
and
tango
I can
argentyńskie.
dance the Argentinian
Dlaczego? Bo to ludzie
tango
po prostu
because
pasjonują. I znowu
people are
dlatego, że
fascinated about it.
przekraczamy
Why?
pewną
Because we're
granicę
crossing
pomiędzy
certain
nauczaniem
border
a
between
użytecznością
teaching
tego, co
and
nas po prostu
usability
pasjonuje.
of what
Także
we
gdyby to
find
było możliwe,
fascinating.
popatrzcie
And if
państwo czasami
possible,
z perspektywy
approach it
osób,
from the
które,
perspective of people
niekoniecznie uczestniczą w
who
tych
not
wszystkich
necessarily
zajęciach, ale chciałoby się
participate in
dobrze
all
bawić
those
w
tasks,
tak
but who would
zwanej
like to have
codzienności.
fun
Dziękuję.
on a daily basis. Thank you.
Ja może tylko odpowiem krótko.
Let me respond very briefly. We organize, or we used to organize, or we have organized in the last year dances. There would be like 100 people come to attend. It was the average.
Doktor
Paulina Wycichowska. Thank you.
Tak się odezwę trochę osobiście.
Let me just give my personal response, because Argentinian tango is my private passion, and I'd like to mention my personal experience, which I wanted to refer to with regards to dance at school when I run lessons in Thessaloniki, the Aristotelian University, when I was under Erasmus Plus program. That's where, for the first time in my life, I met some people. There were professors who looked after me. There were not dance people. There were people that dealt with the physical education and sports cultures and lessons. In Greece, they have dance at school throughout their education. Since they knew I dealt with dance, they took me to Greek dance sessions, advanced Greek dance. Thanks to my improvisational skills, I managed to work in these very polymetric challenges. Then, knowing that I dance Argentinian tango, they took me to Milonga, where they danced, and we ended up in salsa bar, dancing salsa, and none of them had a problem to enjoy life with dance. It was very natural. And then I had this dream that maybe it is possible that we could have a dance at school and in the public space in this way.
Więc wydaje mi się, że powinniśmy wziąć
So it seems that we should take an example
że im się udało rozpropagować
and by way of popularization, that they managed to popularize all over the world.
zrobić coś na naszym poletku i spróbujmy.
Let's try and do something here, and let's try and popularize our dance. We are the only country which has got 5 national dances. In Hungary they have 1, in Czech Republic they have 1. Argentina has got 1, there are various formulas, but in general 1. But we have 5. But ask an average passerby if they know the Polish dances. We all know Polonaise because we dance it our matric exam, so they say.
Jeżeli mogę jeszcze dołączyć się do tego zdania, też wydaje mi się, że ludzie potrzebują różnych sensów, jakie pochodzą z tańca.
A variety of sense that they derive from dance. What you have mentioned about ballroom dancing, it's strong in relationship because that's its nature and it's a very important part. Dance also exists in the expression form, like the stage dance. Some may be interested in such a form, just expression itself, which is watched or not watched and it's also the rivalry. And there are lots of culture, which is like b-boying, like where you have the culture of meeting and rivalry. So I think this education can affect those various areas without rivalry, without competing against each other. So it could be one of the approaches at what dance gives to humans. What's very important, this aspect of reception, as Joanna Stasina said, preparation to receive it. It's not just dancing in various aspects that we've mentioned, but also what's very important is feeling and receiving dance when we are the viewers. It's a very important aspect that requires popularization, because if viewers are not prepared, then they're not going to come, and all the reaction might be, I don't like it, I don't understand it. So that also must be considered in the program within the subject. If I may, the director who's not so friendly, if he went through school dance education, he wouldn't be against. I'm sorry, the speakers from the audience is not using the microphone, interpreters can't hear. The director is not going to school, but when others put pressure, they'll have to give in. The more en masse the pressure, the more people will have to show it, because such will be the requirement from the society. Just a word of comment, one sentence. I had a situation that, yes, the director saw that the audience liked it and applauded, and they chatted to us, not just after one show, because it was a tour. It was the dance the first time in the world, and everybody was saying, oh, it's the first time in my life. What is it? But I do like it. And the audience are waiting for it. They want something new, they want avant-garde, and they keep seeing the shows from the faces from the TV, because the directors think if there is a theater with a famous actress who is, in a TV series, because the people from their town watch the series and they're going to be happy and they will come and see it. No, and it turns out that they want to experience new, and the director says, you know, next time come with something new and I'll invite you, and then they do invite us. And this is a proof that you popularize dance. Congratulations. Any more questions? I can't see, but I assume there are some questions. Well, I'm wondering why we spoke about physical education at school. To me, it's not physical education. To me, this subject should be called the teaching of sport, because with physical education, well, very often it's not very much related, really, because it's meant to achieve the results, to, you know, bounce the ball, or whether you can, how far you can jump, which very often is not adjusted to the individual skills, needs, and students. So why, as you have mentioned earlier, there would need to be people who would deal with teaching contemporary dance or classical dance or like folk dance, but when it comes to the physical education teachers, there are no teachers who would be separate for like football, volleyball, running, jumping. So why? So as people who deal with dance, we have a lot of competence to publish their bodily culture, or the sense of subjectiveness of our body. Very broad, soft skills, which we experience when we work together, our that stem from our education. And here many things have been said that students can attend additional lessons after school. Well, very often they cannot, because there isn't as much time for students, because or maybe they might be limited by financial resources or the family situation. So very often school is the only educational center for them, considering that in a situation when in the family they might feel uncomfortable as well. And it seems that school, it's dance congress, not educational congress, and reform of Polish education. But I think we could just give it for consideration. Why wouldn't we lobby for having more dance at school, and who could potentially do it? Is it us dancers, or the Ministry of Culture, or which way could we have the pressure from? Because directors might not necessarily think that it is something important, because they just don't know it, they don't know about that. So that's it, and let me say that it seems that just, you know, bouncing to any rhythm is very important, and we need it. Because we forget that dance should be a form of expression. If we need to let ourselves live to some rhythm, we should do it. We shouldn't feel ashamed. We shouldn't. We should just subsist to it. We'll do it because we love it, or not because we expect some laurels. I do apologize. We crossed the time. I know that Paulina wanted to take the floor. I would invite you to do it in the lobby, and we've crossed the time. Just one sentence as far as what we've heard. I think when it comes to this popularization, we need to popularize us, artists, artists of dance, so we become recognizable. When you hear a specific name, that would be recognizable. Thank you very much, Karolina. I would like to thank the panelists for a very interesting panel. As you see, and all the participants here throughout today, all of you who watched us through the internet, we would like to thank you very much. I invite you into the lobby, because that's where we can chat, talk, and share experience. All those who were interested, I will invite you to Chorzowski Dom Kultury, which is the dance session co-organized by Zespół Pieśni i Tańca Śląsk. And I thank you very much for it, and we shall see you tomorrow. And let me remind you that the Premier of the Culture and Education, Mr. Gliński, is a patron. He offered his patronage, and also we have the patronage of Jakub Chełstowski, Marshal of the Silesian Province. Thank you very much for all those involved, and see you tomorrow.